political, cultural, from the silly to the serious. And gang, have we got a show for you today? We are going to be talking about um, Trump and the Constitution. Has Trump put us into a constitutional crisis with his executive orders, his use of Doge and Elon Musk, and many other issues at hand? Some say he has, but we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about what that would mean, um, and what we could do about it if it's so. But I have some lovely guests today to talk about it. I think everyone here, except for me and Soy Pill, deal with the law in some way, or lawyers. So it should be an interesting discussion, and I'm glad to be here. Uh, Pisco, open us up. Give us your thoughts. Why is this a constitutional crisis? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's clearly a constitutional crisis. Donald Trump is a disgrace to his office, and he is implementing a Project 2025 agenda specifically to centralize power to create authoritarian government. When I use the term constitutional crisis, I'm talking about any kind of significant and existential threat to the structure of the Constitution. We're not just talking about violations of a particular amendment. We're not just talking about, whether free speech was violated in a given instance. We're talking about the authorities of the government itself, the foundation of the different branches of government, which is the foundation of our society and what binds us together. That's what we mean by constitutional crisis. Okay, so what we're talking about here is a more systemic structural problem that has been introduced maliciously by this government and the deniable private actors that it employs to try to essentially centralize power. So, what's the crisis? All right. Number one, they are attempting to usurp Article 1 of the Constitution and to steal legislative authority from Congress. This is evident both in their unconstitutional and unlawful spending freeze that has already been stopped by two courts, district courts, count them, who have acknowledged that this is, very clearly trying to usurp the exclusive authority of the Congress to spend the money. And Article 1 clearly sets out that it's Congress who gets to decide what to spend the money. You can make some flippant comparison to a temporary pause, limited in scope, limited in time, one other instance in the history of this country. It is not at all dealing with the broader systemic attack on Congress's ability to appropriate funds. And let's think about it. Imagine if it were the case that Congress's statutes were just advisory, were just opinions, and optional for the president to implement. Absolute bullshit and garbage. And these motherfuckers are going to defend it and say that's not a constitutional crisis. It's a constitutional crisis when we talk about adding Supreme Court members to the bench, but it's not a constitutional crisis to just ignore the appropriations of Congress. Number two, Doge. Doge just purporting to eliminate statutorily enacted agencies of Congress. Eliminate, for example, what they're planning to do, the Department of Education. Eliminate USAID, statutorily passed. So now what we're talking about here and what they're going to defend is that it's not a constitutional crisis for the president or his minions or his deniable oligarch friends to just delete an agency or to do the effective deletion in the case of just stripping them of all their funding, stripping them of everything. That is disgusting that they would defend that. And then finally, what we're gearing up to next, which is the attack on the judicial system, the real attack on the Supreme Court, where J.D. Vance, the authors of Project 2025, have all told us that they want to bring to heel the judicial department of the United States of America. They're already starting by this little rescinding of the memo that you saw, the spending freeze. Well, we rescind the memo, but not the policy. The district court judge in D.C. called them out, said it was one of the most disingenuous things she's ever seen to try to escape judicial review in that context. And what they're gearing up for, what J.D. Vance said, what these people said is, let Marshall enforce his rule. He's made his ruling, now let him enforce it, hearkening back to this apocryphal statement from Andrew Jackson. That's obviously what they're gearing up for. It's so serious, in fact, that the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, someone who I disagree with vehemently on, had to come out publicly and make a statement directly, not directly, but everyone knows, addressing J.D. Vance and these kinds of disgusting robber barons. He came out and said, it's very concerning that people are talking about ignoring the courts, and they're going to defend it. And they're going to tell you, hey, it's no big deal. We don't give a shit about it. It's not a crisis at all. They're completely washed. They're completely cooked. They have no idea what's going on in this country. Your freedoms and the structure of the country is being attacked.
Okay. Well, thanks. That was passionate. We'll get into it. Just maybe I should have been more clear. Be a little concise on these opening statements, gang. I want to get into the back and forth when we go. Zitzway,
Sure.
ball's your court. Go ahead.
So yeah, I'm more of just not a content creator or anything, but I'm just more of an acquaintance of Wix and Lactoid, and I'm an attorney, so I agreed to chat on this. I don't believe there's a constitutional crisis, mostly because constitutional crisis refers, at least my position, to something that our current systems don't have the tools to deal with it. Things like the Civil War, where you go, we don't have procedures on secession from the country. So if we have tools to deal with it, then it wouldn't be a constitutional crisis. And in terms of and so I just don't believe that the current situation, not saying it's good or that you're just saying that our current system has checks and balances in place to rectify if you don't like what's happening.
Okay, thanks for being here. Next up, we have the soy pill, please.
Yeah, hi everyone. As Wick so kindly pointed out, I'm not a lawyer. I am Jewish, so I have genetic memory of being a lawyer, and maybe that will help me here. But I'm arguing on the side that this is a constitutional crisis, which is defined essentially when the function and powers of government, the checks and balances, are not functioning as intended in the Constitution. As Pisco so elegantly pointed out and laid out, I won't get too deep into the details, but Trump is consolidating power into the executive branch and completely subverting those checks and balances, whether that be federal freezing of funds that are approved already by Congress, whether that be instituting Schedule F, reclassifying federal workers so that he can fire people that would otherwise have oversight on him, or doing any of the other things where he's ignoring court orders to check his power. It is a constitutional crisis. When we talk about whether or not we have the tools to fix it, I think we can clearly see that the tools that should be the checks and balances are being ignored, are being eroded. And if the standard for whether or not it's a constitutional crisis is going to be whether or not we have a civil war, I think that is an insane standard. But hey, that's an argument to make. So let's see if we do it. That's about all I have.
Well, thank you for being here and excited to get into it. Lactoid, last but not least, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
You're fine, yeah.
So there's a Twitter user, his name is Zero Fux, F-U-X, and he put out, it was like who said it? Was it Hitler or was it Pisco? And a couple of the ones are actually pretty difficult to differentiate because what Pisco does is he uses incredibly hyperbolic language, us versus them categorization, and a sort of, mindset of they are evil, we need to defeat them, no alliances, nothing we can do. We're in a total crisis. We're dunzos. Holy shit, this is awful. We have to go to war. This is exactly the same kind of rhetoric that he criticized Trump using, right? Where you say fight like hell, you say, fight them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, very much like Trump, hey, I don't mean this violently, but still, it is incredibly divisive. It is incredibly aggressive language. And it's also alarmist, I guess, in this regard. We're not in a constitutional crisis right now. I think that's kind of a ridiculous statement. I actually agree with the definition that there is a significant, quote, constitutional crisis is a significant and existential threat to the Constitution, not just a violation or a violation that has yet to be examined by the Supreme Court, which is its job, but a threat to the very structure. I think it's hilarious that people who want to add justices to the Supreme Court now care all of a sudden about constitutional crises. Notice how they've sort of dropped that language now that Trump won. But everything that Pisco went through legally, there is answers for all of it, right? DOJ is made up of special government employees, which is allowed. They are allowed to do the things they are doing. When we're talking about destroying agencies, it depends how you do it. I agree that you can't just unilaterally remove an agency, but there is abilities to have agencies work with other agencies for certain agencies to divert funding from one agency to another agency in order to get cert XYZ thing done. There's plenty of legal tools that you can use, that the president can use without threatening the separation of powers, without going against what Congress has the power to do. And one of those is simply delay things, which XYZ here, funding freeze. It is a delay, especially when it comes to U.S. aid. So there's legal examples for everything that was just mentioned. A lot of it is just alarmist and really fomenting hate, I think, against otherwise good people. Oh, and one last thing. Of course, we should be cutting government waste. Of course, this is a good thing. I think DOJ has done incredible steps. And in fact, I think a lot of the motivation for the anger here is because of how effective they've been on identifying government waste and other horrible things that the government's been getting away with for a very long time.
Okay. Well, we have some strong stances. Let's get into it. The floor is open. If you have trouble getting in, a word edgewise, just raise your hand or DM me or get my attention.
Yeah, the debate is not whether or not Pisco is a hypocrite. The debate is not whether or not Pisco is inflammatory. The debate is not whether Pisco supports this or that. The debate is about whether there's a constitutional crisis. And first of all, I think we should dispense with Zetsu's standard. And I think Lactoid, you disagree with Zetsu's standard, which is there needs to be a fucking civil type war situation for it to be a constitutional crisis.
I don't think that
You
was his
agree that's
standard.
fucking stupid,
I don't think
right?
that was
Wasn't
You
my
think that's fucking
standard.
stupid?
No,
That wasn't my
hold on,
standard.
Real quick. That was not his standard. And the reason why I identified how hyperbolic you are is because I knew that you would try to pull this shit because you've been nothing but hyperbolic
What
the past
shit?
couple weeks. This shit. You're saying, he's saying, here's an example of a
Is the
constitutional
debate
crisis.
about me?
He's not saying
Is
there's
the
the
debate
only.
about me?
Hold on. He's not saying.
Well, okay,
you
so
came
what's
at
his
us
standard?
first.
Let's get it.
Firstly, secondly, he's not saying this is the only example of a constitutional crisis, which is a civil war. He's saying that is a example, something that
Well, no, no,
we
he's
definitely
saying
we
we
don't
don't
have
have
the
to-
ability
yeah.
to
Yes,
fix.
something like. I was assuming something that like using an extreme example that we could all
Zetsu,
understand.
let's be clear, right?
Not a
So
standard
if the
as a
president-
threshold.
If the president and if Elon Musk, and let's ask this both of Zetsu and of Lactoid, if they just purported to delete an agency enacted by Congress, would you say that it's a constitutional crisis? If they started
they-
doing at least two?
If they straight up try and delete it without anything, if they do something else that somehow hinders it, then no. But if they actually just say it doesn't exist anymore, you're all fired. That like I've gotten rid of the department, then yes, I guess I would say that because if
Yes,
Congress,
that's a
And he hasn't
constitutional
done that.
crisis.
but I'm
And
saying
he
but he
hasn't
hasn't
done
done
that.
that.
Wait,
but
but Pisco,
Lactoid,
let me ask
you-
you. Hold on, real quick.
You-
Pisco,
we can do it.
Pisco, do you think that Trump has done that?
Elon Musk has purported to delete and saying he's going to delete USAID.
Is
and they're planning to delete the
USAID
Department of
gone
Education.
right now?
Yeah, so USAID is still an entity right now, but
Oh.
they're planning to do it. They're saying they're going to do it. Correct? Yes or no?
You can do it, but not just on their own.
Wait, Lactoid. Are they saying they're going to do it? Yes or no?
What they're saying is that they're going to.
Yes or no?
Hold on.
Yes or
hold
no?
on. Hold on. When we're talking about like removing an agency, there's like different ways you
Yes,
can
that's
interpret
correct.
that. Yes, there's different ways you can interpret that. If we're talking about gutting an agency by using the tools available to the executive, which is managing this agency and appoints employees to this agency, including special government employees, yeah, that's totally fine. If we're talking about
Look at
actually
this
deleting,
motherfucker. So
hold on,
you're
hold on,
actually
hold on.
saying that
If
it's
we're
possible
talking about,
the
if we're talking
president
about,
could have the authority
hold
to just
on,
ignore
hold
and
on.
completely gut an agency.
Sir,
Is what you're saying.
Sir, if we're talking about deleting,
just real quick, Lactoid, we're gonna need one at a time. I know there's a lot of passion here, right? But in interest of the viewers and the audience, and I feel it would be in their best interest to get a full educated account of what's going on. Try not to yell over each other too much this time, right? But go
That's
ahead,
not what we
Lactoid,
should be here
respond.
for. Sorry.
thank you,
Wick.
Wick. I appreciate that. No, I think that it depends what you're talking about here. If they're saying, yeah, we're going to dismantle this by using what we can do as the executive of going in, cutting waste, cutting inefficiencies, which absolutely the president has the ability to do. The president also
He
has the
said
ability to
delete.
delay things. Hold on. If that's what they mean by that, then that's totally fine. If they're going to just
delete
hold on. Hey,
means
Wick just got done
cut-
talking to you. Give me a second. If we're going to be talking about completely unilaterally deleting an entire agency, I would agree. But the question is, has Trump
What
put
does
us
that mean?
into a constitutional crisis? Not, is it possible that at some point in the future Trump might put us into a constitutional
We're
crisis?
deep in a constitutional crisis.
deep in one.
basically what-
Does USAID still
what
exist?
Lactoid is
Wait,
saying-
hold on.
So what Lactoid is saying, wait, so I'm responding now. So what Lactoid is saying is not until we're at the final stage. This is kind of like, if you guys remember Actual Justice Warrior, he's like, not until we're at the stage in which there's a full-on dictatorship and a king, will Lactoid come and Johnny
No.
come lately say, okay, I guess it was a fucking constitutional crisis. No, they're clearly planning and edging towards a completely gutting. And Trump is very obvious about it, saying we're getting rid of the Department of Education. Is that how much more clear
They
could
said
he be?
dismantling. They said dismantling.
Oh
I think
my
there's
God.
absolutely,
Okay,
there's
but
absolutely
ways
ways.
to do that.
Hold
Lactoid,
on.
can you
There's-
clarify, Lactoid? Like, if someone
Can
comes
I-
in, appoints a non-government person into this like facility and says, "Hey, you have free reign to freeze federal funding to overturn something that Congress has done that is going beyond what an executive order is allowed to do." At what point are you now like, "Oh, it's a crisis"? When it's done? When they say they're going to do it? When it's like 50% done? Like that's just what Pisco's getting at. Like you're just saying, well, they haven't actually done the thing they're going to say 100% to completion, and therefore it's not a deletion. Like, what's the standard then?
I'll
It's
explain.
only when it's done.
So this is a misunderstanding, and I'm sure part of it is the misunderstanding is influenced by Pisco's hyperbolic language here. When we're talking about, yeah, I would say that doing the thing that you're saying would be unconstitutional. If he does that, then yeah, you could argue that at that point that'd be a constitutional crisis. But everything
Okay,
right now
so
that's been
freezing
done has
federal
not
funding,
been that.
is that-
Yes,
is
he
that
has
a
the right to do
constitution-
that.
is that illegal?
Yes,
No,
he
he doesn't. The
yes,
court
he
has
does.
said that
He-
he has to stop
Yes,
that.
he does. Hold on.
What right?
Doge specifically are special
Mhm.
government employees the president has the authority to appoint. They are members of the Treasury. A
to
court
freeze
decision
all funding.
today, or it was either today or yesterday, came out and said that Doge does have the right to access this information, and the president
To
because
freeze
Elon,
all funding.
Elon is the employee. Elon is an employee.
You're
of
talking
Donald
about
Trump.
something else.
Freeze all funding.
Hold on, we're getting
You
there.
just heard him. He
We're
said
getting there.
freeze all
We're
funding.
getting there. Trump is
Okay, we'll get there.
Elon Musk is in this case, a special government, or Doge at least, is a special government employees. They're made up of special government employees of the Treasury, and they report to Donald Trump, who is the elected president,
Filibuster.
and-
Freeze all funding.
and Congress. And yes, you have the right. The president has the right, in order to avoid inefficiencies, to freeze funding, to delay funding. Now, can they abolish it?
Indefinitely,
No,
right?
they
Okay,
can't.
wait. I just want,
Okay,
please,
we gotta let
Until the
you
end of the fiscal
respond.
year.
Gotta let-
Until
hold
at
on,
least
stop,
the end of
stop,
the
stop,
fiscal
stop,
year.
Blackwood, stop. Blackwood, stop.
Indefinitely?
Until the end of the fiscal year. That's what we just said.
Indefinitely?
No, I just said until the end of. Do you not hear my answers?
so
Jesus
do you,
Christ!
so do you agree that they pause indefinitely?
No, they don't say it's paused infinitely. They don't go like
Wait,
forever.
Do you agree, yes or no, that they pause the funding indefinitely?
No, they did not say it's infinitely forever or more.
They
Did
pause.
they
They pause.
define
Yeah,
when
they
it
pause
ended?
it. They pause it until they have to not pause it, which is
Well,
well
yeah, wait,
within the
is that
constitutional authority of the
indefinite?
president.
Wait. Is that indefinite or is that definite?
Are you trying to take advantage of people's maybe perhaps
No,
lack
stop,
of knowledge
stop.
between
Answer
indefinite
the fucking
and
question.
infinitely?
Answer the fucking question. Is that an indefinite or is it a definite end to the pause?
So
You just said he
Locally,
could not pause
technically,
it
yes.
indefinitely.
So-
I'm
so-
asking
so
you.
Zed-
Wait,
Zed-
I'm
Zed-
asking you a very simple question, and everyone sees you're dodging it. Is it an indefinite pause or is it definite?
it's perfectly acceptable.
Colloquially, no.
It's perfectly.
Is it
it's
definite or
perfectly-
indefinite?
It's perfectly.
Is
it's
it definite
perfectly-
or
it's
indefinite?
Can I
I did.
wait? Can I
Hold
answer the
on,
question
hold
without
on,
cutting me
stop.
off?
Okay, gang, I
You
thought
can't
this.
answer
I
the
was
question,
like,
apparently.
okay, I only got 4 people on. They're usually pretty good. They're usually pretty. This is gonna be a calm conversation. I was fucking wrong. Okay,
The stakes are
indefinite.
high, Wick. It's our
Let's-
country being
I
eroded.
just
Sorry.
want just real quick. But I do want you to Lactoid. I do want you to
Mhm,
answer
thank you.
Pisco's question. Is it indefinitely or is it definitely that it was paused?
Well, so it can't legally it can't be indefinitely in terms of forever. I guess.
Did they purport to pause it indefinitely or not?
Can you
Answer
stop?
the fucking
Can you
question.
stop? Can you stop for a second? If we're talking about forever, no, it can't be paused forever. There appears to be.
Did
Hold
they
on.
purport to pause it
I can see
indefinitely?
you. I can
But-
see you coming at it. They can't pause it forever. Okay. Now he could
Did
say. I don't know. If he did, that's fine as long as he stops before.
Whoa.
As long as
you know you're cooked.
Pisco,
and you won't answer the fucking question.
Pisco. Let me answer, please, without you jumping in.
You're not
every 5
answering the
seconds.
fucking question.
I am. I said I don't know if he specifically put in the order indefinite.
You
Hold on.
don't know?
Stop,
You didn't read
stop,
the fucking
stop,
pause?
Stop.
Are you that
Stop.
stupid?
Okay, Wick, you have to take control of this maniac for a second. Jesus Christ. Okay, listen to me. I don't know if in the order they specified that specific word definitely or indefinitely. They said a specific
I
date or
don't.
not. But the reality is you can. It's perfectly fine to say, hey, we are freezing this for whatever period of time, as long as they unfreeze it by any kind of required time period. This is not violating separation of powers. This isn't violating the constitutional authority granted to the president, regardless of what he says.
Not
What are you
moving
talking
on.
about?
You have to answer the question. The question is the answer you don't know whether
Yes,
they pause
that's what I
it
fucking
indefinitely or
asked.
indefinitely.
You want me to answer it
so
again?
if your answer is you don't, so
The word indefinite is not in there.
Whoa, the word indefinite is not in there. That's what we just
Hold on,
checked.
Pisco.
Oh my God!
Wait.
He's
Did you
using it
lie?
as
Did you just
a
lie to all of us?
He knows he's cooked.
Did you just lie to all? Hold on. Wait, hold
So-
this.
Oh my
Can
God!
someone link me? Can someone link me this fucking
Zetsui,
order so I
Zetsui.
can
He's
just
not claiming
control F it?
it says the word indefinite. He's using indefinite
I'm not
means it
claiming
doesn't give a
says the
specific
word
ending
indefinite.
point.
Does he
So
have
the
to? Does he
colloquially,
have to
no, it's not
specify?
indefinite.
Does he have to specify a specific endpoint?
Is it reasonable to believe that it's infinite?
Okay, let
The answer is
Pisco- let
no.
Pisco-
He's not
explain
gonna
what
let
he
me.
means.
He's not going to let me
Go ahead,
say
man.
this point. So Lactoid just told you he does not know whether or not it's indefinite or a definite and on pause. But he told you before that it would be totally unacceptable to have an indefinite pause on funding. That would constitute a constitutional crisis. Ipso facto, his position needs to be, I don't know if there's a constitutional crisis because you don't know if it's definite or indefinite. That's just logic, bro.
No. This is insane. Zetsui just said the word indefinite is not used. So I apologize.
It's not the
I-
only way to have an indefinite
That's because we're
pause
using
ending
two
if
different
they use the
definitions.
word
Yes,
indefinite.
What kind of argument is that?
It
Oh,
wasn't
what?
an argument. Do you wait? Did
Please.
you? It's not an argument. It was a statement.
Yeah. So if we're
You disagree
talking,
with it?
And now
we're-
you're using it to defend your stupid position.
I
didn't
We're-
defend
we're not
anything.
talking
I
about
stopped
that.
talking
do you
so
think my
Pisco
position
could.
is? Do you think my position was the word definite or indefinite was used, or was I talking about the substance, whether or not it was an indefinite or definite pause? Don't be a fucking.
Whoa, whoa,
I
wait,
answered
whoa,
your
whoa.
question
Then it's not
directly. I
indefinite.
said
Then it's not
colloquially
indefinite.
no, technically
It's
yes.
not
it didn't
indefinite
use the
unless
word.
I use the term indefinite.
Well, in
That's
this
your
case,
position.
yes, in this case, it's not
That's
indefinite
your
because
position, yes. Okay,
yes,
got it.
Is it
because
possible to
they're
say
statutory-
something is indefinite with using
because
out
they're
using
limited.
that word? If I
Because
say
they're
until
limited.
I decide otherwise,
Hold on.
Colloquially,
You are
indefinite
fucking
means
cooked.
forever.
what is this fucking semantic ass argument?
Technically
This is
means it
fucking
doesn't
ridiculous.
specify directly
I'm not the one
endpoint.
making the semantic ass
Okay.
fucking argument.
You're literally
If-
defending
I'm
yourself
not,
by saying
I'm
it-
not.
a thing
If-
you
if-
didn't know
We're
until
gonna
Zestovic
We're gonna
came.
reset. Okay, so apparently the spending freeze. And to be clear to my audience, what we're talking about now, we're talking about the spending freeze on U.S. aid. Correct? Is that
Correct.
what we're
on federal
talking
on
about?
federal financial assistance as defined in the 2-page memo, and then the policy continues. The memo has been rescinded.
Does he have
That's
the
a way
right to
they're trying
freeze it,
evade judicial
Pisco?
review. Not indefinitely. You just said
Wait,
it, right? You
but
agreed
does
with
he have
me,
the right
not
to freeze it?
indefinitely.
Yes or no?
No.
He also doesn't have
Yes
the
or
right
no?
to
Does he have the right to freeze
No,
it?
he does
The
not have the
answer
right
is
to
no.
freeze
The
it.
answer-
He does
if
not
it's
have the right to
already
freeze it.
approved- If it's already approved by Congress.
The answer is
As-
no. He needs to follow the procedure set out by Congress in many different statutes, including the Impoundment Act and other statutes. He has to follow the
Impoundment
law.
Act isn't good
Okay,
law.
I don't think that we have a fucking king like you do. Who
Wait,
just
wait. He
ignore
has the right to.
Congress's
So you're
legislative
wrong. He
authority.
has the right to freeze the funds under the Impoundment Act.
The front. That's
He
not.
didn't follow the
that's been-
procedures on the Impoundment Act.
No, the Impoundment Act isn't good law. It's been,
Okay, all
Go
right, so
go
here
ahead,
we go.
Zetsui.
Here we go.
Well, no,
Chad
explain the
and
the
New
Impoundment
Haven.
Amendments.
Bail me out. Bail me
wait.
fucking out.
Do you think Chatham and New Haven aren't good law?
Wait. Sorry. You just said the Impoundment Act is not
Yes.
constitutional. Is that
As,
what you-
as to the, as to the deferral.
and
The
you
deferral has
believe
been gutted by Chatham and New Haven.
So, but you agree that there are procedures by which the president, in order to institute a wide scale or even just a short-term
Yes.
pause on funding, he needs to go through, and that he did not
No.
go through those processes.
No,
Oh,
those
you
have
think
been
he did?
gutted. Chatham and New Haven.
So,
Okay,
so
can
You
you-
know
just-
those
just-
cases.
just
I know
for
you
my
know those
audience's-
cases, dude.
Hold on,
Wait,
just
wait,
for my
let
audience,
Zetsui dig the
my
fucking nails in.
edification, since I am not
The
familiar with
nails in.
Cat Hall or New Haven,
There's no
I'm
nails.
going to give it to Zetsui for a minute. Zetsui, can you explain what those rulings did and why it's
Sure.
applicable to the discussion we're having
So,
right now?
The Impoundment Act was made
Briefly.
that allowed for deferrals of like 45 days. Oh no, sorry, that was rescinded. Deferrals and allowed them to basically defer funds, and either House of Congress could veto it. Chatham made it so that basically you can't have one house vetoes. They ruled that as unconstitutional. In New Haven, they then said the entire deferral thing had to fall because the link between deferring and the House's ability to get rid of it was inextricably linked. At which point it then
Are you talking
substituted
about
a new
legislative
rule.
vetoes?
No, I'm
Are you
talking about
le-
that is part. I mean, that's a way of describing it. Basically, is the way legislature's ability to do it. But that
This
was
is not
part
a
of that.
legislative veto. This is
No, it was
not on point.
New Haven. I know that's why people disagree with it, but
Okay.
but New Haven shot it down. Have you read New Haven?
I've not read the case that you're referring to called.
You know
New
what I'm
Haven.
talking
I don't
about,
know. I don't know what that case is. No, I know what I know the case
It's-
law on
it was
legislative
Reagan
vetoes.
using
This is not. We're not
this.
talking. We're not
It
talking
is.
about legislative
It's on
vetoes.
point.
W-
No,
This is
this
not
was
a legislative
about this
veto.
exact. It was about the Impoundment Act. New Haven was about the Impoundment Act. Reagan had tried to defer funds, and they said I could do it under this section, and the court said no, you can't because it fell due to Chatham.
Wait. So you're
And then
saying
they
that
substituted
Reagan
new
was
things
not,
and they've been
you're saying that
amended.
Reagan. You're saying that Reagan. I don't know this chronology. I'm just being upfront with you. You're saying that Reagan was not allowed to impound funds. That was the ultimate decision by the court?
No, the ruling was that basically because the actual
Was that the
he did-
ultimate decision? That
Let
that
him
they could not
explain,
impound?
They
Sean.
said-
Let him
basically.
explain.
They
Give
made
him a
it. They had
second.
it fall because they said it was the part that had already fallen was the ability for the legislative veto, for the ability for one house to say no, you can't defer funds. Chatham removed that. Then in New Haven, he goes because that fell, it collapsed the whole thing. That Congress would have never given them the power to defer if they weren't allowed to do the one house denial of it.
The
And so
whole
therefore
thing
they
fell.
collapsed the whole
It
thing.
is your position. Wait. I just want to be clear. It's your position that Congressional Budget Impoundment Control Act of 1974 is not good law.
No,
It's
I
not
did not say
enforced.
that. The section as to
Okay,
deferrals
so
has been
is it enforced
updated.
or not?
Not
Okay, is it
not in that
enforced?
act. It has been overruled by it's been amended.
Okay.
There's been three amendments.
Are there any procedures that the congressional statutes in force today you would acknowledge under the moniker the Impoundment Act that the president is purportedly supposed to follow? Yes, right.
There are no time limits on it. It's because of the way it was gutted. It's so vague now.
Okay, so is it
Crisis!
your
You
position
want the
that
language? I can
wait,
give you
wait,
the
wait,
language.
Wait. Is it your position? Is it your
Here.
position? Because Lactoid just told you that he thinks that an indefinite pausing of funding that Congress has passed. I'm assuming
Infinite,
Lactoid
'cause
under
indefinite
Article
meaning
1
infinite.
under no. It doesn't mean infinite. Sorry,
I'm saying
it
he
means
meant that.
indefinite.
Oh,
What I'm saying, just to make my position clear, because
Where's
you
chat?
just really want to misrepresent this. I mean that I don't believe that the president has to specify a timeline about when the freezing ends,
It
as
doesn't.
long as the president is following any restrictions on when the freezing has to be up, or when the funding
there a
has to
Okay,
be unfreezed.
so now let's follow that line. You're saying the president does not have to follow any specific timeline. Is that fair? That's your position, right?
No. That's not what I said.
Where does it say
Listen,
timeline?
Listen,
Those are the
listen.
two I just posted in
Yeah,
the
yeah,
group
they
chat.
don't have-
let
they don't-
Lactoid clarify. Go ahead.
He doesn't have to specify a timeline as long as he follows any timeline required of him by Congress or the Constitution.
These are-
Okay, so
Wait, would you agree with that? Wait.
I'll just-
Do you agree with that?
No,
Yes
I
or
do
no?
not. No,
You don't.
no,
You
I
don't.
do
You think
not.
the president
I
has
do
to
not.
specify
Hold on.
every
No,
time?
I do not
hold on.
agree with that.
Stop. Pisco, why don't you agree with that? Go ahead.
I do not agree that the president, who has not the core legislative authority to appropriate funds, has inherent authority to pause for any significant amount of time constitutionally. We're all gonna have disagreements on what that means, just like we are gonna have disagreements on what it means for like the First Amendment to whether or not something's defamation, whether or not there's an imminence for purposes of a different statutes. So there's no clear boundaries the Constitution imposes such that I can give you that kind of answer. But we know what we mean here, that the president cannot just usurp in a cute way Congress's ability to pass appropriations and to pause, as Lactoid is suggesting, this is what I mean to say is, without a specific time period established.
Thank you.
He says that would be allowed constitutionally.
Wait, let me just clarify that.
The president, if he wanted
Can I ask
to,
Lactoid a
that
question?
can't be right.
Let me give a hypo first.
Let me
finish.
Let me please finish this. What Lactoid is trying to tell you is that it's conceivable that it would be constitutional without a congressional statute telling this or suggesting this for the president to be able to pause all congressional appropriations forever, apparently. So,
No!
or not on a set
He just
schedule.
flips back and
Not on a
forth.
set-
You're doing
not-
it.
Sorry. Not on a scheduled timetable. That cannot be
Yes.
correct. That cannot be right.
Okay.
Can I
okay,
ask
can I
Lactoid
ask
a
this order
question
we're going to
that-
go. I'm
that'll
going to
let
be
him
strict with the
elucidate
order
me?
This is
because you guys
disruptive
are all
reply
doing this.
here.
Here's what we're going to do. Lactoid, you're going to be able to respond to that, and then we're going to give it to Soy Pill to ask his question to Lactoid.
If I
That's
think
the
my
order we're
question
gonna
might
do.
actually let Lactoid answer better.
Wait.
it'll be
No,
very
this is
short if I can
specifically
go
to
first.
something Pisco, okay? So,
Yeah, we-
Pisco, please.
Okay.
So you're telling me that if the president puts forward like an indefinite freeze, but then lifts it the next day, this would be a constitutional crisis because he didn't specify that he was going to be lifting it the next day? Is that your point?
No, that's not my point, because as you remembered, because you wrote down my definition of constitutional crisis, there's a portion there that says a significant and existential threat. And so I think that this threat is significant.
How many
and
days has it
existential.
been?
Not every indefinite. It's not about the number of days that there has been. It's about the purpose and motives of these people. They're motivated by Project 2025, which you still deny.
my
You still think
fucking
they have nothing
God.
to do with Project 2025. No. Why are you saying, oh my God?
No, because
One of the
here's
key-
why. No, here's
You're
why.
a fucking
No,
idiot.
no,
You're
no,
a
no.
moron. You're voting for this guy. You're
All
trying to
right,
come
you can
and
throw
say
all
that
the
it's
ad
acceptable.
homs you want, okay? Mini Hitler.
like
you can
you
throw
started
all
your
the ad
freaking
homs
debate
you
saying
want,
that-
okay?
Like just
But
like you
I
started your
wanna-
debate, right?
hold on,
You
hold on.
all the Pisco show, right?
Wait. You can throw all the ad homs you want. That's totally fine. Okay, have fun with that. What I'm saying is, beforehand, you very confidently said, "Oh my God, if the president freezes funding without setting a definitive timetable, this is awful. This is a constitutional crisis."
unconstitutional.
Hold on,
Wait,
yeah,
it's
wait,
unconstitutional.
Hold on, yeah, it's a constitutional crisis. You're saying it's unconstitutional. You're saying it's a constitutional
But
crisis.
that's not my definition
And
for
so-
constitutional
and
crisis.
so, whoa.
Let Lactoid
And
finish.
so then if that's all so bad, etc., right? I'm saying, well, what if the president sets forward a freeze, doesn't specify when it ends, and then lifts it the next day, or 2 days later, or 3 days later? How many days has the freeze been in effect, Pisco?
Yes. So I
Answer
just
that
wanna be
question. How many days?
I want
Hold on.
to be.
I'll respond.
So the spending freeze started last Monday. So it's been now 8 or 9 days or something.
And that's a
in
crisis?
that range. January 20. So stop. He's trying to conflate, and I can very clearly sort of lay this out for you. Something is unconstitutional. We said at the start, doesn't necessarily mean constitutional crisis. And he knows this. He knows this, right? So what we're talking
8
about
days
is
is
something
a
that's the
crisis?
underlying.
Let Pisco finish, please.
There we go.
Oh,
right?
because Pisco doesn't like interruptions. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Right. So he's afraid, and he knows that I am able to make these differences and distinctions known. And so just because I could say that it's unconstitutional for the president to indefinitely suspend the aid and to put a pause on it in any circumstance without congressional approval, doesn't mean that every every instance of that is a constitutional crisis. What we have here that is different, that raises the significance, that raises the intensity and the existential nature, which is in by definition, is one, it applied on a broad scale to all kinds of fucking spending, trillions and trillions of dollars. It applied as part of a clear effort under Project 2025 to bring the Congress to heel. The architects that, what was the office that instituted this freeze? The OMB. Who are they putting as the head of the OMB? Russell Vought. He talks about
the
this.
Hitler.
This guy, the guy who said he's in a post-constitutional era, which he knows, and he's fucking lying to you. So he's trying to do this little shell game where it's the same thing that Republicans and MAGA people do all the time. You know, you find a little thing, be like, okay, so if you just pause this one little loan to this one student and at one little time, so completely
Yes, you
minimizing what's
can't do
going
that.
on and narrowing the focus into what we're talking about here, which is a broad fucking spending freeze of legislative enacted appropriations of all fucking kinds. Your comparison is fucking stupid.
Wait, and you agree. So your only contention is that he didn't put like a definite time end. If he put the end of the freeze, hold on. If he
How
put,
does that- how is that what you took from all of that?
If he
Like you weren't even fucking listening.
if he froze all that funding you're talking about, and let's say put an end date of like, I don't know, 3
No.
weeks, would that be constitutional?
It would still, so it would, in my opinion, still be unconstitutional.
Why?
I was going off so the reason why I'm focusing on indefinite is because you're now changing what the definition of indefinite
No,
is.
I'm asking you
granted-
hypothetical. 3
Yeah,
weeks.
you're changing what the
I'm trying to
definition of
tell
indefinite
you.
is. You said, I don't know, and everyone saw you weasel around. So, but what happened is
say that.
you said it would be, of course, unacceptable for the president to do an indefinite pause. That's what you said. So I'm like, oh, great, because I happen to know
I
that it's an
specify what-
indefinite
like,
pause.
it depends
And so
what
now
you
we're
mean
doing
by
this little
indefinite.
fucking word game.
Now,
and
are
so
you gonna
that's
answer
what
my
we're
question
focusing
about
here.
3 weeks?
But to answer your question, no. If the president put a year-long pause of this
I said 3 weeks.
It to
I
end on
said
this-
3 weeks.
And okay, define
Well, yeah,
it.
but
in
you
3
think a
weeks.
year long is okay.
Wait,
because,
are you
know, this is
weaseling?
the
Are you
year, so,
weaseling?
like,
3 weeks, yes or
This
no?
entire debate. So this entire debate
Yes
is
or
going to be
no?
a continuum. Wait. This entire debate is going to be a continuum fallacy where we have to
Weasel.
say,
Wow.
we have to say, look at him. This entire debate is going to be a continuum fallacy, which you could apply to any constitutional principle.
I
where
asked
you
you a
can say,
question.
okay, I don't know, but yeah. So to answer your question, I believe it is unconstitutional for the president to pause aid without congressional approval. You can
3
always
weeks?
find a carve out. You can always find an exception that proves the rule, right? You know this.
For
you know
3
that
weeks?
if there was an yeah. So you understand, right? That you can always find an exception that can prove the rule. And constitutional law is like that. It's filled with these little gaps. And he is trying to take advantage of that and take advantage of the fact that the Constitution is a short document to say, oh, I guess I can't really say anything's constitutional unless you have the precise nanosecond in which it becomes unconstitutional. That's what he's trying to do here. Don't let him distract you. What's going on here is a
Yeah,
broad,
make him answer this question.
Wait,
And also-
wait,
and
wait,
also-
wait, wait,
No,
I
make
answered
him
it.
answer
I-
this
I-
question.
I want to
I answered it.
dogpile.
I
Yeah,
answered
we
it.
gotta
It's
get
unconstitutional.
Make him answer this question. No. He has got to answer this question.
Wait, I answered. I said it was unconstitutional. Did you hear me
Wait,
say it?
wait,
Just
3
do it
weeks.
again.
If he pauses it for 3 weeks.
Unconstitutional. I just said.
Yes,
yeah.
he
So
just-
unconstitutional.
Okay, and then I asked why. And then I asked why.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Without congressional approval, or I think that there could be a carve out in certain imminent circumstances that the Supreme Court may recognize. And you're going to try to play in the joints here and say that that's, so now we can have any kind of pause. That's not what we're talking about here. And the other absurdity on your end, which was brought out by the soy pill, was you would accept incredibly long time periods, wouldn't you? You would say a 2-year, right? So let's just
No, I said until the end of the fiscal year.
Let's ask Lactoid directly.
In
Lactoid, is there a what is?
in
What do you
fairness
think
to,
is
in
the
fairness
time
to
limit?
you should answer the question. Is a 2-year ban, a 2-year
No.
definite pause on all appropriations by the president unilaterally? Is that constitutional? Yes or no?
No.
No.
So no.
No.
I
Lactoid also
said at the
looked
very
over the
beginning.
point, but why did he unfreeze it?
The fiscal year, right? The end of the fiscal year. That's what
Can you
Zetsui
answer
said.
that?
That's
Lactoid,
what-
why
that's-
did Trump
That's
unfreeze it?
what Zetsui said was like the updated law in this situation. I understand
You don't
prior
really
to this,
know.
there was a 45-day where the president could unilaterally freeze it, and then the Congress could go ahead and veto it after the fact. They just removed the veto essentially. The president absolutely has the power to freeze funding, right? And spend it within the fiscal year. He can freeze it. There is no requirement that he has to before he
Each
freezes
fiscal
it
year, right?
for 8
For each
days.
fiscal year?
For this fiscal year, yeah.
No, but he could do it again, right? So he could do it for the first fiscal year, pause it, then rescind the pause, then pause it again for the second fiscal year. Then rescind
My
the pause,
understanding,
then
my
pause it again
understanding is
for the
he'd have to
third year.
spend
Answer
it.
yes to that?
No,
You
my,
have to
wait,
argue.
my understanding is he'd have to spend it.
The answer yes.
So wait, hold on. In this hypothetical Candyland world, you're saying that the president can pause all federal funding, congressional approved federal funding for 364 days, spend it all on the last day, and then the next fiscal year just keep doing that, completely subverting the entire purpose of Congress to approve federal
No.
funding? No, I don't. I
had a
don't
case
care what
like
you're
this
saying.
as
Jose.
well.
I want Lactoid to
No,
answer.
We're
you
asking
they don't
you,
care what
agree.
you're saying.
We're asking
I,
Lactoid.
I don't know. That's a good. Probably.
So-
If
That
it's been all,
can't be in the
That's
constitutional
the answer.
design.
I don't know.
Hold up.
Let him answer. You asked him
Yeah,
a
they're
question.
animals.
You got to
It's
give him a chance
crazy.
to answer. Go
Well,
ahead.
he answered. He
So-
said, "I don't know. I don't give a shit what he's about
Yeah,
to say."
I said,
afterwards
"I don't
because
know,"
it's
and then I
irrelevant.
looked up and I was
he thinks
thinking
it would
about
be
it.
constitutional to live in a world where Congress just doesn't have any fucking power, and like we can play these
Whatsoever.
little like games where it's like, well, actually, the loophole says if I just spend it all on December 31st,
is
suddenly you
fucking
don't get to approve
disgusting.
funding. Like, what
And-
the
and-
fuck?
Notice
Like,
how they haven't
This
even
is
let me like
standard.
complete my answer yet, Wick. This is.
oh, sorry, complete it.
They're
Tell me
just
what
like
else is good.
blabbering and yapping constantly.
Yeah, when you say retarded shit, it makes me
so-
upset. I'm
no,
sorry. Go
well,
ahead.
yeah, and then apparently on a panel, you just can't help but fucking yap while I'm trying to get my thoughts out. So
You-
my thoughts on this are, thinking about it thoroughly. I think that if you froze funding and then this is reviewed by the courts and the court orders you to like release the freeze, then I would
Mhm.
assume yes, then you would have to release it within some reasonable period of time.
Okay, so the court
Otherwise-
has ordered him
Wait,
to
wait,
release
the
the
question is
freeze,
not
and
whether
he is
the
court-
defying
wait,
these
wait,
court
kind of.
orders. Do you think that's a constitutional
Uh,
crisis when the checks
okay.
and balances are saying, "Hey, you have to unfreeze"?
didn't
this,
say
and he just
unfreeze
says,
everything.
No.
That's
Yeah,
not
well,
what
he's
they
not
said.
unfreezing the stuff they're telling him to unfreeze anyway. So what does it
That's not
matter?
how- it wasn't even a specific thing. They said they rescind the
They
memos.
said the
It's
EPA
exactly
funding.
as though
The EPA funding is
exactly
what they
as
told
you
him to
were going
unfreeze, and he's ignoring that court order. Is that constitutional?
Not with it doesn't mean literally they can't override executive power. It says you can't freeze as related to that memo. There's other reasons you delay funds. There's plenty of reasons why things get delayed outside
you
of
guys
it.
will make
They're
any
saying that you
fucking
don't
excuse.
believe them though, and I agree with you.
can
This
delay
is what
funds,
Lactoid
yeah.
wants you to believe, right?
No.
It's been
Lactoid
8
is saying-
days. 8 days. It's a crisis, apparently.
Lactoid is saying conceivably in his mind, it would not be a constitutional crisis, obviously, if the president would just for 364 days completely pause funding, and then on the last day, undo the freeze, and now funding starts to go through. But of course, given practicalities, it can't go through all in one day just because of the practicalities. And then on the second day, say, okay, another 364 pause, and he thinks that is conceivably not that's not a constitutional crisis. Fair, Lactoid?
Well, no, that
Is
would
fair?
be. No,
Fair
wait.
case on this.
That probably would be, because if you're unfreezing on the last day to the point where like the funds
No,
can't
you wouldn't.
go out like in good faith, like if that was the
Okay.
intention, that
Let's say it's
obviously
a
would be
week,
against
a
like,
week
the,
long to get them all out. All right, it's
If
358
all the funding- yeah, if-
days.
if all the
okay?
funding gets out.
No.
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 Wait,
Let
wait,
him
I want-
answer.
so-
Is
so
that not a
wouldn't it be a
constitutional crisis?
constitutional
So
crisis?
358
If all the
days
funding
of
gets
freeze,
out-
all the funding gets out. Congress has no say in what the is
Wild.
getting
Wait,
spent on. This is
If
not a
all,
constitutional crisis.
if all the funding gets out and a court
Yeah.
hasn't ordered him to spend like within a certain time frame, why would that?
Yeah, no, it all gets out. So Congress
yeah,
just
okay,
has no
cool.
say in how we spend anything. And
No,
that's
they
fine.
do have a
That's not
say.
constitutional
He has
crisis.
to spend all of it.
Yeah, no, but he doesn't have to spend
that
what
not
they
a
told him to
say?
spend. He gets to spend
No,
it on
he doesn't-
whatever he wants. That's what I'm saying.
They
He's
gave
freezing
him
the funding,
mass
and then he's
discretion on how he gets to spend it and how he gets to delay it.
Lactoid, we're stuck in this formalism game. First of all, I agree. I think the power to spend also, usually implies a timeliness to the spending as well. Obviously, there's going to always be the nature of an executive is there's going to be bureaucratic red tape. We're not unreasonable people here that there's going to be steps and hoops that you have to go through. But let's take a step out of the formalism. What is this really about? This isn't about the pause itself. It's about Trump leading on the legislative branch, on the agencies to assert his authority and to usurp Congress. His clear intention is to make himself the master of all the government. And we're ignoring that. Like, why should we ignore that when that's clearly his purpose? He wants to centralize authority. That's what they're doing in their Project 2025 agenda. That's what they talk about. And you're acting like it's not real. And you're
a shot
acting
every
like
time it says
until we
Project
get the point
2025.
that it's 364 days, we're chicken little. And we have to reach that point where there's no hope for us to fight against. And only then can
I
we start
just
calling
said
it a
no.
constitutional
Hold on.
crisis.
I just said no. There would there would likely have to be like enough time in order to fulfill the obligations set forward by Congress. However, Congress gives the president significant ability when it comes to delaying and deferring funds based on investigations and inefficiencies, which is the whole point of Doge. This isn't about the president usurping power from the legislative branch. It's been 8 days, okay? It's been 8 days. I asked him 3 weeks, and he said 3 weeks would be unconstitutional. Like now you're turning it to a
and we
year.
asked you 1 year, and you said that wouldn't be unconstitutional.
Wait,
So
okay.
what would be?
So 3
What
weeks,
is your standard of a
for
constitutional
you?
crisis?
Well, for you, what's your standard? I said
Yeah,
3
this is
weeks.
a
You said it's
stupid game.
unconstitutional.
If
Well,
the
it's a game
president
that
is
you very
giving
clearly
your
want to play when it comes
If
to
the
me saying I think it's all
president-
going to spin within the fiscal
delays
year.
funds within-
Okay. I'm throwing a flag on the play. Because I think that Pisco made a point that I do want addressed by the other side, but we keep getting bogged down in the details. Which fair enough. You're all lawyers. I get it. All right. But the assertion made by Pisco's side here is that this is just the intention here is what matters. And the intention from Trump and his team is to grant a large amount of power to the executive branch, more so than what they are entitled to under the Constitution. And this is what represents the crisis, if you will. So we could nitpick the individual actions all we'd like, and we will. We got a lot of time in the panel, right?
Yeah,
But-
both are necessary. The intent and purpose is really fucking important.
But
to
I
the-
wanna-
the- what we're talking
I want to
about here.
hear, I want to hear Zetzwe's and Lactoid's response to the intent here, right? This has been the claim that there is an intent and that these actions showcase the intent, despite how many days or not days, both with the rescinding of the memo, but also, right, not rescinding the freeze when they've been court ordered to. Lactoid and then Zetzwe, and then we can go.
Yeah, I think the intention here is to cut government waste and excess inefficiencies, as is the purpose of Doge, as is the specific authorization given to the president under the Impoundment Act to delay funding. In fact, under the original act, it was 45 days, right, until Congress or within Congress could step in. And he isn't even within that 45 days. He isn't even outside that 45 days yet. It's been only, 8 days? I mean, we're even within the period, the old period, which was more strict than the current period, like Zetsui talked about. So no, I don't think this is some kind of massive power grab. I think that what it is it's a kind of a belief of, we have to rally around Donald Trump through any means necessary. You've heard them say it, right? He is a demon in their eyes, and they want to obstruct and slow things down. And the best way to do that is to overtly demonize and alarm everybody about things that are relatively milquetoast. 8 days. 8 days, well within the executive authority. The Supreme Court has not come down with a decision on this, okay? I would agree, if he unilaterally destroys the entire agency, or if he ignores the Supreme Court, I've said this before, when it comes to Texas ignoring the Supreme Court on the border, if you ignore the Supreme Court, yes, when you have those kind of issues, like an overt violation of the separation of powers, now you start getting into a constitutional crisis. This
Okay,
right
so what
here,
about ignoring
this
the
right
court
here
order
is
to unfreeze the
well
funding?
within the purview of what the president's supposed to be doing,
Well
which is
within.
making
Wait,
sure government
Lactoid,
agencies
what-
function well.
What about ignoring the court orders to unfreeze the funding for the EPA? and
So
the
my
other
understanding is it's
administration?
been 2 or 3 days, and it's not clear exactly what was being ordered to be unfrozen and
Yeah,
under what
it is
basis.
very clear. The federal courts are saying, "Hey, you have to unfreeze the
No.
funding for the EPA grant awards that is approved
That
in the
wasn't-
Inflation Reduction Act already."
No, the statement was that she goes, I'm rescinding, that goes, anything that, if you're freezing due to the memo, then you have to unfreeze. And she's going, and so when
Wait,
she's
wait,
going
wait.
so he goes, you don't, he goes, so, and they provided no evidence that so they go plaintiff Doe 1 doesn't have access to their funds. And so you'd say, well, obviously that's because of the memo. He goes, well, we don't know why. It's bullshit. He goes, but if all of them remain frozen, that would be evidence. If one guy is being frozen, there's other reasons why there could be
This is
delays, but
great.
until we have that
So-
kind of information. But
So
I would
that's-
agree
this,
that you go,
this is beautiful, and it
Sure.
goes to the soy pills point. So, what do you think about this rescinding? So, what they did is they said, "Oh, we're rescinding the memo,
yes,
but we're not rescinding the policy here."
correct.
What do you think about that action? Because I have a quote from a federal district court that is pretty scathing about what they're trying to do here, but you guys seem
Yep.
totally unperturbed. You guys seem incredibly blasé, oh yeah, totally normal for him to do that. And yeah, so here's the quote, right? By rescinding the memorandum that announced the freeze, but not the federal funding freeze itself, it appears that OMB sought to overcome a judicially imposed obstacle without actually seizing the challenged conduct. The court can think of few things more disingenuous. Preventing a defendant from evading judicial review under such false pretenses is precisely why the voluntary cessation doctrine exists. This rescission, if it can be called that, appears to be nothing more than a thinly veiled attempt to prevent this court from granting relief. That is a district court judge. What do you think of that?
I read it too.
Do you have an opinion on
Are
it?
you concerned that the administration is doing that? Do you think that it's a portent for their unwillingness to listen to the court and trying to evade judicial review? You guys don't have a fucking word to say about
I
it.
don't
and about
agree.
what it suggests about the purpose, the nefarious purpose behind all these actions, and you're trying to act like we're stupid.
Why did they say they withdrew it? Do you remember? Why did they? So they said I'm withdrawing it because of it has become a.
Who cares? We all know
It
why
has
they
become
did it.
A. Say it. Come on, you know it.
Who cares? Who the fuck?
You're
is-
saying
they're
what
doing
is their
something
intention? They
you-
told you their intention. What was it?
to evade judicial review. They don't want to be tied up.
There was
in the
one
courts.
word, starts with an S.
Stop. They literally
Come on,
want
dude.
to undo. Dude, stop.
Unbelievable.
They are trying to evade judicial review. Yes or no? Zeph, do
Okay.
you agree with that? Trying to
Nope.
evade
What
judicial
was the
review?
word? I really want
Wait,
to
you
know.
don't agree that they're trying to evade judicial review? You disagree with this court?
Yes, I don't agree. Actually, no. So we don't have an like that. Not enough time has passed.
Holy
It's
shit!
possible
How
it has.
naive are you?
No.
Again, you don't even know why they
So
claim
we
they did it.
rescind
So
the
it's
memo,
fine.
but not the policy, and you're like,
Well,
oh
can
yeah.
I
Why
wait?
do they
Can we
rescind
hear?
the memo?
What do they claim?
They
What do you
didn't
think
rescind the
they claim?
memo because the policy wasn't. I'm like saying, well, no. Tell me. You guys both should know this. You know
No,
the answer.
tell us
to
because
evade
I don't know
judicial
and I
review.
want to
Why don't
know.
you just tell
Like,
Because they
to
said it
evade
became a
judicial review.
sideshow. That their thought was saying that because of the exceptions and things that were being done, it was too vague and creating chaos. And so saying we're drawing this shit because apparently people are freezing shit they're not
But they
supposed to.
didn't.
But they're still
just
freezing
withdrew
shit
the
that
memo.
they're sort of saying that. However, the
No, no,
memo
no,
is
no.
still
They said
causing
the-
chaos now. The
No,
policy,
no,
though,
they said
there
the
can
policy
be
didn't
reasons to
change.
freeze. Yes,
No,
because
no,
but they're
I'm
saying
sorry.
that what people
I'm
are
not
taking
moving
from
on,
the
Zetsu.
memo
Zetsu,
is
I'm
not what
moving
they're
on.
saying.
I'm not moving on. So
Okay.
we're just going to talk about the purpose of the rescission. You said that they said they rescinded it because it's a sideshow. Do
It
you
became a
believe them when
sideshow.
they say that, or do you think
You
that
don't
it was
think it
because
did?
to evade judicial review?
You don't think it became a
I just
sideshow?
want to. I want to ask a question. Do you think that they evaded that they rescinded the memo? But kept the policy to because it's quote unquote a sideshow, or do you agree with the court when they said it was a clear attempt to evade judicial review? Which do you think is more accurate?
I wouldn't agree with either of those. I'd say I don't believe I have evidence to say it's evading a judicial review yet because of the few days.
You are so
If-
fucking. That's
If
so
all
crazy.
of them
It
remain
has
frozen,
been only
then
like a
it
couple days.
absolutely is. If only one guy gets frozen and everyone else gets unfrozen, then it's not. Do you disagree?
Can
You think
both
if
Lactoid
one
and
person's
Zetsu,
frozen,
can you
order was
guys
automatically
explain?
done for that
Can
memo
both of you
reason?
explain to me, like, can you tell me the hypothetical situation which a constitutional crisis, like, let's say everything we said was true, what would that look like if they really were intending to usurp Congress's federal funding power? That if they were intending to consolidate power in the executive branch, what would that look like to you? And what would it look like 8 days in? Because apparently it wouldn't look at all like this. It would be something totally different and totally much more extreme. So please explain to us how we are being hyperbolic, how we are freaking out over nothing, and what it would actually look like if this was really happening.
Exactly how Nixon or Reagan did it would be worse, significantly, obviously.
Oh my god.
I think the answer is pretty straightforward, right? If they,
do you mean?
if they actually like,
You don't agree?
But can we one of this?
Hold on, can you
Sorry.
when you say how Nixon or Reagan did it, I understand that you understand what you're saying, but can you give us a specific example?
Sure. So Nixon specifically just made the argument that he basically all grants by Congress and budgets were basically up to his discretion. They're guidelines. I can spend it. I can not spend it. Specifically, it was he tried to just remove half of the budget for the water. Like they were getting here's $10 billion for water treatment. He goes, fuck it, I'm cutting it down to $5 billion. Why? Your $10 billion is a suggestion. I don't have to fulfill it. Under Reagan, what he did was he basically had delayed things and saying that you guys are spending too much, and I asked that you guys lower the spending. And so in both those situations, he's saying the actual policy itself, I'm really saying I will not do these funds. This one, he's not saying I will not pay out these things. And because of that, it hasn't.
That's exactly what they're doing, Zetsu.
They're saying they will. They're not. They're leading them.
They're saying we're identifying fraud and waste, and we're not going to let it happen. They're not saying we're identifying fraud and waste, and we're going to continue spending it.
They don't have to pay for fraud and waste.
Nixon didn't say fraud and waste. Nixon just said, "I'm just doing it because fuck you."
Yeah.
You think the government has an obligation to pay for fraud and waste?
So they're
If it's congressionally approved, yeah, actually they do.
The specific fraud and waste here is not congressionally approved.
No, you
It's
can't
literally
approve
laid out
fraud
in the
and waste.
IRA. It is already
President can
approved. We're
determine-
talking about the
I don't even
EPA.
think Congress can approve fraud. Like what?
Wait,
Oh my God,
the president can,
what they
the president
define
can
as
do his
fraud
own
and waste is
determination about
different.
what fraud
Sorry.
and abuse is and waste is, right? The president can come to that his own determination and identify things as fraud, waste, and abuse, and then unilaterally choose to ignore it and not pay it. Is that what you're saying,
you
Lactoid?
dis-
No, the courts can
Disagree.
overturn him. Yeah, if he identifies fraud and waste, and it
Apparently
turns out
not,
that
they
it's
can
not
just
fraud and
fucking
waste,
ignore
the
it.
court can overturn him.
No,
No,
the
they
question
can't.
is
He's
whether
just
the court.
ignoring it.
Wait, the question is not whether the court can overturn it. The question is it illegal, unconstitutional, concerning to you, Lactoid? Any of those three?
I guess it depends on if I agree with him that it's fraud and waste.
No, him to have the power to buy his own account, right? It's not about whether or not he's right.
That's fine. No,
It's
wait. It
about
does. It does have to do with.
construction
Whoa.
argument.
It does have to do with whether or not he's right. The executive, of course, has the ability to again freeze funds while they're investigating inefficiencies. And if it's like clearly an inefficiency, president isn't mandated to have to pay spend that money.
Okay, so then that's what then
On
what
the
Zetsu
inefficiency,
is saying.
on
right?
the inefficiency.
So what Zetsu is saying is the goal is clearly to affect the spending level, and that's what he was trying to distinguish the Reagan example from Trump. And you're saying no, clearly the executive has some responsibility, even an obligation. You're saying to identify those areas,
To
and
identify
stop the
fraud and
funding,
waste. Yeah, now,
to
just to be
and
clear,
to affect the
the
spending
funding,
level, and that's the
not
distinction.
necessarily,
That's been
not
completely debunked by me
necessarily,
just now.
not necessarily affect the fund, like the actual spending level. That I'm a little bit unclear on. I don't, for sure, the executive isn't mandated to spend money on fraud and waste. If there's like funds freed up from identifying and removing fraud and waste within the discretion of the executive branch, and then they spend that money on other things, or they partner with other agencies that spend
It's a
that money
who
on those
decides
things.
questions, Lactoid.
And, yeah, and the
It's a who
yes, and
decides
the
what
yes,
waste.
and the executive decides these things. That's why the Impoundment Act.
The executive gets
that
to
this
decide.
is why. Yes,
Yeah.
this is why
The
the
Impoundment
Impoundment Act literally gives the executive the ability to delay funding. That's why they put that in
Under-
there, for the executive to
under the-
identify fraud and waste.
Under the provisions that Congress provides and
Which
under
is
the procedures that they provide for.
which is
And-
fraud and
and-
waste, which is eliminating fraud and waste. That's specifically
So-
identified.
So
Who's
what?
the-
What?
But does
So
the
you-
president
and wait,
have to
hold
comply?
on.
Wait, does the
Wait, no,
president have to
Pisco,
comply with those
Pisco.
requirements?
We
Oh,
got to
sorry.
hinge on the fact that Lactoid said fraud and waste is whatever I agree with the president to be, which is the
Yeah,
most nebulous,
yeah.
stupid
No,
fucking
if it would
definition
be a
ever.
crisis,
And
it would
it's
depend on
only
whether I agree.
it's only a
Challenge it in
crisis if
court.
I disagree with it. That's what you
No,
said.
no. You asked me, would I think it'd be a crisis? I think it would be a crisis if I don't think it's fraud and waste potentially. But ultimately, it's the court that decides whether or not it's fraud and waste.
What if the
Yes.
Democratic president comes in and says, "Hey, all this Defense Department spending, it's all a waste, and we're not gonna spend any. The entire Defense Department
No.
is a waste." And
You
so
have to
I'm not
convince-
deleting the agency, but
Well,
I'm
well,
not
Pisco,
deleting the
he
agency.
disagrees.
But
He
I'm-
disagrees.
I'm-
So it's not a crisis. Or it is a
yes,
crisis.
Case
yeah,
law.
I think that you could, like, there's probably a fuck ton of fraud and waste happening in the Pentagon. But yeah, if you went in and then in bad faith removed all of it, I would agree that he's targeting more than just fraud and waste. This is targeting for specific policy purposes, which
Let me
would
ask-
be
but-
against the
but I have a
purpose
who
of the
question.
Impoundment
decides
Act.
whether something's waste or
The
fraud?
Supreme
Who
Court,
decides?
not
That's the
you or
question.
me.
Not-
Supreme
The
Court.
Supreme
The
Court.
courts. We've
So
done
this
the
before.
the judicial department gets to decide what's waste and fraud. But what if Congress
Yes,
disagrees?
ultimately.
Congress says no, it's not waste. We think it's not wasteful to send money, for example, to Ukraine. We don't think that that's waste. We don't think it's fraud.
No,
We
you're right,
think
it's
that maybe
immoral.
there's some 10% that's going to fraud, but that's the cost of doing business in Ukraine. And so we don't think it's waste or fraud, and so we want all that money to go out. And they disagree with the judicial department. They disagree with the executive department. Who wins?
If hold on, if Congress specifically said, like, identified
They'd have to
this as
pass
not
law.
being like fraud and waste, then I don't think that'd be a good faith argument that, hey, this is fraud and waste. And I think the
But who
court would,
decides?
and I think the Supreme Court decides ultimately what is fraud and waste. The
Oh.
Impoundment Act specifically gives the executive the authority, the discretion here to freeze funding and identify fraud and waste. That is specifically
wait,
that,
wait,
wait,
wait, let's just be clear.
wait,
Wait,
that
let's
is
just be
specifically that is specifically within the act. The president has the ability to do this, and so yes, the president does have the ability to do this.
You understand that the reason they're doing this is they want to challenge the constitutionality of the Impoundment Act. You realize that, right? That they're going to be in court in the next few months arguing that the entire Impoundment Act is unconstitutional. And you're right here like a sucker arguing in the weeds of the Impoundment Act when their entire purpose of doing this, and if you read Russ Vogt and what he's talking about, and with explicit reference to impoundment, he's trying to go to court and saying this entire stuff is unconstitutional.
They
And
might-
you're
they might
here
fight for
like a
that.
sucker.
Wait. They
Yeah,
might
so you're
might
saying
fight for that.
that-
But hold on, they might fight for that. But the president has authority to freeze funding to investigate fraud and inefficiencies, which is Doge's whole purpose. The whole point is to go in. That's why the Doge employees are going in there, literally to identify.
That
holy
is-
shit,
that is
we are
not what's
spending all this
happening.
bullshit. They're literally look at all this shit they're identifying. That's complete.
They're tweeting
waste.
out lies. First of all, they're tweeting out lies about Politico, about
Hey, can you give us an example of
and
some of those lies?
misrepresenting.
Just
Yeah,
real
so
quick.
they're
Yeah,
they're,
for- so
they're
for
implying
example-
that they're spending. Well, go ahead, Pisco. But
Yeah, just give us
implying that they're
like,
spending.
one
What was it, like
specific
8 million
example
or even I don't know if it was
talk
billion
about,
or
right?
billion dollars on
Well,
Politico,
yeah.
and like we're funding journalists when all that is a tool that Politico puts out to analyze legislation that all of these offices, including the people who are complaining about it, their offices use this tool to analyze data on legislation and pretending like this is us funding journalists to put
anti-Trump
out our
and be,
put out
like
anti-Trump
Democrats.
narratives or something ridiculous. ridiculous because they literally just don't understand. This is Elon's whole MO. It's move fast, break stuff, but not know what the fuck you're doing. Go into a situation, not understand why all this funding is going out, completely remove all of it, and then slowly realize I'm a fucking moron. I have to put all this back. Like, this is what's happening right now, and we're hiding the entirety of this like power grab under, oh well, it's fraud and waste, and we're just identifying that as if we're not. Yeah, and like this idea that like, oh well, it's only been 8 days. Again, Lactoid, I'm sorry, I'm not saying you dodged this question because you didn't get the opportunity to answer. What would this look like if this was 8 days into what we're describing as happening? What would it look like? Because according to Zetsui, it's, oh well, Reagan would be a little more explicit in pausing the funding and saying I don't want to do that, as if this is not exactly what's happening with this EPA like court order defying. He's just like, oh, like what would actually be happening? What would it look like? Because apparently we're just being hyperbolic.
If it was a delay, if it was not a delay, if it was a, like, within 8 days, they said, we are like literally deleting this agency. Like, and not just like we're going to move funds, we're going to freeze funding. But if they actually, not just say it, okay, if they actually do it, if they actually delete the agency,
no, this isn't my question. This isn't my question. My question is 3 days into this, you wouldn't be able to tell if this is actually what they're doing. You can only know once they've already done it. That's what you're telling me? No matter what they say they're going to do, no matter what Project 2025 lays out, it's only known that they're doing something unconstitutional once it's already happened. Is that what you're proponing?
Not necessarily, right? If they say...
Okay, tell me what it would look like.
Sure. If they say like an explicit detail, because again, this is a crisis, there's a high standard here. If they say like, hey, the Supreme Court sends us an order, and we are, like, they say, we are not going to comply with this order, fuck the Supreme Court. That would be a big deal. If they say,
JD Vance saying ignore the courts, it's Trump administration ignoring the courts right now. Would that not fall under that?
So from what Zetsui is saying, the actual memo was rescinded in accordance with the court order. I don't.
Freezing isn't stopped. They're still freezing the funds, so it doesn't matter. They're ignoring it.
It doesn't unfreeze everything. It says unfreeze everything as it relates if you've been frozen due to the memo.
And if the federal court says now you have to put this funding back, and they say no, even though the court is mandating it, is that not ignoring the courts?
To the memo. Which one hasn't been unfrozen that was due to the memo?
The EPA funding. Do you want me to send you the link?
Not all of it. The thing is,
it doesn't matter if it's all of it. They're freezing it. What are you fucking talking about?
There are rational reasons why you can cause delays. That's why the judge specifically said it has to be done. She said specifically, act as though the memo wasn't engaged right now. And again, I would agree with you guys that goes, especially I guess in a couple of days because of the chaos that's happening. But if they don't unfreeze shit, they're not like, well, it's just casual. It goes, bullshit. You're doing it because of the memo. Like, we know you are. And the thing is, and I'd agree with you. The problem is that right now, when they go, one guy's stuff is still frozen. Why isn't she saying all of them are? Why aren't they all frozen still?
$5 billion worth of funding is just
completely frozen. You agree? USAID is completely paused, right? Zetsu?
Did she? I don't think her ruling wasn't on USAID. I think it was on the.
I'm asking you the question. Do you think USAID is completely paused?
Yeah, but I don't think there's an issue with USAID. This is.
You don't think there's no issue with it being frozen?
Well, no, like I'm saying that the law doesn't. Yeah, no, the law. I mean, allows, so that budget doesn't have a timeline. It doesn't say like disperse funds by X day, and so the court's ruling isn't about that. There's two separate freezes going on.
I want a commitment. I mean, a lot of this will be tied up in litigation. But if the policy of the administration past 365 days is still to pause all U.S. aid, will you say there's a constitutional crisis? Either of you?
Absolutely. Yeah. If he tries, yes. Well, no, it doesn't even have to go that far. Just so we're clear that we've had case law on this as well. It's going to be a reasonable standard. We've had case law on this where it says, can we say, did you fulfill the budget? If they stop until the last week and then suddenly just give it all to one guy, you go, you didn't faithfully adhere to it. The courts have said that basically going, there is an expectation that you might have money left over. You might complete the task at a certain time. There's plenty of discretion you might have that we can't just rule on every single thing. But if you freeze half of it, you're not faithfully doing it. You're just doing it to freeze half of it. And so you're going to have to make a case that says, if I came 10% in on our budget, go, hey, I was just being efficient. But if you go, no, I removed 10% because fuck you, then that would be. But if they start doing
that's Soypill's point, and it's such a good point, which is the who decides question, right? Congress is the one that's supposed to decide what. No, Congress is the body.
Pass a law then.
Congress is the body that's supposed to decide on efficiency, on fraud, on waste, and to make the determinations of funding. They have the core legislative authority to do that. They're the only ones that are supposed to do that, not the courts and not the president. And we're acting, and we're sitting here like it's even conceivable that this is all being done in good faith to put a hammer down on funding for efficiency. How is it efficient for us to without any notice to the agencies, just immediately stop all federal financial assistance. Don't tell the USAID employees don't come into work. Do all this subterfuge. Do this kind of rescinding little bullshit. And do you guys think that the administration is acting in good faith? I want to ask that. Do you think that the administration is acting in good faith?
Based on the fact that like the investigations that Doge is doing and they're going through data and they're actually acting immediately, right? Yes, it does seem like they've frozen the funding and they're actually going in and investigating, looking for fraud and abuse, which is what they statutorily have the right to do. And by the way, when it comes to defining what like legal terms are going to mean here, when it comes to interpreting them, the Supreme Court has the say. They are the ones who are going to define.
They say what the law is.
Yes, no. Yes. And so when Congress under the Impoundment, yes, and so when the Impoundment Act specifies that the president has his power when it comes to inefficiencies and fraud and abuse, then the Supreme Court is the one to decide what Congress meant by that, because the Supreme Court interprets the
but
law.
They're not following the impoundment. I don't know why we have to keep doing this. The
They
court
are.
Why would they?
The DC District Court, yeah. So Zetsu was saying they're not.
Balanced
and you're
budget,
saying
emergency
they
deficit
are.
control act.
Wait,
let's
just be clear.
I want a clear
Everyone
answer because
pause.
I don't
Everyone pause
understand
right now.
anymore. Just so I
let's
get a
pause.
clear answer.
Zetsu-
Raise your hand if you think
Zetsu
they
just
are
said-
following the Impoundment Act. Raise your hand. Just raise your hand.
Yeah, I'd say they are.
It's not relevant.
Okay.
Well, just to be clear, and there's
Wait,
a
that's not the
slight
question.
there's a slight disagreement here between me and Zetsui. So I think that the Impoundment Act is still like most of it, including the ability for the president to defer, like that's good law. I understand that the amendments altered the what Congress can do about it, but that doesn't mean that like the rest of it has been removed.
Yeah,
So
that
you
was
don't believe
entirely stupid when I said that.
you believe New Haven didn't happen? Okay, fine.
Whoa,
We're
whoa,
arguing
whoa,
that New
New
Haven
Haven-
didn't happen. That's
New
fine.
Haven did happen, but that affected my understanding Congress's ability to engage.
That was Chathaw.
Okay. Did New Haven Did New Haven remove the ability of the president to delay funding?
It substituted it, and then Congress then put it into law in the Budget Act. What is it called? They then enshrined it in Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of
74?
Sorry, other one. Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Requirements Act of 1987.
Okay, so they kept it. They just moved it to a different.
No, because Chathaw struck down part of it. Then in New Haven, they found that they were inextricably linked. This is only as to the deferral. And then because that fell, they then said, well, then does he have any power to defer? And then they created this. The court basically laid out the two sections, and then they put it into that Budget Control Act. Here, I can even hear.
So your answer to Wick was it's irrelevant whether the president follows the Impoundment Act.
As to deferrals, it's not good law anymore. That's not what you're supposed to follow.
Wait, is your answer
what are
that
we
it's
supposed to
irrelevant
follow?
whether
Well,
they
he is
follow the-
following.
Help me understand.
Sure, I guess he's following it, but it's like saying I'm following a law that isn't passed yet. I
Okay,
guess
is he
technically-
following this 1987 Budget Act?
That one
saying
again,
it's
because of how
irrelevant.
loose it is, it's an argument. You'd have to make the case as to whether he's doing it for one of those valid reasons or not.
What do
you
you
think that's
think?
bullshit like they do? I'd probably go at the moment 60-40 towards yes, but man, can it tip quickly? Because the fact is they got so I think the pause thing was incompetence.
So you're coming in
problem
here
is
with a
you go,
very
I'm giving
strong
it to-
opinion, and you're 60-40 on whether or not it actually is a
What's my strong
constitutional
opinion?
crisis.
What
That-
strong
that
opinion
it's
do you
not
have?
that it's not a constitutional crisis. But you're
Correct.
coming in
It's
here and now
related-
you're like 60-40 as to whether
Well,
or
no.
not it's actually doing something
Because
that's
following the
illegal.
law.
and
if
supporting
I don't
Congress.
agree with it, what do you think should happen? What do you think I think should happen? That means I'd make that argument to a court and convince them. If I fail to convince them, then I lose, and that's okay.
Okay, and then
So is it
If I
correct
think it's
that
bad,
unless a
but the court disagrees with me, then I'm supposed to lose.
Okay, so the court, whatever the court says, sorry. So long as there's not a court final order on an issue, there's no constitutional crisis. Is that fair?
No, it's saying that no. Where'd you? I don't even know.
Okay, but you said if I disagree with that, I'll go to court. No one's denying you would go to court if you disagree with it. The question is, when can you say that it's a constitutional crisis? And I think you can say it before you go to court if you're, by your own terms and admissions, not following the law.
Is every single Supreme Court
60%.
case then must be a constitutional crisis? I guess we're always in one. I guess.
No. Come on.
No,
What we're talking
no.
about here.
Tell me the Supreme Court case where both sides agree on everything. There's no dispute. They disagree,
No,
which means one of them says they
we're-
can't just accept the decision.
We are
It's
not
a
just
crisis.
this is sophistry. We're not talking about any legal issue, any violation of the law, any unconstitutional action. We are clearly talking about, we laid out at the start, structural, deep
Yep.
structural tensions between the branches that are being undermining the overall structure of the Constitution and our government, which you guys I think agreed if the president is, you don't believe he is currently because you're I don't know what,
It's
but
been 8 days.
if if you believe he's undermining the core appropriation power of Congress, then that clearly would suffice
He's
to say
not.
so. And you're basically saying, well, there would have to make arguments in courts.
An
No one is
unreasonable
saying you
delay.
wouldn't have to make.
An unreasonable delay is just that. It's an unreasonable delay.
What's reasonable?
But me saying it's
I don't think
unreasonable,
I
saying
don't
that like
think it's like a threat to the structure here. If the president is allowed, if the law is like the president has the right to delay funds in good faith while they investigate like inefficiencies, etc. Like I don't think it's a constitutional crisis when the question is like, well, what is like I guess good faith here has to go to the Supreme Court. I think that's perfectly fine. Like that is something that the Supreme Court like should be ruling on because, like Zetsui is saying, like this is sort of intentionally vague. But when it comes like if I don't know if the president says "fuck you, Supreme Court," I am not going to follow your ruling on this. Oh, and also I've deleted 3 agencies while you were gone. Like actually remove them. Then yeah, we could have a problem for sure.
What if it's
Then it'd be
a
a crisis.
formalism?
I'll use the same hyperbolic language here. Yes, it would be a crisis at that point.
So Lactoid, if they're like, okay, the Department of Education still exists, but we're firing all the staff, we're pausing all the funding indefinitely, for no set schedule when it's going to come back. We are reappropriating the buildings for a different purpose. At what point were you like, okay, they are saying the Department of Education still exists, but that's clearly just a formalism and it's effectively gutted. Would that point ever exist, or would he literally have to say the Department of Education is no more?
I think that this could happen in a couple ways. It could be that the Department of Education is like actually removed. It could be that funding is like basically delayed indefinitely beyond.
My hypothetical.
Beyond.
My hypothetical.
Yeah,
They fire everybody.
Yeah, you can fire everybody. Yeah.
They pause every single spending on it. They
Okay.
shut down
For
all
how
the
long?
websites.
For how long?
363
They don't
days.
say. They don't say. They don't say.
They don't say.
They don't
Okay.
say.
Okay. They don't
No,
say.
no, let's say they say it. They say it for 360
No,
days. And
let's
by the
say
time
they
it comes
don't
back,
say it. I just want to do that one first, and then
Let's
sorry.
Okay, sure.
let Pisco do his own hypothetical.
Yeah.
Okay.
So my bad. I went off of you. Soypo, you're
No,
doing
no,
great.
you're good,
and
you're
I
good,
love
you're
you.
good, you're good.
But my question is, let's say they don't say it. They just say we're firing every single person in the Department of Education. We're pausing all of their funding indefinitely. We're not going to tell you when it ends, and all the websites are shut down. Where we have the executive, we have the power to do that, and we're using their buildings for housing for migrants. Would you say okay, constitutional crisis because you can't destroy an agency?
If they're using it
No, you wouldn't say that.
hold on, if they're using it for like migrants and the migrants like living situation is not planned to expire like by the timeline set, then maybe, because I think that'd be very.
There's no
strong.
timeline set.
In terms of like, well, there is a timeline set, right, with the end of the fiscal year at the very least. And then if we want to go into the original Impoundment Act, we're talking about 45 days, which we're
But
not
they
even close to.
fired all the people who were they
Well,
fired all the
yeah,
people
yeah,
who
yeah,
even received
yes,
the funds,
yes,
right? They
yes.
fired all the people who would
Yes,
who
you
would,
can do that.
they
Yes, you can
closed the
fire
bank
people.
accounts of the Department of they closed the bank accounts of the Department of Education, so they're not even in a position to receive the funds.
Yes.
And they made it so that
I'm
they
answering the
burned
question.
all the
I'm
records.
trying to answer the question. If they did that, and then they did like nothing in the meantime, and then like wow, like a week has gone by, they've done nothing, they've just kept it shuttered, and then another week has gone by and they've done nothing, they just kept it shuttered. Then like the argument for it being in bad faith, for it not being to investigate inefficiencies, but instead for it being for like a sole like policy reason, then that argument gets stronger and stronger the more time goes on. to the
Yeah,
point
but
where I'd
what
be
if
convinced.
the inefficiency
but
is
if
I think this entire
immediately-
department is a
but if-
waste and I want to
well,
get rid of it?
But if immediately,
Which is what they're saying.
But if
Which
immediately,
is what they're saying,
right,
yeah.
like if immediately, special government employees that report to the president are going in and like combing through the records during this time period, looking for waste, looking for fraud, identifying waste, identifying fraud, reporting this back to the president, reporting this to the Congress, then this I think provides a very strong argument that this is in good faith to remove government
so the
waste
standard
and abuse.
is
US
as
aid
long
is
as
full
they're
of
still
abuse and
looking
waste.
at it, as long as they're still looking at it, it's not in bad faith. But whatever they come out, no matter what they say in terms of what is waste and inefficiency, which by the way, they say the entire department is inefficiency, or they're coming out and
Yes.
saying, oh, all this spending on Politico, which they literally don't understand, is waste and inefficiency and fraud and corruption. So
And they're
as long
clearly
as
lying
they're
about this
saying
because
that they're
they've been-
doing it,
Yep.
yeah, then somehow
I-
it's okay and it's not in bad faith.
If they're sending in special government employees to investigate fraud and waste, and in the opinion
Right.
of the person who just got elected, yes, this is fraud and waste, right? I'm the executive. I make
Okay,
these
so
calls.
whatever Trump
Hold
says
on.
is fraud and waste.
I make these calls, right? The president's well within his rights to be doing this. If the courts review the actions and decide, hey, like the executive here did not identify fraud and waste, there was actually a policy
Okay.
reason that was underneath all of this, then he would lose.
What's the
Absolutely.
pol-
And
what
then,
are
and
the
then,
policy
and then,
reasons?
and
What's
then,
the
if
policy?
if ignored
Wait,
the
no,
Supreme Court at that
go back.
point-
What's the policy? What's the policy reason? What's the difference between I think the entirety of the Department of Education is a fraudulent, wasteful organization and I want to get rid of it, and what's a policy that is different from that?
Sure.
Like, oh, my policy is that the education should be different. Like,
Well,
what's
that's
the
kind of
Right, no, right,
to
I
my
can answer
question.
that,
Like,
yeah.
just real quick, like, I'll let you answer, but I want to maybe tackle it from a slightly different angle, but it's related. Can Trump, in your opinion, say the Department of Education is fraudulent and wasteful, so we're just going to end it?
So the president has to. You can't just end it, the whole thing. You can't.
Okay, so we can't.
Okay. You
That's the
can't.
answer.
Yeah, you can't just end the
Cool.
whole thing. But what you
What
could
does that
here's
mean?
what-
Wait, no,
but-
wait.
but
Before we
here's
move
what you
on,
could
what do
do.
you mean you can't just end it?
You can't just say like the entire
You can't just like
department
Department
is
flip a switch.
officially
You can't
gone.
Thanos snap it out
Yeah,
of
yeah.
existence.
You can't Thanos snap it, right? This
Okay,
is,
so
this is
good
created by
thing he
Congress.
can't do that. So
Now-
what would he do
now,
if he
hold on.
wanted to completely eliminate it, but still with it?
Now, if the
within legal
agency,
bounds?
now if the agency is like full of fraud or anything along those lines, he can go in and he can like meticulously go through and remove the fraud. The agency itself has a
No,
particular.
we can't
the
keep letting you do
agency-
this. You
the
keep saying remove the fraud. What's
Yes,
the fraud? He says, I want to get rid of all of it, which is, first of all,
Everything.
way past your standard of whether or not he said, I want to delete it all. He's literally saying that, but now he's doing it under the guise of fraud and waste. What is fraud and waste? If he just says the whole thing is fraud and waste, now that's okay? He can just get rid of the whole thing?
Nope. Do you know what you'd do if he did
Why
that?
not?
What would you do? Well, no, what would you do? So let's say he does that.
What
What
would
would
I
you
do?
do?
You impeach
There's an
him?
action. No. You go to the
What would
court.
you- I
and
don't
because
know.
you say
I-
that,
Wait, can
you
I-
say
can
his
I ask-
actions were not
that
being
he
done in
is-
good
the
faith.
courts that he is
And then if he
ignoring
said,
right
I
now,
fired
go through the
everyone
courts.
just because fuck you all, and they
No,
all
but,
said,
so
they go,
only if he
we-
admits
let me
it
ask a
literally,
question.
I'm
No.
doing this for no
You just said
reason,
he
is
deleted
it
all of
suddenly
it.
illegal?
I-
If he
I-
says
I
it
wanna-
actually,
all
it's
of it
because
being-
there's so much fraud, there's so much waste, and we're getting rid of all of it, and he cuts 95% of it, suddenly that's okay. Because you said it was fraud and
You-
waste, right?
You think you can convince a judge of that?
Well, he would have to.
Doesn't-
He,
first
he,
of
wait,
all,
wait, wait. He would
he's
have to
appointing
spend
a bunch
it
of
to advance
loyalist
the
judges, and
purpose.
second of all, he's ignoring the fucking judges that are saying to do otherwise. So what does it
And
matter?
he said there's so
he'd
much
have to-
evidence of him
preliminary
saying-
injunction.
He'd
And
have
the
to.
thing is, you
He'd have to spend the money to like advance the purpose. And so there's ways you could do this. You could partner with the Department of State, for example.
I'm putting money
And
into the
Depart- and
charter
Department of
schools.
State.
All the money's in the
Department
charter
of State,
schools
The
now.
Department of State could be using funds from USAID to accomplish the purpose, a shared purpose between the Department of State and USAID. That is a perfectly fine use of the funds
Why?
within USAID, right?
That's
If-
fine
if,
for-
if Trump defined it. But I got a question for you guys actually, because that's a good question, right? What if an agency, let's say USAID, for example, like let's say Doge went to the books and released all their
Yeah.
spending, and hypothetically, you got to play the game here, okay? Hypothetically,
Yeah.
What if all of it was actually like obviously fraud and waste to the point that you guys would like 100% agree, yeah, this is fraud and waste? Then
Yeah, you have to go to Congress.
Then because the Impoundment Act
Whoa.
gives the president the authority to suspend operations and to hold freezing or freeze
Wait.
funding in order to
No,
address.
yeah,
if- if
100%.
you-
Hold on,
Wait,
hold on,
I'll
wait,
bite
wait,
the-
hold on,
I'll
wait,
bite- Wait, no, I'm
Let me
agreeing. I
finish
want
the
to agree with you,
hypothetical.
Lactoid.
Well,
In
let,
order-
yeah, let him finish.
Yeah,
let him
in order
finish.
to
You don't have to.
address.
I can just agree with you.
I know. I get to the near the end, and you're like, I know what he's going to say. Just please, maybe not everybody in the audience does. Okay, so when it comes to, I got to freeze the funding in order to, address this fraud and waste. If all of it was fraud and waste, that's a good fucking question. Like, would you mandate? No, the president has to spend money on overt fraud and waste.
Yes. Okay,
No,
yeah.
they
In a
don't.
magical Candyland world where the entirety of the DOE is fraud and waste, and he exposed that through releasing the records, I would be okay with him freezing that funding, addressing this, and going through Congress and saying, "Hey, look at this. This is what is
Under
happening.
the law.
We need to change
The
this,"
law-
and
the law
not,
doesn't
"Hey,
require that he
I'm
has to go to
going
Congress."
to delete this entire organization. It's a fraudulent organization. It's gone," which is what he is saying. Like, you're arguing way to the left of what Trump's even saying at this moment anyway.
Wait, hold on, wait,
I
quick.
want to- I just want to
Wait.
clarify
I want to address
that.
that. I want to address that specifically. So you're saying
my
he could
God.
freeze the funding, perhaps longer than 8 days.
Under the Impoundment Act.
Yes, under the Impoundment Act, he could freeze the funding because all of it's fraud and waste. And then after all the fraud and waste has been identified, probably takes longer than 8 days, he would go to Congress and then ask the whole agency to be deleted?
Wait a second. So yes. So the
I was
president,
asking the
right?
soy pill.
If he follows,
Go ahead,
this, I want to give you my opinion. All right.
Okay.
If he follows a congressional statute that allows him to pause aid, he's obviously within his rights.
Thank
If
you.
Trump were following if Trump were following the Impoundment Act, we'd
is.
have a different fucking situation. He's not following the Impoundment Act, but yes, if he followed the Impoundment Act and he brought all the evidence to Congress and Congress did not act, he is bound by that. Congress is the one who gets to decide. So at the end of the day, it could be definitive proof, and the president shows it to Congress, and Congress is like, "Yeah, we'll deal with it next year." Do you think the president can just stop it, even if it's provable, verifiable fraud? He follows the Impoundment Act, and Congress is like, we're going to release the funds anyway. Obvious fraud, but we don't care because we're just evil people. You were like, the president can still pause it.
If they said, we agree this is fraud and abuse under the definition we put in the Impoundment Act, but we're going to fund it anyway, that goes to the question, does Congress have the authority to fund fraud and abuse, which I don't think they do.
No. Who decides? Is the president
Supreme
gets
Court.
to unilaterally?
The Supreme
No,
Court.
But let's say the Supreme Court says political question. We're not handling it. The Supreme Court doesn't handle it. You don't get that out. My question is, what do you think is constitutional? Do you think the president, on his own account, gets to say after he's showed the definitive proof of fraud and he's followed the procedures of the Impoundment Act, and Congress says, yeah, we're releasing the funds anyway? In that situation, do you think the president has the right to say, nope, I am subverting Congress and we're stopping the funds anyway?
I think if the president I'll go through the whole scenario. I think if the president in good faith freezes the funds and then identifies everything, might take longer than 8 days, and then goes to Congress and Congress looks at everything. If in scenario A, they said this is fraud and waste, you're right, but fuck you, we're going to fund it anyway, then I don't think the president, then I don't think the president has is required to fund it at that point, because the Impoundment Act specifically allows the president to delay in the cases of fraud and abuse, identify and remove
But
fraud
Congress
and abuse.
can.
Now,
Congress can.
now, in scenario B, if Congress says, we've reviewed all this, and in our opinion, all the things that you have identified are specifically not fraud and abuse, so you better go back and fund them, then I think it probably would be.
That is dangerous. So what was just told to you, right? What was just told to you
dangerous.
is, it is dangerous. What you just said is that the
More so
president.
than you guys.
Let me explain why. Pisco, explain why.
Crisis.
Yes, right. Because the question is who decides. All right. Here we're inventing these hypotheticals where there's perfect information, and so obviously that's not going to be in the real world. But you use the perfect information. It's very helpful to see where we're at. So yes, even assuming Congress sees this obvious case of fraud, 99% fraud, complete destruction. Like it is horrible what's going on. He follows the Impoundment Act in that he initially freezes it, but he's time limited under the Impoundment Act, and he has to go through the procedures. And the end result is Congress does not sign off to the impoundment of those funds and doesn't sign off to those being canceled. And so under the procedures, the normal procedures, the funds should be released because Congress says, even though there's fraud and abuse, we've seen it, we've seen you go through the procedures, but the process is at an end. We're releasing the funds. At that point, does the president get to say, no, I'm not letting that happen?
You just re-asked the question. Does Congress?
So you said,
does Congress have does Congress have the right to order funding for what they themselves specifically say is fraud and abuse?
That's not the question.
No, that is the question. Wait, can we?
No, that is not the question.
Important. Yes, that is.
No. So no. That's
because I laid out two scenarios. Scenario A, scenario B.
Lactoid, it's a dumb semantic where only in the scenario where Congress is like, yeah, we're evil and we love committing fraud, is this somehow now something that will go back to the president?
But I'll bite
That's
it.
not how it works.
Pisco's biting it. Pisco's question.
When is he not chomping at the bit? Come on.
No. I'll absolutely bite it. That the determination over where funds goes is Congress's alone. And if it's the case, right, you could say it's unconstitutional or illegal for Congress to approve fraud, but that's not a justiciable question. That's not a question for the president to decide. And even if it is illegal for Congress to do in terms of constitutionality, right, it's almost like an illegal impeachment, right, or an illegal pardon or an illegal, it's in their sole discretion, the use of funds. There's nothing more core than that. And you're somehow suggesting that the president in the real scenario would be, I'm up to my own discretion unilaterally to decide this is going to waste and fraud. And you're saying that there could be a role for the president there. That's so dangerous.
No. Like I said, scenario B, if Congress says this is not waste and fraud, like we've reviewed everything, this is not waste and fraud, which if they were to determine this to not be waste and fraud, I would think that would be the much more likely scenario than scenario A, which is that they're like the comic book villains or whatever. In that scenario.
Wait, can we stay in a scenario?
You cut me off halfway and then you miss my point and then you have to re-ask the question like 2 minutes later.
Oh,
right?
Exactly.
This happens consistently. If in scenario B this happens, then I would agree at that point, the president, because it's been identified specifically by Congress very overtly, at that point, the president can't say, well, this is fraud and waste. This is fraud and efficiency waste.
But under scenario A, can he ignore the Impoundment Act?
Well, he wouldn't be ignoring the Impoundment Act at that point.
No, he would be, because the Empowerment Act, yes, it allows him to pause, but he has to. It's time limited, and it's pursuant to the procedures that Congress sets out, and those procedures culminated in a process in which the funds are purported to be released.
It's time.
Can he violate the law and do an additional
the
empowerment?
The Empowerment Act, like it's time limited in the sense that okay, there's funding given to this agency, and that he has to spend this money or whatever, but he doesn't have to spend it on fraud and inefficiency, because the whole point of the Empowerment Act was to give the president the discretion in order to identify and remove fraud and inefficiency.
Boom.
Right? Hold on.
Wait, don't make a cogent point.
The whole point. Oh yeah, you're right. His point just happened to be in the middle of my sentence. Great.
Yeah, because your sentence is like 50 minutes long. Sorry.
Bro, really? You don't think peace goes talk? Whatever. Okay. The whole point of the Empowerment Act here is to give the president discretion to identify fraud and waste and not fund it. That's the whole point of the statute. And so if Congress says like this is fraud and waste, you have Congress like contradicting themselves a little bit, I guess. But if Congress would have the authority, I guess, to allocate funding for U.S. aid in this hypothetical, but under their own statute, the president would still have the ability to freeze it, because the president under the Empowerment Act,
45 days.
The empowerment
For 45 days.
Right, for funds, but specifically the freezing is to identify and remove fraud and waste.
Yeah, but only for 45 days.
Yeah, for the non-fraud and waste part. You
Blackwood,
can identify the fraud and waste during the 45
let's change
And
that.
by the
I
way,
understand what
the
he's
45
trying to say.
days, as Zetsui said, that's not like in play anymore. It's until the end of the fiscal year.
Here's the deal.
Wait, well, who's?
Let me,
who's
hold on. Let me try. Lactoid. Okay. So Congress authorizes the president to use military force on a country. Say, hey, we're going to authorize you for a month to go into this country and deal with the terrorists that are there. There's a terrorist cell in this country that we really want to go after. We really want to get out. So we give you 30 days to go in and take them out. Congress authorizes that, gives them there. The president goes in with the forces. He goes for 30 days, but they don't get all the terrorists. Does he have to re-up to get more approval, or can he just stay there because, well, they told me to get the terrorists, and he could just ignore the time?
No,
that's a tough hypo.
Well, it's if Congress says like you're authorized to go into here
for 30 days,
there is like a national security question at this point.
Yeah, it's different. Yeah.
So,
okay, maybe.
But let's assume.
It's not as clear, right? There's overlap.
I'll still answer Wick's question, right? Let's assume there's no constitutional national security questions at play, which the president, of course, as the founders intended to be a vigorous president, has the right to be able to vigorously protect the United States and enforce its laws.
Crazy.
But in this case, let's assume that this is not the case, and the president is a weak little boy and can't do anything besides unless Congress specifically authorizes him to do it. And then Congress says, okay, go in there for 1 month to get terrorists. You can go in there for 1 month to get terrorists. I think the way that's worded, it's very clearly you can go in there for 1 month to get terrorists. If, for example, if they said, go in there for 30 days to get terrorists and you can't leave no matter what until you get every single terrorist, then at that point, I don't fucking know. Because let's say 30 days has passed, but they've identified 14 terrorists that they haven't got yet. Now you have Congress contradicting itself, which is exactly the problem I had before. If we're talking about Congress admitting there's fraud and waste and then affirming it, like it's a bizarre kind of situation.
That's not what this is. So Wick, there's overlapping. It's a good question because it gets to a lot of these tensions where there's overlapping spheres of authority. Yes, Congress declares war, Congress funds, but the president also absolutely, as Lactoid says, I agree. There's a national security role for the commander in chief to have, independent of Congress, overlapping with Congress. Sometimes there's unclears, certain things. You can think of a law that Congress passed that unconstitutionally binds the commander in chief, or gives him an impossible command, or usurps the president's role as commander in chief. And so those are all very complicated questions. What's not complicated is funding. Funding is in the exclusive domain of Congress. That's an exclusive authority. If you guys are okay with this core executive theory for the president, this is core legislative authority. No one has this power but Congress. And Congress, in its infinite wisdom, said, okay, well, there are things that could come up in which the president, we want to give him flexibility. So Congress imposed its own law and of procedures. And it says, okay, you have to come to Congress first. You have to communicate to us first. And in certain circumstances, you can put a hold on funding for 45 days. And it's for specific things, right? Like waste and fraud and things like that. But what we're talking about here, one, is the situation in which he is not complying with the Impoundment Act, he didn't, right? This wasn't a communique to Congress, like acknowledging Congress's role. He's sending a memo out to executive branches. So he's not following the Impoundment Act. And number two, by Lactoid's own admission, not all of the funding, federal financial assistance, is waste and fraud, and not even conceivably that it's a majority of it under the statutory definition. I don't think that he would bite that bullet. And so it's clear the Impoundment Act is not being followed. The time limitations on the Impoundment Act are not being followed. And so can we stop with this pretense that introduced by Zetsu that it's conceivable that the Impoundment Act is being followed? It's not. And Trump
you follow it?
specifically tried to attack it.
Pisco, would you follow the Impoundment Act? All of it? Would you be like if you were president, you'd follow it?
If Trump
you would
was
defy the
following
court, you defy everything else subsequent to it. You follow the Impoundment Act.
No, I would not defy the Impoundment Act. I would not defy the Impoundment Act.
You follow it directly, right? Regardless of what happened afterwards.
If Trump were following the Impoundment Act, we wouldn't have a problem. I wouldn't be here telling you that you would be saying that it's a constitutional crisis if you followed the law.
If he followed the Impoundment Act after the Supreme Court and the District Court and Congress have all said that Section 1013 isn't there.
To be clear, to be clear for my clarity, please.
The fact that Pisco's sitting here saying he would disobey Congress and the Supreme Court and the District Courts.
A moment.
That's literally not what I said.
He's absolutely saying, if he's saying he'd follow Section 1013 of the Impoundment Act, he's just saying New Haven doesn't count. He doesn't care.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. If Zetsu was operating under the idea that the Impoundment Act is no longer law, then why are we even talking about whether or not he's following it? Like he said, it doesn't matter. Like we could just move on from that, right?
No, you keep talking about the Impoundment Act, saying he's not following it.
Okay.
The intent of Congress enacting Section 1013.
Okay, Zetsu, please. I understand your argument, but I'm going to assume, for the sake of argument, because I'm just not familiar with New Haven. I'm not familiar with these things, right? I am somewhat familiar with the Impoundment Act. So just to ask Pisco directly. So your argument, as I understand it, is that he is not Trump is not following the Impoundment Act because he has not set the specific date which this freeze will end.
Multiple ways he's not following it, right?
Okay, yeah, please
answer that particular question.
Yeah, I will. Yes is the answer to that specific one as well. It's not limited to 45 days. Under the Impoundment Act, it needs to be 45 days. It is not. It was not sent to Congress initially. This freeze. It was not a communique or a presidential message to Congress. It was the OMB from the president, which is required. The OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, sent all hands email to the executive branch. So it's not an external. Executive to legislative, it's within the external branch. So he's not following that provision. He's going beyond the scope of the Impoundment Act, which is supposed to be for specified purposes and not just a wholesale pausing of all federal financial assistance as defined in the CFR. And so there are multiple ways. And the court, by the way, the two courts now that have struck down this memo, or sorry, should have put a TRO and an order pausing it, they have, in order to have that pause, you need to show a likelihood of success on the merits. And they have shown a likelihood of success on the merits. If it were the case, right, that Trump were following the Impoundment Act, and it were clear that he was following the Impoundment Act, and that these courts were convinced that he was following the Impoundment Act, they wouldn't have held that he's not following the Impoundment Act. They wouldn't have issued a TRO. If he were following the law, what basis would there be to issue a TRO? So the courts have found and have paused these memorandums specifically because it's illegal, specifically because it's not allowed both under Article 1 and the Impoundment Act. So this isn't a complete fantasy. And I believe that too. Now, I'm not familiar with the New Haven case, so I can't speak to it. But I bet you if I take 10 minutes now to get into it, he is misrepresenting the case. I've caught him on so much bullshit of him misrepresenting cases time and time again. He's not
you're saying New Haven. So make that claim. Make the same. You're saying New Haven is not regarding Reagan and Section 1013 of the Impoundment Act.
I absolutely will. But
and also, just
while he's doing that, I just want to add
either.
Supplementary. Like the Impoundment Act
well.
specifically says you have to specify the duration of the proposed partial year deferrals, which of course he didn't do, which is like already just on the first line. And what?
Therefore what? If he doesn't,
and therefore he's not following it.
And who has the right to raise that? You? Courts? No. Congress.
The court said he is ignoring.
That transmission is for Congress to make their decision. If they've received whatever the fuck they want and say now we're okay with it, the idea that the courts are to go, you know what, you didn't really write the right top head of the memo, so we're overriding Congress. No, transmission is for the benefit of Congress, for them to understand why you're deferring funds. If he
And they didn't
doesn't
do
do
that,
it
right?
properly, then Congress would have good cause to just say fuck it off, or that
Right,
you
and
can't
so
defer the funds.
in your
But it wouldn't
mind,
be for
it's
you
good
to
faith to
challenge
use
it.
the magic words waste and fraud, and once I've said those words, I can deny all
I'm
funding.
dealing with people who don't understand any of it. Like
I guess maybe I don't understand, but I'm asking you whether or not
even
that is somehow
even the whole
justified if
45
you
day
just say
thing.
the
Do you
word
guys
waste and
understand that there's a
fraud.
difference between Wait, do you guys understand? Even
A
within the
deferral and a
Impoundment Act,
rescission.
those are different things, right? And that they're handled
Yeah.
differently, even within the fucking Impoundment Act. Do you understand that?
So what is it your suggestion that this is not governed by the Impoundment Act?
Didn't say that either. No, you can't. I don't.
So what are you saying?
I'm wasting my time with people who can't even fucking read. The 45 day thing has to do with rescissions, not deferrals. The deferrals is section 1013, which is exactly what New Haven was about. That Reagan tried to delay funds. Then he said he relied specifically on that section to defer funds. Then the district court said, sorry, it's already been, the veto part of the one house veto thing has been shot down by Chad Haw, and they're inextricably linked. So the whole thing fucking falls. And then they subsequently say you can now do non-policy based. There's those two things. I linked it in the fucking group chat. I can link you something. I have the thing written by the guy who wrote the fucking Impoundment Act as to how pissed he was over Chad Haw in New Haven.
Yeah.
And the
so-
thing is,
so
again,
would
the
you say-
45 day thing is rescissions only. He hasn't rescinded anything. He's only tried to do it. Also, the policy isn't direct. They allocate funds to like homelessness, not to like Peace Coast Homeless Fund. And so if there's fraud, it wouldn't be within homelessness.
second.
It would be within your actions. And he could stop that, but he would still
Do
have to
you
allocate the
think-
funds to homelessness.
So do you think that there has been a permanent impoundment or rescission?
There's not been a rescission. It's currently in a deferral, basically, what you'd see it as.
How do you know
The fact
that?
that he hasn't Huh? It'd be based on, so the reading of it, them saying like, hey, stop all funds and get to me something within 2 weeks. I think a reasonable interpretation of that is that basically they plan to basically stop for the purpose of reviewing those things. That would be my interpretation of it. And so the fact is, I don't
That's
believe
your
so when we say-
interpretation of it?
I think if I'm being good faith, why would someone say, get me your, like, I'm freezing the funds, I want to review things, get me a report in 2 weeks. Why would they ask him for 2 weeks if they go, it's indefinite? Fuck it.
I
Give
don't
it to me
know.
whenever,
Maybe if it's-
years from now.
Yeah, maybe
I
if
don't
they
know,
laid
maybe-
out this specific plan in this giant document and then elected
if
all
you
the
wanna
people
argue
who
that
wrote
they're
it into
incompetent,
positions of
I'm with
power
you.
that said, like, hey, we're
freeze is also
specifically
retarded, and I
trying
agree
to...
with the unfreezing. I agree with the judge's order.
Freeze it.
They gave no rational
wait,
basis for why they were
Can I-
even their
wait,
rationale
wait,
for doing the
why-
review doesn't justify the freeze.
Pisco, are you aware of
Wait,
the
wait, wait.
January 20th executive order?
Which one? There's a lot of January
You're
20th.
right,
they're
you're
like-
right.
you gotta be
Specifically
honest with it.
reevaluating and realigning United States foreign aid.
I've read all the executive orders, but you have to be more specific.
Okay. Specifically, reevaluating and realigning United States foreign aid, Section 3, 90-day pause in United States foreign development assistance for assessment of programmatic efficiencies and consistency with United States foreign policy.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the freeze. The freeze is indefinite.
Hold on. Is the freeze...
The-
if we're looking here at
Well,
like...
are
what
you
is a good
arguing that
faith-
that executive order is the freeze that they're doing?
Well, I don't know. I don't think the executive order
Which
is the
executive order?
specific freeze on U.S.
It's a
aid.
90-day freeze.
Also, a
What-
90-day freeze
what
is
did
more
it-
than 45 days.
What if,
That
again,
one's
45 days isn't required anymore. If we're talking about a 90-day,
Says you.
if we're talking about whatever. If we're talking about a 90-day pause on the executive order, that my understanding is the authority that they're using to stop programs like USAID. Why 90 days seems like a very specific number. I think like.
We're talking about the freeze.
Right.
The
But if the
freeze.
freeze comes from we're going to pause United
not
States
where the
foreign
freeze comes
development
from.
assistant for assessments of programmatic
So
efficiencies
that is not where the
and consistency.
freeze
90
comes
days.
from.
Well, I'm saying like
That is
again,
not where the
wait,
freeze
wait,
comes
we're
from.
What I'm saying is that we have to look at things in good faith, okay? And the question is he operating within good faith? If he has an executive order saying we're going to freeze for 90 days to evaluate things, and then he also, within like the timeline here that we're talking about, freezes U.S. aid funding, then it would appear that the intention here is to freeze it for a temporary time period to evaluate its inefficiencies.
And and when the
Yeah,
inefficiency
yeah,
is declared to
no.
be the entire thing, get rid of it, then what? Because again, like we keep coming back to this magic
you-
word where
then-
if
then we're at
I say that
rescission.
fraud and
Can't.
inefficiency is
That
all
part
of
of
it,
the
then
Impoundment
that's
Act is
okay.
still good. It's only Section 1013 that Haven dealt with. Rescission and deferrals are different things. If he turns a deferral into a rescission, different rules apply.
I'm not even talking about an impoundment act at
Define
this point.
rescission for me, Zatsu, right now, and versus deferral.
A bill or joint resolution which only rescinds in whole or in part budget authority proposed to be rescinded in a, So basically,
Wait. Can you
rescinding
read
whole or
that
in part budget authority
slower?
proposed.
Yeah, I just
Can
so
you
I
reread that,
Sure.
Solar?
understand.
Reread it.
Basically,
Please. I'm slow. I'm not a lawyer. Okay, you got to give.
All
You
right.
got to be a little lenient with
bill,
me.
but it basically goes anything where it goes, it rescinds in whole or in part budget authority that's been been allocated.
Yeah,
Wait,
rescission.
That's like-
rescission
it?
is the rescission is the
Sorry,
president
I'm reading
saying,
from the actual.
Is that
I'm
is that a
reading from the actual
definition
I can
for
explain
comment.
it. I can explain it
deferment,
in two
or is that a
sentences.
definition of rescission?
No, I
No,
can
no.
explain-
Rescinding means canceling. So if I say, so let's say that you
Okay.
you allocate $10 million to homelessness, and I say I want you to pull. I don't want to do that. I want to do 5 million. I'm asking you to rescind 5 million. If I say I'm going to defer, I have issues with some of the programs that were like, I think Pisco's homeless thing is not doing things I like, and I'd rather give it to Lactoid. So I'm going to defer my payments now, and next month I go, you know what? I don't like Pisco's. I'm giving it to his instead. I've deferred it because I still spent the money. A rescission means I'm not going to spend the money on the policy. If you read the budgets don't say, they say something like that, like $10 million to homelessness, $10 million to people who are doing ventures for the needy, especially women, which is a weird one. And then it gives a bunch of restrictions. They can't go to Iran. They can't help the Palestinian Authority. And so if the president does an analysis and finds out that like, oh, hey, we're helping out those in need, but it appears you're giving money to the PA, he can just cancel that without going to Congress because the bill says you can't give it to the PA. So if he wants to rescind,
can a deferral be indefinite?
under the rules, so like you have to transmit that to Congress. So like it would be in violation of that part of it. We're saying like what you're supposed to transmit to Congress, it'd be missing that component.
Wait. Can a
Congress would have good cause.
Can a deferral be indefinite?
Within the realm of reality, yes. Yeah,
No,
things
under
can be
the law.
indefinite. Under the law, it would be a
Is it
violation of
allowed-
the transmit.
It's not
I mean,
allowed
yeah,
under the law.
it'd be a problem for
legally,
Congress.
The question here, let me try. The question that Pisco's asking is legally, could Trump make an indefinite deferral?
Deferral.
Indefinite, again, colloquially, no, technically, no, indefinite, yeah, so colloquially, no, technically, yes.
Technically, he can just
But
say
Technically, he
this is a
can't. So
deferral.
technically, it'd be a violation. Colloquially, we don't mean infinite. We just means that, like, he said defer for 90 days, but he doesn't say when he'll get you to afterwards, so it doesn't tell us an exact date.
Here are the word games that's being played right here. Indefinite simply
What's the word
means
game?
we don't know when the end date's going to be. That's what indefinite means. It doesn't mean it will go on forever. What it means,
Correct.
like right
That's what I
now,
mean.
Yes.
I'm
it means
using
right
the
now.
term indefinite.
It means
If
right
I
now.
say,
Hold on. It means right
Yeah.
now we don't know specifically when it will end. It could end tomorrow. It could end
Well,
a
we could
week.
no.
It could end a week from now. That's what indefinite means.
you
And
can
so-
reasonably interpret it.
Yes, that's what.
Yeah, we
Yes,
are
that's what
focusing.
that's what
yeah.
it means, right? And
I'll
so
let you finish real quick, Lactoid. But I just want to make it clear we have spent the entire time on the freeze, and there are a couple other things that people want to talk about, such
Sure.
as the IG firings and
Yeah, so
14th Amendment.
I where I'm
Right.
reading it says that deferrals are temporary delays, and that it doesn't seem like I will get the official language of the definition here, but I don't think that it's plausible that a deferral could be indefinite, where you're just talking about like something that could conceive it with no specific
an
end date.
indefinite
Sure you
can be
could.
temporary.
Wait, no. If you did,
okay.
no. Indefinite just means that,
Indefinite
go
can be
ahead.
temporary, right?
Sure, but
Yes,
it seems
thank
that the
you.
intent.
Jesus, it took forever to get there.
Wait. Indefinite can be temporary. It could also be permanent. Fair.
Correct.
It
We would have to
could,
assess,
but
because-
he can't do it forever because that would be illegal.
Well, no.
Okay, but
You
why?
would assess what he said.
'Cause
So
it'd be
if he says-
illegal.
so he says, he
Zetsu
said
just
freeze,
said that
go off of, goes, give me something in 2 weeks so I can review it and we'll take action then. The assumption is that you're going to do something in 2 weeks.
He's indicated 90
and he goes,
days on his
"That's
executive
I'm
order."
doing it. If he just
They-
says freeze
they
it all,
did-
I'll
no,
figure it
that-
out later,
they did
that sounds
say
more like
that
that's not permanent.
freeze. In the freeze, they
Yes,
didn't
but on
say
the
we'll come
executive
back
order,
in
he
2 weeks.
indicated we're going to be freezing this for
it
90
says,
days.
get me, it goes, I'm
Executive
freezing,
order- wait, no, we're stopping
There's a
right
90
now.
day and the
Wait,
14
you-
one. Which one are we
one
talking about?
You need to stop. You need to stop with the executive order, right? He's
Sure.
purposely lying to the audience. The executive
Which one am I
order
lying about?
only pertains. First of all, it's 90 days just for
That's the UNRWA
reviewing
one.
foreign aid, and it's not
two.
what we're talking about. So shut the fuck up.
There's the 14 days and the 90 days. Those are
We're
two different
talking
ones.
about the spending freeze. We're
Those are
talking
two
about the
different
spending
ones.
freeze. Stop
There's
trying
two.
to confuse the audience.
There's
We're
two.
talking about the
I'm
spending
not. I'm
freeze.
separating. I'm
Two.
not
The
trying to-
argument here. The argument here is that there are two different spending freezes going on, one through the memo and one through this executive
No,
order.
no.
We've been talking
the
about
one
the-
that's being
That's not
ruled
what
on
he
is we've been going back and forth. The aid one for U.S. aid is 90 days. The one the court's dealing with has to do with grants, and that one is the 14-day one. Am I wrong?
No. The one the court.
Not?
Yes, you are completely. Of
Okay,
course,
no,
you're
fine,
wrong.
then
Yes, you're
correct me.
clearly wrong. You're always wrong. Yes, it deals with all federal financial assistance as defined in the OMB memo. Okay.
Which again,
You-
there's two of them.
Yeah, but if one
What do
is
you mean? There's
everything,
The one that was sent, the 2-page memo that everyone's talking about, that we've been talking about this entire time.
You guys have been going back and forth, but okay.
It's
No,
not
the
just
executive order was brought
grants.
up like 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
The executive order was a
Now-
new
now that-
thing.
now that we've
He brought up
established-
as-
Now that we've established
God.
that indefinite is temporary, or could be temporary, in this case, it is temporary. And by the way, if it's not,
you know
if
that?
it's not, then it would be illegal. Then it would be
You
a
know that?
then it'd be a constitutional crisis. If it turns out to not be temporary, then
Yeah,
sure.
so as long as
constitutional
he gets it back at day 364,
Really?
you're
So
cool. And he can spend
you think
all
I
the money.
can't
Yeah.
show you two memo? I can send you both of you guys. I can send in the group chat right now.
Let's talk
both
about like
memos.
any of the other things
So
that they're doing that
deferrals-
is
wait,
like
wait,
fucking
wait, so-
insane.
so-
I guess if we want to like move
Here I
on
have
to
it.
this,
Wait,
but-
wait.
Let's
putting
put
it
it
in
on
both
the
of your
last
hands
one.
here.
Hold
I'm
on.
being told.
Oh,
We'll
yeah,
have the
sure,
last
I'm
one of this
running.
subject, then we'll get to the other ones. But go ahead, Pisco.
Sure. Here's the
So
14.
deferrals need to specify the time period which the budget
Yep.
authorities propose to be deferred.
Yep.
The letter to Congress specifies.
And it,
yeah.
Yes.
and it needs to be sent to Congress. So
Yep.
by your own admission, right? So you agree, don't you? Don't you all both agree now? Because there needs to be a message under any of these, the use of the Empowerment Act. Don't you all agree
Then
that
Congress
the
would have
Empowerment Act, the Empowerment Act, as narrowed by judicial rulings, has been violated?
That's not a violation. No, that would be for Congress. If Congress has a problem with that, yes, they could. But you can't.
Wait. Stop. Wait. I just told you that there is a specific procedural requirement that the president transmit to the House of Representatives and the Senate a special message clarifying the period of
Yep.
time which the budget authorities propose to be deferred for deferrals,
Yep.
right? And
They didn't even do a special transmission. It transmitted nothing.
yeah, there was never a there was
Yeah,
never
the
a
entire thing was
transmission or
for-
message
yeah.
to Congress.
Correct.
So you would agree, wouldn't you? You would agree, wouldn't
You would agree that the judge should
um,
not care about that at all.
wait. You would agree, wouldn't you, that the president is not following the Empowerment Act?
Yes, Congress. So that would be good cause for
Okay,
Congress to
perfect,
refuse it.
perfect.
The judge
Thank
should
you
not
very
care
much.
about that
Okay.
at all.
We'll move on.
Okay.
We'll move on.
Okay. We. I don't
If the
have
judge
all
took
night.
action on that, that'd be unbelievable. Like
I do
that
wanna
would be
talk
concerning.
about some of the other things. So
If they think they
when
can
we
overrule
talk about
Congress.
whether or not we're in a constitutional crisis, the freezing has been the focus. But I believe Soypill has a couple other pieces of evidence to enter into the discussion about why he thinks this is a constitutional crisis. And for the sake of my audience, right, maybe we can focus on those a little bit tonight. Soypill, you wanted to make the argument? Go
yeah,
ahead.
sure. I'd love to hear Lactoid or Zetsu's opinions on whether or not you can just use an executive order to subvert the 14th Amendment. I'd love to hear what they think about firing all the attorney generals or the investigative, the IGs, who, without the 30-day congressional pre-approval or notice, like all these other things that are consolidating power into the executive branch that apparently are just not being followed, and obviously being countered by courts and blocked by courts, and apparently based on the initial claim that at least Zetsu said at the beginning, as long as the court can even attempt to stop him, it's not a constitutional crisis, that he is trying to consolidate all this power. I'd love to hear your guys' opinions on those.
Go ahead, Lactoid.
In terms of you're talking about the EO and the 14th Amendment regarding birthright.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that the legal theory that Trump is proposing, and me and Zetsu actually disagree on this. I think the legal theory that Trump is proposing is wrong. I think there is an argument to be made, but I personally don't find it convincing. I think that the original intent of the 14th Amendment was to provide birthright to all people born on U.S. soil that are under the jurisdiction, and this would include the children born to illegal immigrants, in my opinion. So,
Okay, sure. So,
but
past that,
Trump
like
is-
him
Trump
trying
is
to do an
well-
EO to subvert that.
yeah,
What do you
Trump
think
is
about
well
that?
within his rights to create an EO to get to I guess reject that as law, and then it gets blocked right away, which it has, and he hasn't tried to go around that block or anything along those lines. He hasn't been stripping citizenship.
He hasn't tried.
away.
He hasn't tried to get around that.
No, he has not. He has not tried to strip people of their citizenship if they were born in the U.S. He has not.
Can't do that.
Yeah, no,
absolutely-
but he's
he absolutely
literally
is not.
trying to. He's literally trying to fight this so that he can get the
Yes.
14th Amendment rewritten for himself.
He's
Even
saying-
if it was
well,
rewritten,
well,
it's still
without-
without
he's
making-
not- he's not directly violating a court order yet. is
Oh,
what Lactoid is saying.
right. Oh, I forgot.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
we're not
He's
in Nazi
not.
Germany yet.
It was-
It's not a.
well, no, it was
constitutional
made-
crisis.
He's challenging the idea of
That's how you
birthright.
challenge it.
It's how you challenge. That's literally how you challenge an amendment. The courts aren't allowed to just wake up one day and just decide, oh, this is constitutional. That's not. There needs to be a case put in front of them. And Trump has made an EO on birthright. It's going to go through the courts. It's not active until the Supreme Court rules on it, and that's assuming they rule in its favor. I don't think they will. My opinion is that the courts are going to rule against the Trump administration on this, probably pretty overwhelmingly, I would assume. But we'll see on that.
So do you not consider it a testing of the, in a bad way, of the constitutional checks and balances that he's trying to use an EO instead of going through Congress, which by the way he has control over, to make an amendment to overturn the 14th or rewrite the 14th, but just say, hey, I am declaring the 14th is not valid anymore. This is not like a test on a constitutional power that worries you in any sort of way. It's like, well, a court might reject this, or I think the court's going to reject this, so it's totally fine that he's pushing
any
this.
EO
It's
is
totally,
not challenging.
you
EOs
know,
by definition can't be aren't like areas where there can be room for constitutional crises because you could always go to court. That seems to be what you're suggesting.
Well, hold on, but it's blocked. Yeah, it's blocked. And then, so like, for example, when Biden ordered OSHA to like mandate vaccines, that was blocked right away. I wouldn't call that a constitution. And by the way, the Supreme Court later ruled that he
People
overstepped.
did.
Yeah, hold on. The Supreme Court ordered that he, or said that he overstepped his authority when he did that. But because that was blocked, that doesn't mean it was a constitutional crisis. Same thing with the student loan forgiveness.
So first of all, I think there's a couple distinctions here that matter. One is we're talking about a core provision of the Constitution relating to who's part of the club, the citizenship clause. And that is absolutely your right to be more worried about clauses that pertain to
bodily
your
autonomy?
citizenship. Constitutional provisions that relate to your citizenship, your membership, whether you're allowed to vote, right? Because only citizens are allowed to vote. Those obviously raise higher threshold concerns than statutes of Congress. And by the way, the argument made by Biden in the OSHA case is a lot better and a lot stronger, in my opinion, given the capacious language of the statute that was being referenced, compared to the fucking completely bad faith argument that illegal immigrants are not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States.
It's not completely bad faith. Come on.
Fucking insane. It's
insane. I don't agree with it. I don't.
You don't
agree
think it's
with
bad faith to call all illegal immigrants
faith
invaders or of a foreign army? That's not bad faith.
I don't. Hold on. I don't.
By the way,
I don't think it's done in bad faith. I personally disagree with it. I think he will lose at the Supreme Court.
What would it look like if it was bad faith? I'm going to ask you this every time, Lactoid, because you're in this like imaginary happy world where everyone's like super, super nice to each other. But like, what do you think it would be if it was bad faith? What would it look like?
What would it look like if
what would a bad faith argument
I'm bad faith.
Like would he have to say I'm bad faith, or would he have to go against 140 years of Supreme Court precedent and use a lawyer who's made the same arguments to try to like birtherism Kamala Harris to propose that the 14th Amendment is no longer valid for children of illegal immigrants? What would be bad faith then?
I don't know. When it comes to an executive,
that seems to be the answer for everything. Is you don't fucking know.
Hold up. When it comes to the executive, you guys are antsy tonight. When it comes to the executive, like they can issue executive orders. This is well within their executive power. I'm assuming you guys don't want to like get rid of that here. They're well within in ordering, like, hey, we're ordering this, and then because we are not in a constitutional crisis, the courts are going to block it right away, which they did, and then it's going to be heard by the Supreme Court before we get an answer on this.
Wait. You agree Roberts is concerned, right?
He might be concerned about what? It's still going to go to him.
Chief Justice Roberts comes out publicly with a public statement, which he's wont to do, and he says, I'm concerned. It's concerning to hear elected officials talking about ignoring court's orders. You think he's going to say that if he's not concerned?
Hold on. So you're referencing back to the topic that I thought you guys wanted to like move on from. We're talking specifically about the 14th Amendment issue. And on the 14th Amendment,
ignoring court order.
On the 14th Amendment, do you agree that there is no evidence right now that the Trump administration has ignored the court blocking the removal of birthright citizenship?
I do not have evidence as I sit here that
he
Trump
only ignored
is
other
violating that court order currently.
Great.
But you guys
great.
are talking about
great. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted.
In bad faith. Wait, Lactoid,
That's
you guys
all
are
I
talking
wanted.
in bad faith.
Wait. That's all I wanted. All I wanted to know was that, okay, the court said no, and they're not doing it until the case that they're going to argue.
Lactoid, it's only been 2 weeks. We can't know what's going to happen.
We can't. The Supreme Court could review. The Supreme Court could review and say birthright's actually not a thing because illegal immigrants aren't subject to jurisdiction of blah blah blah. Whatever argument that they make.
This judicial supremacy you guys are saying, as though courts could not be themselves a source of a constitutional crisis. For example, Dred Scott. You guys agree that Dred Scott,
Roe versus Wade.
Dred Scott. Wait. Do you think Dred Scott represented a constitutional crisis? That decision?
Yes, I think that I think when a court, I think every non-originalist is a threat to the Constitution. And if the non-originalists get big enough, then it becomes a crisis. I think Wickard versus Filburn was at that point when we start getting into that shit. Dred Scott, Wickard versus Filburn, Chaplinsky, that shit. Yes, that is a constitutional crisis. Roe versus Wade. Roe versus Wade was closer to a constitutional crisis
crisis
than anything Trump has done.
Really?
By
Okay.
far.
So
By
the
far.
the position is that Roe v. Wade is more of a constitutional crisis. By the way, we lived with Roe v. Wade for what, 50 years?
Yeah,
You
we
can
were in a
disagree with
constitutional
that
crisis
position. You
for
can
a
say
long
whatever. But you're saying that is a bigger threat. Yeah, a crisis. You have a different
Yeah,
definition
yeah.
for what crisis means. That's different, and that's more of a crisis.
Maybe evidence
than,
of a
for
crisis.
for example, the president,
Backpedaling.
by my
All right.
estimation, unlawfully and unconstitutionally impounding every single aspect of federal financial assistance, save for a
Well,
few
we disagree
carve-out
on that.
programs.
Lactoid, is it
okay.
because like I'm guessing, do you disagree with substantive due process in general?
No,
Like, so-
I agree. I disagree with a non-originalist Supreme Court pulling like laws out of their ass that have no basis in history, which is what they did with Roe versus Wade, which is what they did with Chaplinsky, where they said you can't call a cop a fascist because if you do and you get your ass kicked, well, that's on you because them's fighting words, right? That was another one of a really nice one from FDR's fascist court of goons.
You think
And then you also-
Chaplinsky's dead letter? It's dead letter.
It's
and no
technically
one is
good
being-
law.
It's dead letter, and you're
It's
calling that a
technically-
crisis. You say it's still a crisis because you guys are living in this delusional, formalistic world outside of the actual tangible
on.
experience of everyday
At-
people.
at the
where
time-
intention
at the time
matters,
of its
where
ruling.
the life of people matters.
At the time of its ruling, I think Chaplinsky arguably could be a constitutional crisis. Now, it seems like we're out of that because the courts have continually narrowed it to the point where I somewhat agree with you. I think that nobody's really taking it seriously, even though it actually is essentially good law. But Wicker versus Filburn, I mean, what? The first time that the Supreme Court said, well, you really can't do that was Obamacare. Like literally for decades, like the federal government could just do whatever they want and say, well, Commerce Clause, well, Commerce Clause, well, Commerce Clause. All of that is way closer to a constitutional crisis. I don't know if it exactly is, okay, but it's way closer to a constitutional crisis than anything Trump has done. Absolutely, this
so
is the case.
if you agree with it, it's not a constitutional crisis, and if you don't agree with it, it is a
It's
constitutional.
almost like
crisis.
we're on a
That seems to be
panel
what
giving our opinions. Holy shit.
No. What I mean to
So
say
the
is,
difference
as a
is that
policy
Pisco and
matter-
I might argue that things that we don't agree with are constitutional crisis, and you will stonewall and suck Trump's dick for 3 fucking hours because you have no fucking like morals, and you're gonna pretend like we're being hyperbolic. We're so fucking antsy, like they're not gonna revoke citizenship or at least try to and test this over and over and over for the next 4 years, as if that's not a big fucking deal. That's
it's
the
bad
difference.
faith. Oh, wait. Back to it. It's bad faith to say that illegal immigrants are not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. That's bad faith there.
I disagree with it. I don't think it's bad faith, no.
And again, I ask you, what would be a bad faith then?
If I'm listening to somebody's argument and like and they're going through, and it seems to me very clear that like they don't actually believe what they believe about the law.
Be specific. Give me an example.
Yeah,
Not,
yeah.
oh, well, maybe if I didn't
it's going to
believe
be on a
them,
case
what
by
would it
case.
look like?
Yeah, it's going to be on a case by case
Was
basis.
it
Well,
I
make up
think
a
that
case.
argument?
Make up a case then.
Yeah, if I find like hidden information indicating that Trump actually doesn't believe this, and he doesn't believe there's like, yeah, I think this is the case, or it's like the lawyers themselves, and that's questionable as well because lawyers have a duty to represent their client. I think that at that
How about when
point
he
you
was
could
saying that-
argue that it's potentially in bad faith. But again, that's gonna
Okay,
be
so
very,
if I
that's
find
gonna
a
be-
secret
that's gonna
diary of
be-
Trump that
that's gonna
says,
be-
actually, I've been lying the whole time, that is the only thing that could be bad faith.
You're so mad. And
That's what
angry-
you just fucking
whoa,
said,
whoa,
dude.
You're so mad and verbose for
example.
somebody at the
Yeah, because
beginning
you're
of this.
being a stonewalling
admitted-
moron right
for
now.
somebody
And you're
at the
like,
beginning
well,
of this
if
admitted
someone is going
that you
against
don't know
150
anything,
years
because
of
you
Supreme
don't know
Court
about the laws.
precedent,
You don't know-
if
you don't
someone's
have
going
any
against
expertise in this
150,
area.
if someone is going against
You don't have
150
any
years,
expertise in this
if
area.
someone-
You
like,
make
okay, hey,
YouTube
listen,
videos
I'm going-
ranting
yeah,
about social
yeah.
issues. And then you
Yeah,
come in
and
here
you know
and
what?
say
They're
that
much more
my
entertaining than
arguments
you
about
are,
legal,
and you're fucking
yeah,
boring.
my
And
legal
you're not even a
analysis is so
fucking
bad.
constitutional
You don't
lawyer,
know
right?
anything.
So
All
is
you
it-
are
and your
all you are is
argument
talking
that
head.
150 years, if 150
All
years
you are
of
is
Supreme
talking
Court
head.
precedent-
You're only
Hey, do you want to
here
talk
because
about
you
what
have
I'm
a lot of
saying right now, or do
That's
you want to
it.
ad hom me? All right? Do you want to ad
Oh,
hom me? Okay,
you
150
started
years.
it. You literally said I was sucking Trump's dick. You called
Yeah.
me an idiot.
Oh,
you were
were
literally
wrong being
started
gay,
the
bro?
ad hom.
Check this.
Oh, are you a
I
glass
have a
cannon?
picture.
You could throw it
Okay,
insults all day. You
150
Pisco, you could throw it
150
insults all
years.
day.
I
But
can
the
take it,
moment
give it
I
to
give
me.
like a
I
little
just
bit of
wanna
like
talk. I just
flame
wanna
back.
talk, buddy.
I give a
I
little
just
bit of
wanna
flame
ask-
back.
Okay,
All of a
okay.
sudden, like,
Okay,
oh, don't
okay.
be mean to me.
Okay, we're done.
Fucking
We're
what
good.
a
We
bitch.
had our laugh. It was fun. Yeah. So
Can I ask a good faith question? I really want to.
please, go
Mhm.
ahead.
Okay, so are you arguing that it is not bad faith to go against 150 years of Supreme Court precedents and say that illegal immigrants are foreign invaders? You think that is not bad faith? I just want you to say that, yes or no.
Well,
Yeah,
does it have to be bad faith to be a conflict or a crisis or?
Wick, I asked
I
Lactoid.
just
Yeah,
don't understand
I,
that.
you lactoid?
I said no. And by
Okay,
the way,
why not? Okay,
way,
why
you
not?
you have to agree with this, okay? Because
have
there have been Supreme Court decisions that have rescinded long-standing precedent that I'm certain
got you
you
there.
would agree with. So, like, Brown versus Board
He
of
got you
Education.
there, Soy.
Brown versus Board of
That's
Education.
true.
That overturned
So
how
you
many
got fucked
fucking years
there.
of
I'm not gonna
president?
lie.
Do you think
I'll walk into that
Brown
one.
versus
Okay.
Board of
This is different,
Education?
bro.
Whoa,
This
whoa,
is
whoa, whoa, whoa,
fucking-
Just
Pisco,
drop the
don't
whole
save
year
him,
part.
Pisco. He's a legal
No,
expert
wait.
all of a sudden. Don't save him. He knows
I'm not a
what's
legal
going
expert.
on. Go ahead.
I'm
Wait, wait,
actually-
wait.
well,
You
first of
felt
all, so,
confident enough to ask me
I
this
agree.
fucking
No,
question.
no, I agree.
No,
Wait,
no,
hold on.
no,
Let me-
no,
let me
I'm
answer
gonna
your
get my
question.
question
I can
out.
answer for you.
I'm gonna
I
get
can
my
answer your
question. No, no,
because you're
again,
asking me,
for
is
the
it
for the
only
for, whoa, whoa,
overturning
whoa,
precedent
for the
that
benefit
somehow
of the
makes it bad
audience,
faith?
for the benefit of
No,
the
obviously
audience,
that's
for
not
the
what I'm fucking
benefit of the
saying. That is
audience.
part of it.
For
but
the
I'm also
benefit of the
covering
audience,
the
I'm gonna
fact
finish
that
my
all of these
question.
cases have been
For
ruled
the
on
Yeah,
multiple
finish
whoa,
it,
levels.
finish it.
stop,
Let him
stop,
finish.
stop. For the
Okay,
benefit of the audience, I'm gonna finish my question, no matter how much you try to steamroll this. Okay? You said,
Okay, I'm
oh,
back.
like you're pointing to the precedent. Oh, you think that trying to overturn this amount of precedent, you can really do that in good faith, as you say very smugly, when there's plenty of fucking Supreme Court cases that overturn precedent
Right,
that you would
and let
agree
me-
with.
you
So
do
let me ask
explain.
you.
Yep,
So
okay.
I'm
And
not
then
done
I
with my
will tell
question
you
yet.
Let him finish the
Okay.
question.
I'm not
We're
done
never
with
gonna
my
finish.
question
I'm
yet.
not gonna
Lactoid,
fucking say
finish
it.
the question. Lactoid,
Yeah,
finish the question.
you might know
Lactoid, finish
where
the
I'm
question.
going. They might not. Okay, you're not the center of the universe. There's other people. Okay, I don't know how to explain that to you.
Just finish your question,
So,
Lactoid.
Brown versus Board of Education overturned a shit ton of precedent when it comes
Mhm.
to the segregation of American society. Do you think
Okay.
Brown versus Board of Education,
Okay.
the argument in favor of that,
All right.
was in bad faith?
Go on. Keep on. Okay, you're done? Okay. Do you think that I think only is bad faith if you're overturning precedent? Is that what you think I think?
That's what you said.
Do you think I think that?
Let him clarify. Let him clarify. He did say it. You did say it.
I did say that.
can clarify.
I don't think that is.
Also-
I don't think that is the only.
That
thing.
was the argument you were making
I'll admit
until
it. I'll
you
admit
just
it.
Just like you
I'm a little
clarified
bit
it,
blown
definite-
out.
I was a little
That
bit.
was the
definite
argument
in
you were
like,
making.
The precedent being that the precedent being in this case, not just if you go against precedent, somehow this is bad faith. Obviously, that's not what I'm saying. Unless you really think.
Why
I'm
are you
saying that. I
specifying the
promise I'm
years
not.
then?
Be
Just to-
clear.
well-
Hold on. Soy pill, soy pill, soy pill. Be clear what
I'm
you
trying
mean by bad faith. Go ahead.
Bad faith in the sense that for 150 years we have declared that illegal immigrants are not a foreign army. That is what I'm saying. If you're going against 150 years of that, or hey, let's say we decided that yesterday. It doesn't fucking matter. Obviously, do you think that you can somehow declare a bunch of illegal immigrants as a foreign army in good faith, regardless of how long that's been precedent?
Yes. Hold on.
Okay,
Wait,
how?
wait. A foreign army? No. I think there is an argument.
Foreign invader.
Oh, yeah, I think there
They're
is. I think
invaders?
I think they're legally speaking probably not an army. Okay, but I think you
Okay.
could. I think you could say you can make a good faith argument that
Yeah,
the 14th
please-
Amendment
please
was
make it.
never. Yeah, the 14th. I'm in the middle of it. The 14th Amendment was never intended to apply to illegal immigrants due to the idea of they're not under the jurisdiction of the United States, et cetera, et cetera. I think there's an argument there to be had. I disagree with it. Like I'll clarify this.
Why
for the
do you
fifth time.
So you
disagree
disagree
with
with Brown v. Board, right? You disagree with Brown v. Board, is that right?
I disagree with some of the implications of Brown versus Board. Yes, some of
And
it's
you're going
good.
after him,
Some of it's
and you're
good.
using- this is bad faith, right?
Well, no,
You're
it's not
using
bad
Brown
faith
versus
because
Board.
I'm not the one married to years of precedent like he claimed. Like,
True.
oh,
no. Can I
yeah,
give
take
my
that back,
opinion,
Pisco.
Lactoid?
Wait. Take that back
Pisco,
because
go
I'm
ahead.
right. I'm not married to years of
that was a
precedent.
joke.
You know
that was a joke.
Okay,
yes,
thank
yes,
you.
that
Thank
was a
you. Go
joke.
ahead.
That was a joke. But I don't want to be clear. I actually do think it's relevant, the amount of years of precedent. It's not dispositive, but if there's a great deal of precedent here, we have cases going back to the Chinese exclusion laws and cases as early I think in the 1990s,
1800s.
which say essentially this. There ought to be a really good argument, right? There ought to be a really good constitutional argument for you to be advocating to overturn it. There was a really good, in my opinion, not your opinion, constitutional argument to overturn Plessy v. Ferguson and Brown v. Board. I don't think that you can find that here, and I think that the length of precedent here is a factor to consider the good or bad faith. And I think that's totally fair. He's not a legal expert, and I don't think you should hammer him on that. It's not dispositive, but I do think it's relevant, and I'm glad that he brought it up.
Wait.
Saying I'm not a
I
legal
will
expert
hammer.
is
I will
anti-Semitism.
hammer. Let me respond. I will hammer him with it when he comes at me with ad homs, acting all confident. And
Yeah, and then
I'm
when I
gonna respond,
clarify,
okay?
and
Now,
what's your good faith? And
yeah,
that's what's your good faith?
You
What's
guys
your
want
good
to
faith
play in
interpretation
the
of saying
mud?
that
I can
illegals are
play in the
border
mud too.
foreign
Okay?
Can I
invaders?
just because
I
this
can
is
play in the
gonna
mud
bother
too.
Born
me.
in the mud. You've
Hold
never
on,
left
stop,
the mud,
because
buddy.
this is going to be bothering me because I think this is tangential to the reason, like whether or not we are in a constitutional crisis or Trump is attempting to subvert the Constitution and the levers of power and things like that. He can be doing it in entirely good faith, and it could still be trying to
That is
dismantle.
true. Could be
the-
wrong.
Wait,
Yes.
that's a good. That's a good point. I think there's some things that people could be doing in good faith that could still represent a constitutional crisis.
Yes.
But I think that bad faith adds to the scope of what we can look at in the current time. At time equals 1, right? Because what Lactoid is saying might sound reasonable at first blush to someone. Well, it's only been 8 days. It's just a pause. There've been other pauses in history, right? But what we're trying to do is tell you that it's a crisis right now. And in order to get into the crisis right now moment, we got to give you evidence of what they're planning in the future and whether or not they're coming at this in good or bad faith. And so while I agree there are some constitutional crises that could have been reached in good faith by the respective branches of government, not all. Some crises need to be proved both with current actions and with purpose and intent. So
Intent.
Wick, I need to
Intent.
add on to this. This is also very important that, like, when we talk about Project 25 and it's like, oh, you're just being antsy, you're just fear mongering, hyperbole, when as if this wasn't the plan from the beginning that they're all saying that they're following, that is clearly like 70% of it's already been checked off. And specifically in this good faith discussion as to whether or not the 14th Amendment can be overturned or not applied to illegal immigrants, they literally have two contradicting bad faith arguments, one being that foreign invaders are illegal immigrants are foreign invaders, and the other being that it just doesn't apply to illegal citizens, which are like not like in the same thing. So they have to have these two contradictory things to try to push this, because it's not about whether or not I think they're foreign invaders. It's about I want to get rid of illegal birthright citizenship. That's all it is. And so that is the bad faith. It's all of the precedent before this. It's all of the plans. It's all of, hey, I've been telling you what I've been doing and what I want to do for 40 years, and now I'm finally doing it. But actually, it's only been 3 days, and they haven't finished doing it, so we actually don't know if it's really happening.
And they want to blind us, and they want to say you can't look at that. You have to just consider the formalism of the argument itself, as opposed to the argument being bad, as you are acknowledging, in addition to the additional context given by Project 2025, contemporaneous statements made by Trump. I mean, Trump literally said we'll probably need to have an amendment for it. If that's not a fucking admission that the argument is weak, what is? I mean, he's literally saying the argument is weak enough that we might need to go to the states to have a constitutional amendment. I think that's pretty indicative of bad faith.
Wait, let me respond to this. You can make arguments like you can make arguments for something that you believe is the law and recognize at the same time that those arguments are weak and that you probably won't win. I mean, you and I both know that, right? You can bring arguments to the court that you
is that
think,
an indication
that
of bad faith, though, knowing your argument's not good and you just want to push your agenda?
No, not at all. In court, you can bring arguments that, like, especially if it's your only argument, that is particularly weak, and you have to put it forward to the court, and you can do that in good faith.
We're analyzing this not as attorneys. We're analyzing this as political
actors. No, we're
actors.
analyzing this as attorneys, okay? Because this has to do with the fucking law, whether or not you're bringing this in good faith, okay? You absolutely, when you're bringing a legal challenge in good faith, this I think well fits within that standard. And also, one thing that I think we've lost a little bit here, and Zetsui said at the very beginning, and this is like a commonly understood part of the definition of constitutional crisis, in political science at least, which is that a constitutional crisis requires that there be like some kind of inability to solve the problem within legal mechanisms. And in this case, when you have a judge immediately block it, no evidence of circumvention of the block, and this going up to the Supreme Court, you can't possibly call this a constitutional crisis, because the solution, the solution, like the solvement or whatever, is right there at the Supreme Court where it's going to go. Like, if this was a constitutional, like, how is this a crisis if we know where it's going next and it's going to the body that is tasked with interpreting the law?
Yeah, no, it is a crisis because the executive branch, first of all, even the attempt by itself, and the fact that they're able to marshal a great deal of support within the Congress and among their followers, shows that they're trying to do something that would generate a crisis. And they're actively attempting to evade judicial review. And I didn't hear you, Lactoid. I quoted that judge where the judge said, it's clear that you were trying to evade judicial review. Do you accept that? Do you accept that the memo rescission was in bad faith trying to evade judicial review?
No, I don't accept that the memo rescission was in bad faith to attempt to avoid judicial review. I've seen no evidence that the Trump campaign has been doing this. If they were doing
you haven't read their diary, so how would you know?
Surely they would be doing this about the 14th Amendment one.
Bro, if Biden did this shit, if Biden did this kind of
shit.
Evasion,
look at OSHA, the student loan forgiveness. He tried to get around the Supreme Court how many times?
Wait. On day one, he did this.
Explain the comparison here where what we're talking about is, just to be clear, the audience is aware, the rescission of this memo. They say we're rescinding just the memo, not the policy.
Yep.
And you guys are saying there's something other than judicial review that could be motivating what he's doing.
Other than, I would say that the reason why is because the entire thing it was retarded and creates chaos. It doesn't actually give any proper information for anyone to determine.
So wait, the defense is Trump realized he was retarded right now?
Okay, I think
the policy is vague and creates confusion, and that's why things are getting frozen that shouldn't be frozen.
Not the memo.
Housekeeping for a moment, because I think my Discord's freezing up. I'm not sure.
You're coming through
can
fine
you
for
guys
me.
hear me? Is this on my end or is this on?
You look great.
Not frozen.
I'm clear.
The only thing not frozen is
Mhm.
Discord.
Your
right now.
your stream is freezing a bit, Wick. You're clear on our end though, so it's probably has to do with your streaming.
Discord's good. Yeah, maybe
Discord
OBS.
is fine.
I do have to take a small break to make a little money here, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah,
to
yeah, let's do it.
monetize the crisis.
Let's do it.
So let me read some of these super chats.
Wait, Trump's
thank
blocking
you.
it right now. Actually, he's blocking the
Wolfglen.
super chats. You can't.
Yeah,
you
you've been
can't
frozen.
stop. No more super
all
chats,
frozen.
Wick.
No!
We're done. There's
It's only
rotten
been
waste.
1 minute.
Wolfglen.
It's only been 1 minute.
Yeah, Wolfglen's given me 5 gift subs on Twitch. Thank you for that. I really appreciate you. $5 from Deej Nuts to say, how much will it cost to change the debate topic to is Pisco a hypocrite? More than $5. Thank you for the $5. $2 from Deej Nuts. Doge isn't freezing anything.
That's
Fair,
not true.
okay. Yeah, $2 from
What are you talking about?
TL1524. Yeah.
Okay, maybe he's trying to say the president is actually freezing it. That's true.
Yeah.
And he's consulting them to do it, and he's just saying yes to it.
Th-
That's,
That's a
it's
good
semantics.
point. Wait, that's a good
Doesn't
point.
matter.
I shouldn't have
No, it's
discounted
not.
that too
it's not a
quickly.
good point.
It's
No,
not a
if
good
you're-
point.
If you're going to
That's a
say,
good
well, everything is a function of the president's authority, and so nothing Doge does is anything. I mean, that's not true. Let's think about this like
We
real
know what
fuck-
you mean when
Yeah, he's agreeing with you.
I'm agreeing
Yeah,
with you. You're right.
Yeah, we
No,
all
no,
agree.
I'm talking to the chatter, not you. Sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
sure. Okay, $2 from TL1524. Can Destiny's Little Hobbit contain itself? Yes or no?
I'm not a hot. I'm 6 foot.
I'm
I don't
6
know
foot.
what
But
it
you
is.
are Destiny's. Is
I'm
that
6
what
foot two. Get
you got to deny both of those
Oh,
things.
yeah.
You got to deny both
Listen,
of those.
I split ties with Steven, but they'll continue on, and that's fine. That's their right to do that, and it can tell when the arguments are weak. That's where they go, and so I'm fine with it.
And I was making it clear.
As a three, and
I
as a
didn't go
3'10"
there.
person, I don't think that
'Cause
Pisco's
I-
actually
you didn't.
telling the
'cause
truth about his height.
I don't. In fact, I don't even think you should get shit because I mean that was a brave move.
Appreciate it.
Oh, okay. Well, we can kiss later. Fair enough. $2 from TL1524. Yeah, louder Pisco doesn't make you any smarter. Thank you for $2.
That's why you combined it with the right argument. Loud and smart
Yeah,
is
that's
double
right,
better.
that's right.
You know.
$2 more from Deej Nuts to say, my 8-month-old son laughs whenever Pisco speaks. There you go.
Oh, that's cute.
That's
Babies
actually.
love me. What can I say?
Yeah.
Wait, why are you letting your child listen to? Okay, 18 plus.
Listen to me.
He's gonna
Yeah,
be a lawyer.
listen
Don't
to
worry,
anything
Quick.
on my stream. $5
Yeah.
from Audacity. Pisco is being disingenuous, pretending like he doesn't know how challenges are raised and met by the court.
When did I do that? I acknowledge that there's court litigation going on right now, but that's not
$5.
just because
I
there's
think,
litigation.
I think,
There's
wait,
always
I
going to be
think,
litigation
I think
on
I
everything.
understand.
I mean,
I think it's because they're saying, well, because the argument is if there is a challenge at all, therefore it is not a constitutional crisis because there's some challenge, and therefore if you think there's a crisis
Yeah.
and also a challenge, you're somehow holding to contradictory opinions, which is ridiculous.
yeah, whenever there's something bad, people are going to run to the courts. Just saying that there's a court challenge is literally brainless, and you're essentially saying no event can be a constitutional crisis because you could conceivably go to the court about it. I guess you could have in the Civil War, you could have gone to the court to make it so that the secession is illegal. In fact, there have been arguments about nullification, that kind of stuff in the Supreme Court. So I
don't
guess
think what
it's
he's
not a
saying.
crisis.
Wait, can you reread that? What he said?
It's only
No?
$5.
Pisco
in the
doesn't.
chat, for
Pisco
sure.
doesn't know about
Yeah,
judicial
is
process.
How you bring challenges?
disingenuous, pretending like he doesn't know how challenges are raised and met by the court.
Yeah, well, I think he's referring more to saying like the way that you challenge it. So if you wanted to challenge the 14th Amendment, the court, Trump would say, I think these two groups are outside of chat. So he's not saying like I'm defying and I want you to overrule it. He's saying I think ours are different. And the thing is, by passing that law, you're creating a challenge. That's how you would go. Now the court goes, no, it
Yeah,
isn't.
okay,
You're trying to distinguish it.
But
That's
it's
how you
not
raise
just
these
positive
challenges.
justice. So Zetsu, if I were the president, I went to court and I was like, it's my position that Dred Scott is still good law and black people are not citizens and cannot be citizens. Do you think that
No, but
if
that's
I
not what he
did that,
did.
this is an extreme example. No, I know.
No, that
it's an
wouldn't,
extreme
yeah.
example. You would say that this is bad faith, anti-constitutional, and it's a crisis to the extent that we are fearful of what it portends for the future. And I think that that's completely true, or at least, at the very least, if it's not a crisis because you trust the court.
Wait, would he say that? I don't think he
if
would
they
say that,
direct-
right? If the court,
I don't know if I go that
Say be a
hyperbolic,
crisis.
but
No.
yeah, I just say that
Would,
but
would
the
it be
level
bad faith? Would you agree it's bad faith at the very
yes,
minimum? To
because,
go-
no, because well,
Okay.
that's not
Depends
bad
who was
faith,
elected,
meaning.
right? Like Nick Fuentes.
You're
was
saying that
elected, it
I'm
could
just
be
going to
good faith.
defy the
Jesus
court because I think it's
fucking
bad.
Christ. So
wait,
is it your position that it would not be bad faith to say that Dred Scott is still good law, to go to the court and raise that? Oh my God.
I think it's bad
Wait.
faith.
Let me
No, what do
respond.
you mean
Let me
bad-
respond. Let me respond.
Go ahead.
Okay, you can't just let that hang, please.
You let it hang.
No, I didn't. I was like gonna answer
You
it.
did let it hang.
I was gonna
You,
answer.
you had to
I
you
was
had to
gonna
think about it a
answer.
little too long.
Well,
buddy, but go
answer
ahead.
answer it because I got
I'm
more super chats.
trying.
I wanna
I'm
get to 'em.
trying.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
You're all good, brother. You're all good. So I guess it depends. Like if we're talking about good faith from the actor themselves, like if Nick Fuentes was elected president, does he actually believe this? Could he like credibly bring this if someone's like delusional enough? Yeah, you could have like a good faith there. I think any lawyer trying to bring the argument that black people aren't people, like I would be 99.999% sure that they're acting in bad faith or they have some kind of psychosis, right? There could be one of
Wait,
the
what do
other.
you mean? If Nick Fuentes
Well,
believes
yeah,
it and
if
he
Nick
gets a
Fuentes did
law
it-
degree and then introduces it, now it's good faith, right? So it's
Well,
okay.
no. If
and
he
this
gets a
is some
law degree, then he
constitutional
would
crisis?
know. Then by going through law school, he would know that's like not a good legal
You
argument.
think that we can de-radicalize Nick Fuentes
knows.
by putting him through law school?
No. Wait. I'm not saying that we can de-radicalize Nick Fuentes by putting him through law school. What I'm saying is
You
that
just said if he went through law school, he would now not think that black
What
people
I'm
aren't
saying-
You're saying it would be good
is
faith because
that-
he would be aware of the precedent.
yes, thank you. What I'm saying
Yeah,
is that
but
you
Fuentes
can
is
only
aware
bring.
of the precedent right now.
I don't know if he is. I don't know. I don't
You
know.
think he doesn't know about the history of the fucking Civil War?
I don't know Nick Fuentes' legal background. Okay, I don't.
He
What I'm
he
saying-
threatened to firebomb my house or pipe
Oh.
bomb my house.
That's
once.
fucked.
We were
That's
on
fucked.
a show,
Yeah, I
and
bet
he
that's
said he was
horribly
going to send a
fucked up.
pipe bomb my house. So it was
That's
fun.
horribly fucked
Okay.
up. Wait. Can I please? So I
Easy
don't
super
know
chat.
the legal background of Nick Fuentes. What I'm saying is that if you go through law school, if you have any kind of knowledge on like the legal history of the United States, I don't think you can, in good faith, make the argument that like
Okay.
black people aren't people. Okay, now.
But you
aren't
can make the good
citizens.
faith argument that illegal immigrants
the
are a
14th
foreign
Amendment doesn't
invader.
apply. Yes, you can make that good faith argument. I think so.
You do a
Okay.
distinction.
And by the way,
countering it.
even if somebody makes a bad faith argument about like black people not being people, if the Supreme Court orders like a hold, like the courts order a hold on it and then review it and then decide against it, no constitutional crisis has happened because the Supreme Court functioned exactly as it should.
President is trying to like subvert the Constitution and take away citizenship from black people just because someone stopped him, it's not a crisis. That's just the standard.
The part of the definition of the crisis is that there's no way of solving it, and the
threat.
Supreme Court, quite literally, their ability is to solve it. Now, if there's not enough time for the Supreme Court to solve it, let's say a situation like the Civil War, I don't know where they probably I don't know if they directly defied a Supreme Court order there, but there certainly wasn't enough time to have the Supreme Court rule on that. But if like they all started like grabbing guns and right away, then yeah, you can say that like that's a constitutional crisis because the court hasn't had enough time. But if the court freezes the order so there is enough time for the Supreme Court to hear it, then no, there's no crisis because there is a specific constitutional process for dealing with disagreements, and that's what's happening.
We got
super chats.
Yeah, we got a lot of super chats to go, and we can't let's save the big arguments for the $50 super chats, and let's keep the
Okay.
$5 super chats
Okay.
to maybe a comment.
Sorry about that, Wick.
What if it's
No,
a
it's
bad
all good.
$50 super chat?
$5 from Audacity. Ask Pisco if he believes in presidential veto power.
Yes, I do.
There,
Whoa.
that's all it needed, right?
Bullet
You don't need more.
bitten.
Okay, $5 from Audacity.
What's that?
Pisco again being disingenuous. If Congress disagrees, they have to provide sufficient reasoning and vote again on releasing those funds.
Fuck no.
No,
See,
they don't.
That's the change in
Even under
operation.
impoundment, they don't.
$5 from Audacity. If they fail to provide sufficient reasoning and the president holds it again, the challenge would be brought to court.
That's not
No.
right.
Yeah, I don't think that's how it works. But thanks for the $5, Audacity. I have approved release of all your funds to my bank account. Okay, $2 from non-fun. Worse than being bad faith, Lactoid is Canadian. True.
I'm not Canadian.
$5.
It's a lie.
You're not?
No
It's
way,
a weird
right?
ongoing meme. I'm not.
Wait, can we do a lactoid birtherism? Wait, why do they think you're Canadian?
Because I'm believe it or not, I'm actually very nice on panels unless people throw shade at me first.
Say about.
Whoa. You threw the first stone at me. Going
No,
personal.
your intro.
Yeah,
in your
100%.
intro, you were talking shit.
I'm saying
That's
these guys are going to
why.
defend it.
I don't think he did.
Yeah, we can go back. I
don't think-
definitely,
I don't think
I
Pisco's
remember,
doing
I
shit.
remember
Okay.
changing
Not
my
really.
intro because of
Okay.
your intro. So
I throw
throwing
the
those
first
stones.
stone against Lactoid. I'll take that. I'll take that L.
$5
Lactoid-
from-
Wait, Lactoid needs to say the word about. Say about.
About.
Okay. I don't think he's
Okay.
Canadian, guys.
Fuck.
He tried.
Fuck. $5 from Fates to the Shadow Realm with all of them. I was tempted. $2 from Solomon Argus. Conservatives equals good. Progressives equal bad.
Whoa.
Thank you for the $2. $2 from Old
Great.
School. Your panelists are trying to give you an aneurysm. True. $5 from Ben
True.
Riley. If you really want to know how Lactoid feels about precedent, ask him about if he thinks the Civil Rights Act was a good idea.
I think Article 2 is
That's
unconstitutional.
not about precedent.
I think
You think it's
I think
unconstitutional?
it violates freedom of the specific, like the one mandating private association. I think that violates the First Amendment's freedom of association.
So Title VII is a constitutional crisis.
Wait,
It's
personal, it doesn't.
unconstitutional. Is there a way to solve it?
So it's a
I don't know.
constitutional crisis.
It could be, yeah. It could be an
If
ongoing
there's a
constitutional
way to
crisis.
solve it and it doesn't get solved, is it not a
Title
constitutional
VII,
crisis?
Title VII, for you guys know, is like employment discrimination law. Lactoid says that that's more of a constitutional crisis than, the president trying to usurp legislative authority.
Or Roe v. Wade.
Yes.
There are exceptions from personal. Never. All right, it's not important.
First Amendment matters, Pisco. Okay, freedom of association matters.
I know that.
$2 from another new account. If Biden did this, quote unquote, he did. Thank you for the $2.
When you guys have not provided OSHA stuff is
We had
totally
to switch
He
over.
tried to
It
talk
wasn't
about the
OSHA.
deferment at the beginning, right? About the wall, isn't that right? Is that Sui?
the
Yeah,
deferment of
it's
the
a-
wall funds.
Yeah. So no, it's not. Do you want to keep doing super chats? We can do it after. Or do you?
Oh, wait.
No,
Let's
that's
address.
it for
This
super
is a
chat.
specific
You
You
question.
mean the deferment of the
Oh, yeah,
funds
boy.
that were initially reappropriated from the Defense Department?
So Congress allocated them. The reason why he even deferred them was to say that there was a bunch of surveys and stuff that were waived. That he goes, you know what? I'm not going to waive them. I want to do them. And then on top of that, he said he wanted to do consulting things. And so the question is, I still think that within his rights, so I don't think it's a crisis.
Yeah,
or
if he's
horrible,
allowed to
but
waive.
I do think it's obvious that he was doing it just to delay the wall. The idea that goes on day one, he just had a thought that occurred to him. But again, I think it's within his power. Like he made the argument, and I think that it'd be hard to challenge it in court. So
Do you know how
yeah,
many
he can
days he
get away
deferred
with
it?
it.
Do you know how many days he deferred it for?
I have no idea. I think it went for a while, but I didn't check how long it went.
No, but if he has the substantive ability to waive permits and stuff like that Congress envisioned
Congress already
for,
did it.
that's completely that's
No.
completely-
Congress
No,
waived
they
them
were
already.
already
He
waived.
unwaived
Oh.
them. He
Well,
said,
well,
I
then
want to
I don't-
unwaive all of them to do all the
Against
surveys. Also, I want to
Congress's
do a
will.
few meetings and stuff.
I'll have to look
So-
at the
and stop
I'll have
spending
to
the
look
money,
at the
but-
facts. I'll have to look at the facts of that alleged deferment. But just to be clear, it's not enough, in my opinion, for something to be an unconstitutional illegal deferment for it to be a constitutional crisis. What we talked
Yeah.
about at the beginning, it has to be existential, affecting the structure of the Constitution. And so you can point to other deferments, maybe that even illegal. Maybe I'll even agree with you, but I'm not going to say that just because there is one that it's a constitutional crisis.
Yeah,
I agree. I agree with
Well,
that. I agree with that. So let me just kind of ask one question, on that specific question.
Yeah.
If the president has the ability to do something, but there's also a requirement, hey, I got to let you know exactly what I'm doing, and he does the thing that he otherwise could do, but let's say he just skips the part where he lets him know what he's doing. Would you say that rises to the level of a constitutional crisis?
If he's allowed to do what he's going to do and he just fails to follow through with notice,
Yeah.
depending on his state of mind, I would say if I think good faith in him, then I would say, and generally not trying to centralize authority, I'd be like, no, it's not a constitutional crisis. But here, the violations of notice provisions, the violations of time dates, those are all deliberate. He's trying to say that any intrusion by the legislative branch into executive affairs is de facto unconstitutional. And so he's violating them, just like the IGs, when he fired all the IGs, just like when he fired the NLRB nominees, members, when he fired people on the EEOC commission. So, and they're not going through with the notice and substantive requirement checks and all those kinds of notices to Congress provisions. It's not done just because they forgot. It's done because there's a substantive challenge to Congress's authority to put any limit on what the president is allowed to do. That's what is happening.
And the reason I disagree with that is I think that it would be so easy for them just to do that if they even if they intended on this whole project, because this is getting challenged by legal groups anyway, right? This is going to go to the Supreme Court, even if we roll with the assumption that this is to challenge whether or not the president has the unilateral right to impound funds, regardless of the Impoundment Act of the 70s. Then he could be doing that regardless, right? The idea that, he could do this power, he could do it, he just needs to let Congress know, hey, I'm doing it. And the idea that him failing to let
that was
Congress
an assumption
know.
of your question, Lactoid. That was an assumption of your question. I do not accept that the kind of broad scale pause here is necessarily in line with the Impoundment Act. And I think you can think about that in the same kind of major questions doctrine that was applied to the student loan things that Biden did. What they said was, yeah, you can do this kind of targeted relief. They didn't actually say that, but that's been approved over time, these kinds of targeted relief. But they're saying if Congress wanted broad sweeping power to be handed to the president to forgive student loans in this broad way that affects everything, they would have more clearly stated.
I'm not saying that you said
that's an
this.
argument.
I'm not saying that
Yeah,
you said this. I'm putting forward my position, which my position is I think that a president who does something and they could do it, but the only thing that they missed out on doing was telling Congress, hey, I'm going to do this. but they otherwise could do it perfectly
Okay, that's
fine.
your position.
I don't think this
Okay.
rises
Yeah.
to the
Let
constitutional
me.
crisis.
I do
Super
have.
chats.
Hold
He
on.
has so many super chats.
Yeah. Well, no, not super chats, but I do want to keep everyone's time in mind. I want to respect your time, and I have
Yeah.
one more question before we get to closings and things that I do want to discuss. And this is to Lactoid and Zetsue's side first. Um, Regardless or not, whether you think that this is currently a crisis, right? That we are currently in it. Do you not think that it is reasonable for citizens who are watching this go down, watching some of this, some would call unprecedented behavior by people like Elon Musk, by people like President Trump, and have concerns that we are entering into one in the future? Like you mentioned that at the beginning, Lactoid specifically, you mentioned that Pisco was being hyperbolic and alarmist in his language. Do you not think that some of these different executive orders, firings, challenges, memos, freezings are at least not cause for some alarm?
No, hold on. This was specifically to Pisco because of his intro. If you have somebody come in and say, "Yeah, I mean, overall, it's there's some concerns I have. Here's where he's right. Here's where I think he might be making mistakes. I'm interested to see how this develops." Like if that was the position coming in, obviously, I think this position is reasonable. I think this position is reasonable for any kind of president or politician trying to enact shit. Because like whenever this
Are you
shit's going
concerned is the
through,
question.
am I concerned personally? I mean, no, I think the question was, is somebody reasonable to be concerned?
I
Not
guess
whether or
that's
not I'm
true, but I'm
concerned. Yeah,
asking, I guess.
sure. I
Well,
mean, I
no,
can,
Are
then
you
the question are, do you not have concerns?
do I not have concerns? I mean, I think that what they're trying to do, I think what they're trying to do, first of all, I agree with what they're trying to do, just to be clear, because government is bloated, government is a problem. So in that sense, I'm not concerned. I'm not really concerned as to, I guess, the peripherals of what's going on in terms of the kind of any kind of threat to the Supreme Court or the separation of powers, because I think that historically, at least within my lifetime, the Supreme Court or the Republican Party, and specifically Donald Trump, has selected justices and that have a functioning theory of law. That there's a respect for the Supreme Court. There's a respect for the balance of powers that exists within our government. So I'm not concerned that this is going to turn into some kind of major crisis. I can't rule it out. There's
Do you have any
always
concerns?
the potential for. Is there any? I always have some concerns whenever the government does anything.
Do you
But
think
beyond,
Elon
I'm assuming.
Musk
But I know you're not going to like that answer. So that's why I'm assuming like you're asking. Do I have concerns beyond the
Do the
normal government
alleged
skepticism that I have?
allegations of authoritarian overreach and centralization of authority, are those at all concerning to you?
No, I don't, because Doge has a specified expiration date. What they're trying to do is specifically reduce the size of government, to reduce waste. They're posting the evidence, they're posting what they're doing. There's oversight by Congress, there's oversight by the president. They are, in my mind, like the intention to me seems very clear that they're attempting to shrink the bloat and waste that exists within the United States government. So no, I don't have that many concerns. Now, is there always in the back of my mind, well, maybe this is like a ploy? This is always the case. Okay. But beyond that, no, I have more faith in Donald Trump than Biden. Okay. And I have more faith in Biden and Donald Trump than George W. Bush. Like, no doubt.
Oh my God. Oh, yeah. Well, we can go to closing.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, I was an answer, but
No.
Oh, sorry, Zetsu. I'm
so
so
it's like,
sorry.
yeah, no. So
Wow.
it's okay. No, I think if you're a Democrat, I think there should be massive concerns right now in terms of execution. That's saying that I think the freezes, like I agree with the judge, where it goes, there's no rational basis for why you had to freeze. Everything you're suggesting you want to do, freeze has nothing to do with that. And so, especially if you're a Democrat and you don't trust Trump, which I assume you don't, then you should. And I actually don't mind the hyperbolic language either. I think what Democrats need to do is be like, you need to basically call out everything and kind of make it fiery enough, because you need, the only way you win is by galvanizing your base. And so if you're just like, you know what, I have some concerns with how he's doing it, I really don't like it, even like that's not going to get anyone to go out to vote. So in terms of execution, I think that Democrats in particular should be very concerned, because I suspect even if they go, oh, we're cutting policies that are inefficient, my guess is you're not going to like those things that he's cutting, or you're going to disagree with even the effect of it. It's like saying there might be a good policy, but if you try and have a 5-year-old implement it, it's not going to work. And so, but in terms of the idea of saying, do we want to review reportings of different agencies and all those things? I think those things are good to do, and I'd be interested to read them. But again, if you don't trust anyone currently in government, you're not going to like their review. So like in that sense, you should be very concerned.
Okay. With that, it has been a very robust discussion, very fiery discussion. And I've enjoyed it. Gang, if you've enjoyed the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. If you're following me on YouTube, if you're on Twitch or you're on Kick, hit the follow button. Really helps. Feel free to send me super chats, subs, all that. But I want to give each of these individuals a chance to have some closing thoughts and tell people where they can be found. So if you've liked what they said or doesn't like what they say, you can follow them at their various respective things. I have links to their socials in the YouTube description, so check that out. But we're just going to go in kind of the reverse order we did last time, and we'll give Pisco the last word. Lactoid, start us off, and we'll just go from there.
Yeah, some of you may know before this election, I hesitantly endorsed Donald Trump, and this was because of my analysis of his history and kind of what was at stake at the 2024 election. Right before his inauguration, there was a couple things that made me super concerned. I really didn't like the Trump coin. I thought that was really shitty, and there's a couple other things that he did really upsetting. But since he's come into office, I think that he's been, in some ways, not good, right? And I've already called those out. The Gaza idea is bad, to put it mildly. It's a very bad idea. God, I hope that's just some weird negotiating tactic because Jesus Christ, okay? But then on the other hand, there's been a lot of things that they've been doing that I am incredibly satisfied with. And he's doing more that I'm satisfied with than I anticipated. We got great cabinet picks coming through. I'm looking forward to what comes next. I think here, sure, we'll wait and see. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe after 90 days, Trump is going to look in the camera and say, "I am your God now." If that happens, fuck. Like I will. If that happens, I will go to you, Pisco, and I will apologize for my ignorance and my lack of foresight. But I don't think it's going to happen. I think what's going to happen is you're going to see a bunch of cuts. You're going to see some kind of compromise, and then you're going to see back to business as usual, but just a little bit better. If you like what I had to say today, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. One last thing. I know things got heated. Yeah, I don't hold anything against you guys. No grudges. I'm not a big grudge guy. You guys might hold grudges against me. I don't know, but I'm not holding grudges against you guys. So everything is refreshed. Going forward, I won't be mean unless you guys are mean to me again. So go ahead.
Okay. Thanks for being here. Check them out, gang. Soy Pill. Go what you got.
Yeah. I didn't get to talk as much, and like we all pointed out, I'm not as experienced, and that's fine. I did shout, but you know what? It's all in good fun. No hard feelings. I agree. What's happening right now? Power is being consolidated in the executive branch, and this is very much planned out and explicitly stated by the people in power right now. JD Vance has said, we want to defy court orders. You can look in Project 2025 and the people that they are appointing who are architects of Project 2025 and putting into power and what they say things like the president should, quote, this is from Project 25, page 28, the president should choose a White House counsel who is well-versed in the Constitution, administrative, and regulatory law, and the inner workings of Congress and the political process. Instead of choosing a specialist, the president should hire a counsel with extensive experience with a wide range of complex legal subjects. But moreover, while a candidate with elite credentials might seem ideal, the best one will be above all loyal to the president. And then at the end of that sentence, and the Constitution. And there's a reason they put loyal to the president first. It's because they don't give a shit about the Constitution. They care about Trump being able to enact his agenda and putting those people in power. Lactoid thinks that Roe v. Wade and the civil rights are more likely a crisis. I think that speaks for itself, and you can all make your decisions based on that. He thinks that the word waste and fraud are these magical words where as soon as you say them, suddenly it's okay to cut whatever the fuck you want. It's not deleting anymore because the whole department is a waste. And I guess if we're in some crazy world where, like, if a robber breaks into your house, waves his gun around and, threatens to murder you, as long as he hasn't riddled you with 29 9mm bullets, it's not a crisis because maybe the police are going to come in and stop you. So, that exists. So maybe it's not a crisis now. I think that the bad faith is not somehow contingent on the fact that only if Trump wrote it in his little secret note diary that somehow we can know his true intention that it's bad faith. I think you can look at the arguments being made. They're contradictory. They go against precedent. They are ridiculous. They are bad faith. I'm someone who's not an alarmist. I don't think that the first administration was as bad as a lot of the resist libs were saying. I did not have the Donald syndrome or TDS as many of the people around me in the Bay Area did. And you know what? It turns out they were all right. They just needed a second try. I think what's happening now is insane. If you look at what's happening in the past 2 weeks, it is insane. And don't listen to me. Don't listen to Lactoid. Don't listen to anyone on this panel. Listen to the judges, the representatives, and the people that are raising the alarms and saying, this is unprecedented. This is fucking scary. This is consolidating power in a completely unjust, insane way that we've never seen before. And this might not come back where he can give this power back. So please, for the love of God, be scared right now. It is not good.
Okay. Thank you for being here. You can find his channel in the YouTube description. Click on that link and you can see what he has to say. Setsway.
Yeah, I guess start off with I guess I probably should apologize that I didn't I genuinely wasn't mentioning some of those cases. I had assumed I probably should have posted them in the group chat that I was even looking at them. I wasn't, and I realized especially after Pisco, it kind of snapped at me. It was like, you can't just accept my interpretation of it. If you haven't read it, you have there's no reason for you to accept that. So, and same thing with the bills. That if I'm trying to provide them to you, but if I can't just ask you to accept if you're not certain, and so that was kind of rude of me. But overall, I'd say that a lot of these things that people are saying consolidating power or that are unprecedented, we do have a lot of legislative history on a lot of things. A lot of things have gone severely wrong in this country that don't really constitute constitutional crises. And I don't think this one's necessarily any worse than other situations we've been in, or ones that we wouldn't consider that. Like I said, say Nixon's was far more severe than this. But overall, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be losing your shit. Especially if you're a Democrat, you should not be letting up on Trump at all. That especially in terms of the things that are insane, I'd be saying the things like the Greenland, the Panama Canal, the tariffs, these things they're not constitutional crises, but those things, I'm like, how are you not? I'm like, that's scaring the shit out of me. And it's like, but when it comes down to this, and I'm reading the bills and I'm reading how grants are given and how they're rescinded, I'm going, okay, procedurally, it doesn't appear like this is a big issue. And that's kind of where I was coming from. So it doesn't mean that I don't think that I'm not trying to get anyone to tone the heat down. It's more of just saying, I feel like there's sharper knives to wield, and I feel like you guys are wielding dull ones. I'd rather you pull out the sharper ones, I guess. But yeah, I don't have a channel or anything. I'm not a content creator, so.
Wick exclusive. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate you. Yeah, thanks. And last but certainly not least, Pisco. Close us out.
Yeah, that dude really kind of threw me at the end there. I had a whole thing sort of stewing in my head, and he said that the Watergate situation and the Saturday Night Massacre and what happened with Nixon is a way worse of a constitutional crisis. I don't even know, based on the immunity decision of the Supreme Court, how Nixon isn't completely vindicated and everything he did was completely correct and not a problem at all. He was being accused of obstructing justice by firing a bunch of prosecutors, which apparently he has the complete authority to do, regardless of whether his intent is to obstruct a particular criminal investigation. And so I don't know how, based on the logic of complete deferring of the courts, that you can even say that Nixon did anything completely wrong. Perhaps you agree, as I do, that the centralization of executive authority under Nixon was incredibly alarming. What you had there was the president immunizing himself from criminal review and immunizing himself from being checked on within his branch and external to his branch by claiming, for example, that he had a privilege over certain documents and tapes and things, and that he had, when the president does it, it is legal. But that's the kind of tenor that I've been hearing from a lot of, or I've been feeling certainly from a lot of what's going on here. Let's just stick to the facts of what's going on here. Both Zetsu, I believe, I think, no, this is confirmed. Zetsu and Lactoid both said that the Impoundment Act is being violated. Both of them acknowledge that certain types of indefinite, however you want to define indefinite, I would say with no permanent end date. That's how I always meant it. I never meant it as anything other than that. That would be unconstitutional or unlawful. Arbitrarily, we can talk about the specific continuum word exactly it's unconstitutional. And you can do that with any constitutional principle. It's completely fatuous to bring that up and be like, oh, because you can't say the precise date, but you know that it's the full fiscal year. But we know that he's not being complied with. And if anything is an usurpation of federal legislative authority, this must be. It cannot be the case that what was envisioned by the framers was that the president could just, take an entire year, not listen to Congress at all, not, execute any of their funding decisions, take a day off where they say, okay, now we're releasing this, and then pause it again. That cannot be the system that we're going through. But let's take a step even further back and examine it as the soy pill did, in I think a really nice way, of what's actually happening here. What is going on here? They're telegraphing that they do not want a single check on executive power. That's why they're firing the inspector generals. They're not complying with these procedures for a reason, because they want to put a thumb in the eye of Congress and in the courts. And they have this kind of about face about, Trump's recent decisions to try to evade judicial review, the rescinding of the memo. None of them are convincing. That he was just, the memo was so disruptive, but the policy itself wasn't. The memo is the policy. They said that the policy hasn't changed. They just rescinded the memo. And you're not going to accept this judge who's like very clearly on the record stating something, but you're willing to defer to the courts in other instances. And so there's a complete inconsistency here. And what's the point of all this? The point of all this is authoritarian government. That is what they want to do, because those are his tendencies. He's flatly saying it, that you're not going to defy this administration. Listen to their words. Dictator on day one in the start of the campaign, and listen to the authors of Project 2025, who are absolutely influencing this administration from day one. The executive orders mapped on from Project 2025, the personnel from Project 2025. And for us to have to sit here and listen and pretend that there is no connection between Project 2025, the Heritage Foundation, and this administration is completely preposterous. The notion that the Civil Rights Act and Title VII, I'm finishing up, are more constitutional threats than this centralization of authority is laughable. And so, you have eyes, you have ears. This is concerning. You should be alarmed. You should be incredibly alarmed. And you should be watching the administration like a hawk to see what they're going to do next, because it's going to be fucked up.
Okay. Gang, you can follow him at the links in my YouTube description. Is there anything else you want to shout out other than your Twitch channel?
Oh, Pisco on Twitch and Pisco's Hour on YouTube now.
Pisco's Hour on YouTube. Gang, check that out. I'll probably add that to the description later. Send me a link to that, please, so I can get the thing right. I'll let you go in a second, gang, but I want to have a say a little bit, just bear with me, okay?
Can't help himself.
I know. So, please, ladies and gentlemen, right? We can look to see what Trump has said and what Trump is doing. Whether we call it a crisis or not doesn't matter to me. But what Trump wants to do is he wants to assert more power than the Constitution, I feel, gives him. He wants to be able to simply end the Department of Education without going through Congress. He wants to be able to fire anyone he wants at any time for any reason. He wants to be able to exercise vast amounts of authority. Do I think the Constitution will prevent him from doing so and the courts will prevent him from doing so? Sure. But that doesn't mean we let down our guard. I would disagree, though, that it's time to panic. Panic serves no one. Panic does no good. Do not fear. Fear is a mind killer. Figure out a way to stop him and do so. Okay, that's it. I'll be quick. I'll see you guys later. No stream tomorrow. Next stream's on Monday when we talk about Doge. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye.
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 Easy.
Okay.
Jeez.
We're ended.
That was frustrating.
Yeah? You guys are frustrated? No.
So just a couple of things. One is there was 2 memos. The order is regarding the second memo. They were flipping back and forth between there's a 90-day and a 14-day. I literally linked them both. Those cases literally are like, it's not even like I was like, you can just search the section code, man. And that, I don't know. And so, but I actually thought as I took notes and did all these things, I should have linked all those things preemptively so that they could have reviewed them. Because I realized afterwards, I'm going, that sounded like I was just trying to like, what about this case? You didn't know that? And I was like, I assumed that he'd read those. I thought I was expecting him to have a
know
response.
the cases that you were referencing, so I couldn't speak.
Yeah. And so the
I
problem
had looked up the Impoundment Act before this.
Yeah.
Right? So, and I'm not a lawyer though, but I could like plain read it and just like.
But also, I'm just not a big fan of the assigning things you didn't say, because like I'm not saying the Impoundment Act itself. You go section 1013 is what's
he came in hot. Okay, he started us off. He came in hot. I won't lie. Okay, that was.
Yeah.
It was good content. It was good content.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming, gang. I'm gonna go. I love you, and I'll see you later. Okay.
Catch you guys
Later.
later. I'm gonna bounce too.
Yep.
Good job, brother. Good job. We held a good fight. Oh shit, he left. All right. That was a thing. So I'm gonna read something on Twitter that's giving me a little bit of catharsis. Okay, because this was happening at the beginning, and I hope you guys saw what was happening. This is on Twitter. This is from Jebtan. 25 minutes into this WIC TV debate, and Pisco Liddy has already tried to insult fellow panelists and play a serious dishonest game of definitions to cheat a purely optical win on Lactoid TV. Disappointing from someone who I know is fully capable of arguing with honesty. Okay. It's just me, I know. Second tweet. To explain in more detail, there are multiple definitions of indefinite, but two primary ones. A, no clearly precisely defined endpoint, and B, no clearly precisely defined limit to that endpoint. Pisco asked if Trump had the right to pause funding indefinitely, and Lactoid, trying to be as charitable as possible, answered no, assuming that Pisco was referring to definition B, which is the only definition under which he would be correct. Trump can pause funding without a defined endpoint as long as he doesn't disregard the limit. Pisco then abuses the fact that Lactoid decided to be good faith and conveniently swaps to definition A for the purposes of his next argument that Trump is trying to pause funding indefinitely. Lactoid is now in an impossible position where he has to either go back on his concession and say, well, actually, under that definition of indefinite, Trump does have the power, which he sort of tried to, or he has to go on a very extensive explanation of the two definitions as I have here, neither of which Pisco would let him do without interruption. Yes, that is literally what happened. So hopefully you guys saw that. Hopefully that was on display. I think it was. I think it was clear. I'm sure there's some people who probably didn't catch that, who probably thinks, oh shit, like Lactoid's floundering about the definition of indefinite. But I really was trying to explain indefinite doesn't mean, and I got this later in the debate when we've basically already moved on, that indefinite doesn't mean forever. Indefinite means, it can mean temporary. It just means no set end date, not necessarily no set limit to that end date. So, yeah. And look, maybe I could have been more assertive at the very beginning and made that clear. Obviously, as things heated up, I got more and more assertive, as is what happens on these kind of debates. So, but yeah, I mean, I thought that tweet, Jebtan's a smart guy. I'm sure he saw it. I'm sure he's able to identify that. So if you guys, if you guys like Jebtan, I do. Check him out on Twitter, Jebtan, at Jebtan, I think, right? At JebtanRip, JebTanRip. We like assertive Lactoid when you match his energy. All right, here we go. You're so quiet. I'm quiet? I thought I was like yelling. I thought my mic I got down pretty damn good. Hopefully I'm not super quiet. You're asking me to check my Discord message, but I don't have my phone. Give me a second. All right, let's take a look here. All right, I know you got a real job. I do, so this may be tough, but discussing a topic like this, I'm having trouble following along, given its technical basis. Fair. Is there any way you can go early or a day before and release your arguments and rebuttals, or I guess afterwards? Maybe even a stream after mapping out the arguments and going over what happened. Yeah, that's fair. By the way, I usually don't like to pull like the whole like I'm a lawyer card. That I know that sounds like really elitist, you guys don't have to be an attorney to be smart and have opinions. Okay, when you're gonna throw shit, I'm gonna respond. Sorry. Pisco also tried to rug pull the Impoundment Act at the very end too, saying he was only addressing within the assumptions of the hypothetical. You could easily get rid of bad faith argument by giving a definition. An easy way for an EO to be bad faith is if your EO is struck down by the exact same one put up afterwards. Democrats have done this a lot with gun control. Yeah, that would be a good example of a bad faith argument. Yeah, that's a good example. I probably should have brought that up, actually. Good point. I thought so too, but I realized I turned the volume down on my end when the tards were screaming. Seems okay now. He could be a tad closer to the mic, maybe. Yeah, especially when I was like leaning over and yelling. I'm sure that was not super quiet. Lactoid has trouble following the arguments too. Ha 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 ha. Or sensitivity raised. I've been attempting to get it just right, guys, and if I move it a little bit, like it blasts, and I don't know. I'll look at adjusting it. I'll watch the stream and adjust it. Maybe maybe I had them too loud on my end. That's possible. Yeah. Okay. So what's going on? Let me go through should I go through the arguments? First of all, Zero Fucks, you posted the most horrific shit you ever created. So thanks for that. I'm not even gonna I shouldn't even draw attention to it. But Jesus Christ. Okay, let's map out the argument. So here's what's going on. The legislature creates agencies, executive agencies. Everyone thinks yelling equals winning, but more mic gain actually equals winning. Good point. That is a good point. I could just, like, when I start yelling, just twist up my gain. Yeah, it's really an obnoxious thing to do, but I might do it. Okay. All right. Let's talk about the actual situation here. So, constitutionally speaking, executive agencies are created by Congress and managed by the president. The best way to understand it is like, and this is imperfect, but it's just like an easy way to understand it, is like Congress is the owner of the agencies and the president is like the manager. So the owner puts forward the agency and says, here's the budget, run the agency, Mr. Manager, pointing to the president. And the president looks at the agency and says, all right, I'm going to run it now. The president has substantial authority when it comes to running the agency. However, there's obviously still congressional involvement. There's a reason why Congress, for a lot of these agencies, Congress, except the ones dealing specifically with core powers, for these agencies, Congress has to approve, right? They have to vote on the heads. That's why we've had, why Tulsi Gabbard and RFK have to be voted on by Congress. And Pete Hegseth, right? He had to be voted on by Congress, with J.D. Vance being the tie breaker, because Congress still holds control, in to some extent, of these agencies. And so one of the powers that the Constitution gives the Congress is under Article 1, which gives Congress the power of the purse. Congress decides the money being, like, how much money is being spent. Congress taxes, Congress decides how much money is being spent. The president doesn't. Asterisk. The president is the manager, has to run the organization, and has certain discretions and powers associated with running the organization. Some of those come from his core powers, such as defending the country, that Congress has no say over to some extent, right? Depending on what's happening, right? The president might have unique powers there. And some of which, of the discretion that the president has been granted by Congress. An example of one of the powers granted by Congress to the president was the Impoundment Act. And the Impoundment Act was granted to him. It was the Impoundment Control Act. And that was let's see the year, 1974. 1974 gives the president some extra power. And that extra power is the president gets to impound funds, withhold funds in specific situations. The president is not allowed to say this agency's gone, because remember, it was created by Congress. The president is not able. Impoundment does have a long history, just to be clear, but we're talking specifically about the Impoundment Act because that's kind of the question at hand. And this is why Trump is likely going to make the argument that impoundment is a core power of the presidency, so Congress shouldn't be able to stop him from doing it. I don't know. We'll see how that argument goes. I think he's probably going to lose because of Article 1, but he's going to make the argument. By the way, his argument is, well, Congress also allows me to enforce, or Congress gives me money to enforce the law, but that doesn't mean I need to enforce every law, which is true because he can pardon. So that's the argument against, for the executive theory of not needing congressional approval for impoundment. There is some legal history on this indicating to the opposite, especially the statute right here. So I think because of that, it's kind of a weaker argument. So we have these agencies that are funded by Congress and run by the president. And the Impoundment Act of 1974 gives the president the ability to do two things, among others, but two things that are relevant here: defer and rescind. Okay. The deferment is, it's a pause, it's a freeze, right? It's Trump saying, or any president saying, whoa there. We're putting a stop to this, and then we're going to investigate for fraud and abuse and inefficiencies, right? It's one example of when the president gets to do this, which is what they claim they're doing, and what DOJ, the Department of Government Efficiency, is claimed to be doing. And so that's what's happening with USAID. The president's saying, aha, there's inefficiencies, there's fraud, there's abuse. The Impoundment Act specifically gives me the ability to do this without congressional approval. And that's true. Now, this was an argument made, and unfortunately, I just don't know if this is true. It appears that the Impoundment Act does put the requirement on the president to let Congress know that he did it, which is weird because they know, but it appears to have that in the language. I don't know if his executive order fulfills that requirement or not. It may not. Now, would this be some kind of oversight that we should care about? Assuming that he didn't do it, I think that's the most logical deduction, because it's a power that he could just do. So the question is, well, if he wants to do the power, there's nothing stopping him from doing the power without Congress's approval. He just says, hey, tell him, hey, I'm doing this. And so if he does the thing that he unilaterally has hello, new to chat, welcome. If he has the unilateral power to do it without approval from Congress, but he just neglects to tell him, hey, I'm doing this, I don't think that's a constitutional crisis. I don't think that's severe. I don't think that's beyond reproach. I think that's an easy fix. It's essentially a technicality in any sense of the word. But he may have let them know. I don't know the details on that specifically. Pisco was saying he did not let them know. He did not send the required thing to Congress. I don't know if he did or didn't. I don't know if the executive order counts. But assuming that he didn't, even that would not be a constitutional crisis, which is why I asked, if you have the power to do something anyway, and you just neglect to tell, hey, I'm doing it, does that make up a crisis? I don't think so. The amount deferred, I mean, it's all of it, at least of USAID, to my knowledge. And then I'm going to read directly from the statute right here. Consistency with legislative policy. Deferral shall be permissible only to provide for contingencies. 2, to achieve savings made possible by or through changes in requirements or greater efficiency of operations, or as specifically stated by law. Number two is obviously what they're claiming. So he has, in my opinion, the right to defer all the funding, the freeze, as it's called, and he has the right to do it. Now, in the original case, the original act, there's a timeline. There's within 45 days, I think it's for rescinding funding. Congress has to act within 45 days or something along those lines. It's not super important because apparently that part's not in play here. But let's assume that it was. We're not after 45 days. So even if you want to argue that the old rule applies of the Congressional Budget Impoundment Control Act of 1974, he's still not breaking it. And the amendments, including the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985, Budget Enforcement Act of 1990, and the Balanced Budget Act of 1996 made changes. Some of those changes included what Congress's ability is here to act. So he's doing this under the authority granted to him by Congress, specifically through the Impoundment Control Act. And the way he's doing this is he has DOGE, which is made up, it's an informal organization that, or I guess not super informal because it reports directly to him, and there's a congressional oversight committee on it, made up of Congress people. I forget the exact Congress people, somebody Bean and somebody else. And they report to them. And they don't take action. They just bring information to the president, who then takes action. So they are glorified private investigators, is what they are. And they're special government employees, DOGE, like the workers there are special government employees, and they are combing through the data, collecting information, sending it to the president. And the president's saying, look at all this bullshit. Now, the funds are frozen right now, so it's not like they're axed yet, but they are frozen. And information on them is being gathered by DOGE. Here's what I think is going to happen. I think the funds are going to remain frozen while DOGE continues to gather information. Once all the information on the supposed waste and abuse is collected, there's going to be a formal request to Congress asking for a rescission. He's going to ask Congress, I can do the job of USAID and the State Department, maybe even through the State Department. I can do the job of USAID without all this extra money because it's being used on waste and inefficiencies. It's on fraud, right? It is not what the purpose of this organization as you guys intended. So I'm asking you guys to pull funding. The Republicans control the Senate and the House. So Congress is probably going to say yes to at least some of it. That's my guess. My guess is there's going to be, the Congress is going to say, you know what, Mr. Trump, we agree with you. Here's all this bullshit. We're going to agree with you. We're going to rescind it. And they have that authority because they're Congress. They control the power of the purse constitutionally. And the Impoundment Control Act requires the president to ask them to rescind the funds, as it should be, in my opinion, because Article 1 controls. And so that's going to be debated over in Congress. Is there a timeline for how long it's in Congress? I don't know. My guess is it'd have to be within the fiscal calendar year. But I don't know specifically. I would have said 45 days, but that was apparently removed. And why I keep saying apparently removed is there's a legal argument that they're going to make. So, but it appears to be clear that it's been removed. It appears that those amendments and the cases that Sui was referring to appear to be clear that the deferment ability, the Congress's ability to interfere with deferment has been removed. So we're going to see this is the first step at the president bringing all this to Congress and saying, cut it all. I don't want it. I don't need it. Cut it all. We're not going to spend it until you make us spend it, which the law, or the law, I guess, demands that they spend it. And Congress can do that. So that's what I think is going to happen, because in order to rescind funds, you have to go to Congress. All of that's, I think, perfectly constitutional. It's within the intent of the Impoundment Act. It's within the intent of the Constitution. Congress is still controlling the purse. It's not an executive power grab. Okay. Their argument, and this is, I'm going to be as good faith as possible. I'm going to try to steel man it. You guys can decide whether or not I'm doing a good job. Their argument is that the president, through Doge, is intentionally not following the law because they don't want to have Congress have the power of the purse. They want to cut programs and just remove them. That's their actual intent here, is just delete these programs entirely. And they don't want to have to go through Congress. They want to do it now, and they want to prove that they don't have to go through Congress. And let me look what they're saying on Twitter, right? They're saying we're going to delete USAID. We're going to delete the Department of Education. We're going to just remove it. We're going to destroy it. Now, this is why I was asking before the definition of like delete or destroy, because if you're using delete literally, we're going to just remove this agency without congressional approval. That would be unconstitutional. If you're saying like I'm gonna gut this agency, and by gutting you mean identify shit tons of waste, bring it to the attention of Congress, who's then going to rescind that funding, that's perfectly constitutional. If you mean gut it by identifying fraud and waste within USAID, and then using that money, partnering with the State Department, having the State Department use that money to accomplish the goals of USAID better, more efficiently, as Congress intended, that would be also constitutional, because there is a specific law, and we didn't even get to this. There is a specific law that allows government agencies to work with each other, and one to use the other's funding. It's specific. Okay, the power flickered. So if my power goes out, let me know. Apparently there's been some power issues around the neighborhood. So if I cut out, I apologize in advance. But and thank God it'll be after the debate too. The Economy Act, 31 USC 1535, allows transfers for service already authorized by law. You could move USAID, significant parts of USAID, to another agency. You could say, oh, USAID and the State Department are partnering on this, and have the decisions being made by the State Department, which is, I think, perhaps the other plan happening here, because Marco Rubio, as the Secretary of State, is also being put in charge of USAID. Marco Rubio is being put in charge of USAID. So the same person is being put in charge of both the State Department and USAID. And as the leader, he would be able to do actions through the State Department, borrowing funds, or not borrowing, taking funds from USAID. And that would be legal under the Economy Act, 31 USC 1535. Okay, so we're talking about some of the legal ways this could happen. But I was in the middle of steel manning their point, so I got a little bit distracted. So they're saying that, no, that's all bullshit. Project 2025 outlines the idea that the Trump should be king. I'm not even like being disingenuous. That's literally what they're saying that he wants to do, and that Trump wants to be king. And so he's basically putting the thumb into the legislature's eye. He's saying, I am the king. Fuck you. I am the king. And I don't have to follow your rules, legislature. I don't have to follow your rules, Congress. I can just bring in Doge, shut down funding, and I can just end the agency, and you can't do anything about it. And if you want to do something about it, fuck you, sue me. And then if they do that, if they actually shutter the agency, which I agree would be a big problem, there's still an avenue yet that Congress can go through, or that not Congress, but anybody hurt by this could go through. The courts. And this would go up the chain up to the Supreme Court. If the Supreme Court at this point tells Trump, no, you can't axe agencies, that was created by Congress, and Trump says, no, fuck you, and does it anyway, at that point, I would agree, we are in a, at this point, we've probably already been in a bit of constitutional crisis, but at that point, we are in like a constitutional hell. We are in an absolute horrible state of affairs. And some people might disagree with me, some especially pro-Trump people. That would be horrific. That cannot happen. I don't think it's going to happen. I think there's an extraordinarily low chance of that happening. I think Donald Trump actually supports the Supreme Court more than people give him credit for. But if any president was to do that, that would be absolute fuckery. That cannot happen. So at that point, that'd be beyond a crisis. That would be straight up a coup. That would be a constitutional crisis / coup, I think, at that point. And hold me to it. If he does that, I'm burning the hat, guys. I'm burning the hat. It's not going to happen. But if that happens, that'd be horrific. I mean, it would be not nearly as bad, but it would still be really shitty if he just unilaterally ended an agency. Because again, that was created by statute. It was created by Congress. You can't just undo Congress like that. As the president, you can't do it. So, okay, so we kind of went through that first part. There was other parts that they've complained about, specifically Pisco has complained about on Twitter, that he's saying, aha, this is more evidence of constitutional crisis. That we didn't really even get to, one of which is the alleged violation of the Privacy Act of 1974. And the Privacy Act specifically allows employees of agencies to access the data. As we talked about, the DOJ employees are SGEs. They are special government employees of the Department of the Treasury. They have authorization under the Privacy Act. Under 18 U.S.C. 202A, they specifically have authority to review the documents that they're reviewing, the financial information. That I don't think that argument is brought up because it's so weak. Like, I've seen people say that, oh my God, they're accessing the data in violation of the Privacy Act. I don't know how, because the first exception, literally the first exception of the Privacy Act, is employees of the agency get to access the data. They are employees of the agency. They are special government employees, which is specifically allowed. That is specifically allowed. So, the other argument for Trump becoming king is the fact that he fired a bunch of people. 5 U.S.C. 4501 specifically allows federal employee buyouts, which is what was offered. The Office of Personnel Management regulatory authority applies over federal employment policies. Again, I think the last two are weaker arguments. People are making them. I think they're particularly shitty. So where do I think I could be wrong? I think that the specific, when I said, I think I could specifically be wrong when I said that like he has completely followed the Impoundment Act, because if he was supposed to tell Congress, hey, I'm doing this thing that I can do without your permission, if he didn't do that at all and the executive order doesn't count as doing that, then he ran afoul of that, it seems. And if he ran afoul of that, that was a fuck up. Is it a constitutional crisis? No. but I'll say he should have done it if he was supposed to do it. So, and yes, I would say that about Biden too. If Biden has the unilateral ability to do something and he just does it, the issue is though he was trying to do a bunch of shit that he doesn't have the unilateral right to do, which he can try, but when the Supreme Court shoots you down, they shoot you down. You know, aka wall, OSHA vaccines, student loan forgiveness. Read only allows copy. What they mean by read only is the Doge employees were granted read only access, which allows them to, they can't change the information, they can only gather the information, which is fine. Again, they're glorified private investigators, or I guess in this case, public investigators that are being sent in to investigate the budget. Yes, that's all they need is read-only access. That was all they ever needed. It feels like that one, and a court ruled on that recently. It feels like that one, what was it? That one like Rick and Morty episode where it's like, hey, I am leaving. Okay, that was always allowed. It's like, I'm going to limit you to read-only access. Okay, that's all I wanted. Okay. Are they taking it off the systems? No. I mean, they're probably making copies, but they can't like remove it from the system. It's read only. They can't delete it. Nor do I want them to be deleting it. So. I agree with you. Trump going against SCOTUS is bad. For the record, I'm just wondering if those are the same caliber. What's the same caliber? Oh, by the way, Kiergan, thank you so much for the gift sub. I apologize that I didn't thank you right away. Appreciate that. The Markiv, what's the difference between deleting an organization and interfering with them enough so they don't function properly? If that's what ends up happening. Well, again, the function of the agency is to accomplish certain goals. And if the agency itself is like completely rotten to the core, then the argument would be like this agency isn't accomplishing what the agency is supposed to accomplish. I can't delete it because Congress made it, but I can partner with the Department of State and have like it done right, the actual goals of USAID done correctly. There is an important constitutional difference there. Assuming that the entire thing is shitty. Now, if you are interfering with them so they don't function properly, not because it's bullshit waste and inefficiency, but because for policy disagreements, you just don't like the fact that you're giving foreign aid as a concept, if that's why you're doing it, then that's a problem. You can't do that. And perhaps the question they're having is, well, Trump is against foreign aid, but he's also against inefficiencies in foreign aid. So he can credibly be acting, he could be acting the first way, which would be a problem, but he's, he could very well and claims to be operating the second way, which is not a problem at all. There's some other questions too. Anyway, what else was? Oh, and then the other part of the debate, the 15th Amendment or the 14th Amendment. As you know, Donald Trump put forward a executive order to halt birthright. He's saying, if your parents are illegals and you're born here, no more, as they say, anchor babies. No, they are not citizens. And it was blocked immediately by the court, and now it's going to go to the Supreme Court eventually. I think that's fine, dude. I think that it should be blocked, and I think it should go to the Supreme Court. I probably disagree with a lot of you in the chat on this, but I do think the 14th Amendment, I really do think that it provides birthright. I think it does. So we're going to see. We're going to see how Trump, I guess, how the courts decide that. I think you can make a good faith argument that it doesn't provide birthright. I think that you can kind of go through the rigmarole, and just kind of see what happens. And that's what they're doing. They're respecting the judge blocking it. So great. I think AB should interpret it strictly, though. Give citizenship to the baby, but do not extend it to the migrant parents. That's how it works right now, just to be clear. If you got two legal parents who give birth to a kid, the kid's a citizen, the parents are not. They still have to go through the naturalization process. That's the law right now. 95% chance birthright stands. I agree. 99%. I would even agree with those percentages. I'd probably say 95. Honestly, I think it's overwhelmingly going to be the case that it stands. By how much is up for interpretation. It wouldn't surprise me if you see like if you see like a 9-0 or an 8-1. It's possible. 7-2 maybe. They can take their American citizen back with them or turn it over to CPS. That's going to be an interesting litigation point where it's like, okay, we have the right to deport the parents. We don't have the right to deport the kid. But the kid has to have some kind of guardian legally. So the parents, we obviously have the right to give a U.S. citizen to people who are leaving the country if they're their parents. That part, but not because of citizenship necessarily for the kid, but because the parents have guardianship over the kid, even if they're illegals. I think even illegal parents have guardianship over the kid. So they would be considered the guardians. And you would deport the parents and say, you guys have to take care of your kid. And the kid would have to go with them. Now, as soon as the kid turns 18, they can just stroll right across the border. And you cannot deport them at that point. So it wouldn't be like anchor babies. It'd be like delayed time bomb babies, where you have them and then you leave, you wait, and then you come back. You can't stop them. So, that'd be an interesting lawsuit to see. Let's just see how that goes. But that's how I think that you could probably do it. That I think is possible. I think you probably could deport U.S. citizens in that way if you so chose, if they're kids and they have to go with their guardian parents. But you can't do it because, like, based on they're not citizens, because they are citizens. Sorry. Maybe we'll see how that goes. Homan has said that he would do that, so I'm just blowing that at my ass. What are the odds he gets to a full hearing at SCOTUS and not just thrown out instantly? I think the Supreme Court would hear it. I could be wrong on that. He could just get struck down by a lower court, and the Supreme Court just says, does not grant cert. There's like, we're not even going to hear this. And that would essentially be the same thing as, fuck you. You got to respect birthright. At that point, his remedies would be over. And then birthright's a thing. And we wouldn't know what the vote would be. How does bringing an illegal immigrant count as jurisdiction thereof? That's going to be the argument. We can get into that in a second, but yeah. You said disregarding SCOTUS was bad, a coup, so I asked about Biden and mortgage moratorium and student loan forgiveness. Are those coups? Were they on the same level of coup if Trump disregards an agency? Not necessarily. So there's a difference between trying to weasel your way around a Supreme Court ruling while technically staying within bounds and like overtly rejecting. So if Trump says, fuck you, Supreme Court, you have no authority over me. I'm just doing this despite your order anyway. That is like nightmare level doomsday coup shit. If Trump does what Biden did, and to be fair, what Trump kind of did about the travel ban, that's different. So Biden's student loan forgiveness thing gets shot down, and then he tries like, oh, well, what about this then? What about that then? What about that? And the Supreme Court's like, no. Okay, yes, maybe that part, but that part, no. So he's still going through the Supreme Court and listening to them as they're setting limits on what specifically he can do. It would be like a kid going to their parent and saying like, hey, can I go to the pool? No, you cannot go to the pool. Okay, well, can I go by the pool and talk to my friends there? No, you cannot go by the pool and talk to your friends there. Okay, but can I call my friend who's at the pool and talk to him? Yeah, I guess, okay, you can call your friend that's at the pool and talk to him, right? It's like, okay, like we're narrowing down what you can do, and until you get to the point the Supreme Court says you can do it, and then you do it, and then that's fine. Trump did the same thing with the travel ban to some extent, right? He tried to do like a very overwhelmingly large travel ban, Supreme Court said, no, you can't do that. And he's like, all right, what about this one? No. What about that one? No. All right, well, let's make it like this narrow. Okay, fine, you can do that. So that's fine, I think. That's probably fine. The part that would suck again would be Doomsday is if he said, if you're like, oh, can I go to the pool? No, I'm going to the pool anyway. Fuck you. I'm going to the pool anyway. I don't listen to you anymore. You're not my dad. You're not my dad. I'm going swimming. Fuck you. Okay. Bah. Bring out the belt. Bring out the belt to do the spanking. That cannot be happening. The problem now is the federal government is too big, so all deaths have gone some sort of responsibility to the public. It's amazing to think that for the first 200 years, expanded government was limited to the horses out of the barn, kind of like the idea of auditing the Fed. Look, I agree. Like, policy-wise, Doge is a godsend. Like, I agree so much with the idea of auditing government agencies, finding bullshit, and saying, we can't keep funding this. Please stop. And like, yeah, I understand separation of powers. You probably, in order to get rid of it, you're probably gonna have to go to Congress and say, Congress, please get rid of this bullshit. And they might say, no, we want to keep the bullshit. That sucks, but the Constitution matters. Separation of powers matters. We do have to follow it, even though, like my libertarian hat on, like policy wise, like this shit's straight up theft. They are stealing your shit and spending on the dumbest shit. And like, oh, it's just like products from Politico. It's not. First of all, I don't know that's true. I've seen reports that it is subscriptions to Politico, but it's not just like even then. Like, there's plenty of. It's not just Politico shit that they're buying. Perhaps overpriced products. They're also just dumping money in all sorts of crazy shit in quote unquote independent agencies. Working with the CIA, USAID gets a fuck ton of criticism for its role with the CIA. In fact, it's a little bit of a Trojan horse. USAID will go into areas the CIA wants to operate in. The CIA can't quite operate in because people are skeptical of the CIA for good reason. And then the CIA will work through USAID. You know, you want to create a kids TV show? Let's see what we can do about like some of the messaging in that TV show because we're the CIA and we don't like this government over here. And in fact, or let's you want to like give aid to like XYZ, the CIA might come in and say, along with that aid, how about you throw a little bit of this in there, a little bit of that in there. Oh, you don't have to say what it is, just a little bit of that, a little bit of this, and make sure that XYZ people get it. Really important. Not those people, these people. Terrifying shit. So the fact that Doge is going through and identifying this absolute travesty, this theft and fraud, and this is a little hyperbolic, but I genuinely believe this. The theft and fraud upon the American people is a godsend. I didn't bring that up that much during the debate. I think I mentioned it like once, and it was in passing, because the topic of the debate was about whether or not we're in a constitutional crisis, which means just like, what does the Constitution say about this, and what's the law on this? Which, again, going through everything, I can explain a little bit more, but I think I made my arguments clear, at least following. I think I made them clear during, but again, there's a lot of background that a lot of people didn't know, and I understand that. But I fully support the work of Doge. In fact, it's the thing that I'm most excited about in terms of Trump's activities. Like, the Gaza invasion idea is fucking dumb. Not even that big of a fan of the deportations. I know a lot of people love him. Again, as a libertarian, I really don't care if people are here working. I mean, sure, if they're committing crimes, they're doing illegal shit, yes, deport them. That's fine. But if you're here, and I mean by crimes other than just being here illegally, but if you're here like, oh yeah, I wake up every day at 6 and I go work, and then I come home at 5 and I have a beer and I kiss my kids goodnight and then I go to sleep and I do it the next day. I don't need to deport you. That you're fine. I don't know. That's just my opinion. I think you're a contributing member of society at that point, and I would not. Yeah, I would let you be. I'd let you stay. Do you dislike the CIA? Yes, I do. I do dislike the CIA, and I like Edward Snowden for pointing out a bunch of illegal shit that the NSA and the CIA were doing. Right, the NSA working with the CIA and the PRISM program and all this bullshit. And that they grilled Tulsi Gabbard on relentlessly. Absolute horseshit that they were doing that. Edward Snowden is I firmly support him. I hope Tulsi Gabbard really does. I think she does, and we'll see. Anyway, so I like Doge. Not a big fan of some of the other stuff Trump is doing, but again, Doge is such a breath of fresh air. It's like such a good thing that like it's outweighing so much many of the other things. I really don't think he's going to invade Gaza. Thank God. If he does invade Gaza and tries to annex it, that might outweigh Doge. Yeah, I don't think he will though. I think it's probably like a ploy, especially because like, oh, the tariffs, oh no, and then it turns out those were ploys too. Seems like a lot of his geopolitical like actions just seem to be like, I want XYZ. How do I make them give it to me? I'm gonna threaten this, and then they do it, right? Because he might fucking do it because he's Trump, right? He's crazy. She wouldn't call him a traitor, but she did say she wouldn't recommend a pardon and would excuse herself from recommendations on him. Fair enough. I mean, I would like to see him get a pardon, but he's also like living in a relatively civilized country. As a citizen, he's doing fine. Like it's not like somebody rotting in a jail where there's like, holy shit, we got to pardon this guy right now. It is somebody who, yeah, like letting him back in the U.S. would be great, but he's not like he's not a prison. Living in Russia is not like living in a prison. Sorry. Did I do like following the debate, just like going over a lot of stuff? I mean, did I do a good job at kind of laying out what I was talking about in terms of my legal arguments going forward and the sort of steel man of what the opposing position is? That like I'm saying that he has the authority to do this under Congress. They're saying no, all of this is actually subversive in an attempt to undermine the legislative branch to push through his agenda, which is ultimately to make him king, to take control, to take the reins. So I think Trump just talks off the cuff and people behind the scenes rein him in. Yeah, I think so. That's a very, very fair point. And was I mean? Yes, I was. I will accept that. But I do think that my meanness was in proportion to the shit they were pulling and the ad homs that they were levying against me. I think that my behavior was in realm. I didn't use any slurs. I didn't make any references to anything actually horrific. I just, insulted their credentials and their capabilities, which I think is perfectly fine. So, or not, it'd be perfectly fine assuming that they were aggressive first, which I think they were. So obviously you have to meet fire with fire sometimes. If they were perfectly nice and they had their fingers together saying, "Oh, I don't know, man. It's a good question." Like, no, I'm not gonna go ham on them. I'm not gonna like light them on fire. That'd be totally disproportionate, uncalled for. I would just be, I'd be a dick. But like I said, I think that I responded in kind. What things could Trump do that would make you think he's overstepping in various scenarios? Ignoring SCOTUS, yes, overstepping. Going past 45 days, I don't think so, because my understanding is the 45-day thing is moot now because of law since the Impoundment Act. But even if that's true, he's not past 45 days. So if it turns out that Zetsui's legal analysis is wrong, and actually the 45 days does apply, and he goes past 45 days, then sure. I mean, that'd be overstepping. Would it be a crisis if he's like, yeah, I'm overstepping, and then Supreme Court says, no, stop, you're overstepping, and he says like, okay, I was overstepping, I'm sorry. I wouldn't call it a crisis necessarily, but because again, I think it's vague enough to like question. But it'd be overstepping, I think, for sure. Not asking Congress to rescind the funds. If he just pulls the funds and says we're not going to spend this without asking Congress, that'd be overstepping. What else? Here's an example of an overstep. If he delays, and the Supreme Court says stop the delay, and then he ends the delay, and 15 minutes later, a new delay. That's a problem. That's a problem. That would be going too far. That would be overstepping. If it goes beyond the fiscal year, that'd be a problem. If Congress passes any kind of legislation specifically defining what they mean by waste and abuse in that act, and it doesn't include the things that he's like stopping, then that would be overstepping. So there are examples of him being able to of him overstepping here, for sure. Federer Methodus. I said earlier I thought you did good. Really just like the slime shit from the other side, legal argument switching to moral indignation over the First Amendment, freedom of association crap. Yeah. Well, thank you. I hope I did good. I hope you guys liked it. Super Skull, were you with Gibbs when during the election? I was with Gibbs, and I've been on Gibbs' show multiple times since then, and I've been on panels with Gibbs multiple times since then. But Gibbs is not here today. No, it was me and Zetsui, who's also a lawyer. And me and Zetsui have some disagreements. We're not 100% in line, but he is definitely not a left-wing political agent. I think Pisco is actively trying to be. Pentuple TV, tired of winning yet? Never tired of winning. Never tired of winning. Isn't Trump more effective being less empathetic to the idea of more collateral damage? I really think that we need to break some stuff here. Isn't Trump being more effective? I'm trying to understand this question. Isn't Trump being more effective being less empathetic to the idea of more collateral damage? If you're saying that we need Trump to be effective, and so us hand-wringing about the collateral damage is preventing that, the effectivity, the effectiveness is more important than the collateral damage. You feel free to have that opinion. I disagree because of how strongly I care about the Constitution. I don't want to. I want to minimize the amount of collateral damage here. If the Constitution says no, and especially if the Supreme Court says no, don't do it. I agree. Overstepping is not the same thing as a crisis. These are two distinct things. But if you overstep hard enough, long enough, and without remedy, this could be a constitutional crisis. Pisco likes to say he didn't read something when he knows the arguments are great against him. He forces people to drop arguments by lack of knowledge. I've noticed that too. But then if you haven't read something, or even if you've read it but don't remember every word of it, then it's you haven't read this? It's no, bro, are you trying to play semantic word games with me? We can go through the argument. You don't have to play this game. I think he does do that. That's fair. He does do that a lot. Yeah. And like I read at the beginning, what Jebtan I think identified with the indefinite wordplay thing. Yeah, that was pretty slimy as well, I think. I think I was trying to be clear with what I meant by indefinite, but I kept getting cut off. So, could one make the case that all federal government employees who are marching against the Job Cuts and Budget Acts be illegal under Federal Labor Relations Act of 1978, which prohibits federal employees from to strike? I don't know. Are they striking, or are they just marching? I don't know. I don't know that much about that. I mean, and the thing with Destiny, I mean, look, I do think, I mean, Pisco cut ties with the guy who was a big potential financial boon. Like I said, I give him credit for that. That could not have been easy to do, but he did it. So I'm not going to give him too much shit about that. Did you say that Trump could buy out the workers? Yes, and they proposed that already. Or they've done it. I think they proposed it. Good job tonight, boss. Thank you. I was trying to do a good job, so I really appreciate you guys. Thank you. Honest question. Do you guys think, if you had to judge, and if you look, if you vote against me, you're not going to get banned, you're not going to get in trouble, whatever the fuck that means on a Twitch channel. I'm not going to hold it against you. There's going to be no grudges. Okay, I mean that because I want honesty from my chat. I want my chat to be a bastion of honesty, and not one of sycophantic ideologism. Okay, where we rabidly attack the other side no matter what. I think it's reasonable to give concessions. It's reasonable to say, well, there is like some middle ground here. If you had to judge it, who won the debate? Do you think it was our side, or do you think it was Pisco and a soy pill side? Do you think they won the debate, or do you think? In fact, you know what? I'm going to put a poll. Don't even say anything. You guys said something. If you guys already said something by the time you heard this, it's all good. But I'm going to put in a poll. That way you can vote anonymously. Give me a second. If you want to say, then I will. All right, I made a poll. If you guys could vote on that, that'd be great. It just lets me know. I'm trying to like pay attention. One of the things I've been doing lately, which I almost never do, like Roland said before, I do work a full-time job. It's hard to maintain like a consistent streaming everything, and it's hard, right? It is, and some people are really good at it. I will give Pisco some credit here. My understanding is he also works a full-time job, and he still like streams more than I do. So I mean, dude has a level of energy that's impressive. I'm maybe I have other obligations in my life. I'm sure he does too. I don't know to what comparison that is, but I am really bad at going back and reviewing my self-debate. I am particularly bad at doing this. I will tell you, for all of my debates, I have all of my debates, except maybe like 4. I just do the debate, save it, send it to YouTube, and never watch it again. Never go back and look at it. I have probably at this point hundreds of debates on my YouTube channel, and I just don't watch them. I was told, hey, the audio on this one's kind of fucked up. And I'm like, oh, which one? From like 4 months ago. And I go back, I'm like, oh, fuck, dude. Like, for 2 weeks, like every video's audio was fucked because I just didn't go back and look, which is horribly irresponsible of me. I should, because if I saw that, if I went back and looked at my debate performance, I would have noticed right away, I need to adjust my microphone. But I didn't do that because I just saved it. Oh, I'm going to go do the other thing now. I'm going to go do this XYZ work over here. I got to check some work emails. And then I check some work emails, and then, ugh, and then I fucking forget about it. Damn. So what I want to do here is I want to be better at self-reflection. And you guys are going to help me do it. And you guys already did with your poll. So I appreciate it. But you guys are going to help me self-reflect. You guys are going to shit on me when I say something dumb, which will happen. I will say shitty things. And you're going to tell me, oh, Lactoid, that was a good argument. That was actually a really good argument. Bring that up in the future. Or Lactoid, here's some arguments you haven't considered. Maybe you should throw these in. Active fact-checking during a debate is always welcome, especially if I'm wrong about something or if there's something that I don't know about that the other side like keeps hammering me with. And then I look in chat and I see somebody say, this is complete bullshit. Here's a link. Boom, right? It gives you such an advantage during a debate. And these people with bigger audiences, right? And like I love you guys. I love my audience. So I'm not complaining with you guys, complaining about you guys. But people with really big audiences, there's like this constant flows of like people doing this. And I think that gives people an advantage in a debate, right? Because they're able to look over like, oh, that's not true. That is true. And they're able to sort of play a little bit more off the cuff. But as my community is getting bigger, which I think it is, honestly. Like, I mean, we got good viewership right now. We've had good viewership the last couple times. I've got, I think, one of the best viewers to followers to viewers ratios of almost any Twitch streamer I've seen. And so I'm really proud of that. And it's that makes me think, okay, like there's people who follow me, and a big chunk of those people want to see my content. That's really, that makes me feel really good, and I really appreciate that. And so, like, as that continues to grow over time, however slowly, but still, slow and steady wins the race. As that continues to grow, like making sure you don't get stuck in an echo chamber, making sure people will say, "That was dumb. That was a mistake. You got to be better at that." You're not gonna get shit from me. I'm not gonna fucking IP ban you. I'm not gonna be a dick about it. Of course not. I'm gonna be reasonable. I'm gonna say, yeah, that's a good point. And if I disagree with you, I might say that's feel free to have your opinion, but I think that was actually a good argument that I made, or I think you just don't understand where I was going with that, which is fair too. Oh, for sure. I always said that people don't debate Destiny. They debate Destiny plus 15,000 people of various experience. True. He is the biggest person, like the biggest, I want to say perpetrator of this, but perpetrator sounds like it's like wrong. I don't think it's necessarily wrong, but he is by definitely the biggest perpetrator of this. He will do arguments even with us. Like when he's done arguments with us, he'll I'll make an argument. He'll just like say nothing, look in his chat. Oh, hey, what do you think about that? And they'll have an answer, and then it's silence for a bit, and then a response right after his chat gives him what the answer is. It's functional like debating an AI. Maybe. That's a good point, actually. And remember, he gave so much shit to Rob Noor for using an AI. Of course. Don't use an AI, gentlemen. Use your chat, though, but you don't use an AI. I don't use an AI during debate because I'm focused on like listening to the argument and coming up with responses. But getting pissed off because somebody used an AI before a debate to prep, when you have a chat that actively helps you during the debate, that was like the single most bad faith, horseshit reason to blacklist somebody. And karma got him on that because holy shit, dude. Yeah, that was fucked. Rob did use the AI poorly. Criticize him for that. I watched the clip. I think Rob probably did use the AI pretty poorly. Fair criticism. You gotta double check your AI, okay? Double check it. Just like you should double check what people say in chat. Because sometimes people say dumb shit. And sometimes the AI gives you dumb shit. Yes, double check it. Rob should have deserved some shit from that. That's fine. But this indignant kind of, I'm not even going to debate somebody who uses AI as they're referencing their chat the whole debate. Give me a break. Give me a break. That is complete bullshit. He denied that he used AI at first. No, he didn't. I saw the clip. He said, no, I use Claude. And I thought it was right away. Am I wrong? Am I wrong on that? I from my recollection of the video, maybe he said it in like a joking manner so Destiny didn't believe him. But I think he said that he used Claude right away. I always try to say dumb shit in chat. Invariably, someone beats me to it and says it with total conviction. God. You're great. You're great. I love the dad jokes. Lactoid, your dog take is based. Your submissive versus dominant arguments are dog shit. There's a reason why we don't go into those too much. A lot of those are meme arguments. Not to say I don't necessarily believe them, but they are meme arguments in the sense of like they don't matter all that much and they sound ridiculous. And I know they sound ridiculous. They're great to get people amped up, though. There was another criticism that I thought was actually poignant. If I could find it. Hysterics for optics was on Pisco's side. Okay. You did good. We don't exactly have a way to judge on technical knowledge. You kept cooler. Okay. Fair enough. We'd vote for a ham sandwich against anything Pisco says. He is so bad faith. Okay. Good to know that I beat out a ham sandwich. That's good. Thank you. That if you guys put Pisco here in a ham sandwich, you voted for me at least. Well, actually, no. I could be worse than a ham sandwich, right? Because I could be below the ham sandwich, but in your opinion, above Pisco. Just to be clear, I think Pisco can argue above a ham sandwich. Okay, just to be clear. I don't think he's a stupid guy by any means. I do think that he pulls like the shit, the word games for sure. But I don't think that he's like a super or I don't think he's a super stupid guy. He can be dishonest though, for sure. That specifically about like the indefinite part, that was real shitty. And man, it's tough. It's tough to keep it cool when someone's doing that to you and just cutting you off every time. Like that, I remember like just like heating up during that part. And that, I'm sure that influenced my, kind of the aggression that I put out the rest, which people in my chat are saying I was kept pretty cool the whole time. So like I was relaxed. So, I mean, I felt like I was heated. I felt like I was going ham. So if you guys are saying that I was like relaxed, that means that when I think that I'm relaxed, I must be a fucking congressman. I must be a fucking, mannequin at that point, just staring like Jesus Christ. But overall, and I know I was mean to that soy guy, but I mean, he admitted he threw the first shot, so he does have huge viewership though. Just keep in mind. So like, I might get shit for that from his community. He's got like 70,000 subscribers. It's a lot of people. During the Rob ordeal, Pisco was pretty nice to Rob. I remember Pisco said like, "I'm not going to blacklist him. Like, I'll still talk to him." Like, there was definitely disagreements, I think, between how Pisco handled that and Destiny. But I think since the election, like, they've turned on mega, mega partisan brain, and I think this is due to potentially two things. Here's my honest opinion. I could be wrong on this. I don't mean to defame anybody. So I could be wrong. This is just what my perception is. This is a theory. I'm not saying this is the case. I'm saying this could be the case. I think when you look at Pisco recently, specifically after the separation with Destiny, he obviously is trying to like start up something on his own, which is reasonable, right? You have to. And he's gotten an editor. He's got putting out YouTube videos. He's doing content, more content than he used to do. And he's also, since then, specifically since then, hyped up his rhetoric to 11. He was pretty partisan before, pretty aggressive before. But I mean, if you watch his streams, I mean, he is the whole time yelling about how Trump's a fascist and about this dictatorship and the Constitution's dead and we're all fucked, and just yelling and like how this person's evil and that person's evil and they're the enemy of the American people. I mean, oh fucks, there's a reason why you're able to do like the whole like Hitler, did Hitler say it or Pisco say it, which is why I started with that. Like this is like massive theatrics, and theatrics sell, especially anti-Trump theatrics. I think there is just very much like he always reshares his own Twitter posts or his own Twitter replies. I think there's like an SEO kind of intention here of like, I'm going to be super aggressive because people love it. And you know what? He might be right on that. I mean, he's got decent viewership over a relatively small period of time, and his chat is very much along this sort of echo chamber, sort of, yeah, fuck Trump, blah blah blah. You get occasionally a few people in there that are like, no, oh, fuck you, some haters. But of course, it's going to happen for any. That's going to happen for any streamer. I get haters occasionally, and that's fine. No, Cal Mike, looking at you. No, you're welcome. You're fine. You're welcome here. Is he separated? He uses all the same people Destiny does and has the same friends. I think he's separated to a large extent, right? I don't think he uses the same people. Does he use the same people Destiny does? I don't think so. I know he's got a different editor, and he has canceled any project with him, and he has publicly said that he's cutting ties. Seems to me that he's separated. I mean, if I'm wrong on that, then I'm wrong on that. But everything I've seen thus far is that he is separated. Now, obviously, they're aligned in like this rabid anti-Trump, like, oh my God, we gotta hate him, we gotta hate him. They're united in that fact, but they're not connected like on a personal level. Yeah, same producers. Do they have the same? I don't know if they have the same producers, same group. I mean, they're gonna be some. They're both on like liberal, like YouTube circles. I don't. using Kyla and Dan. I don't know, man. We'll see. I don't know. You were still streaming. I'd right into you. Well, it was intended to not be super long, and then somebody asked a very good request of, "Hey, you guys were talking a lot of hyper technical bullshit. We are not, we have lives. We have, people to go home to, and we have other more important things to do. So I don't know what the fuck happened." Reasonable. So they asked for a full explanation as to the background of what we were arguing about, my arguments, his arguments, and that's what we went through. So we took a lot of time to kind of go through all of the arguments and the history and like what the point was of everything. And people in my chat said it was good. They said it was helpful to know like what the Impoundment Act even was, why it's important, what does Article 1 even mean, who has the authority here. All of that we kind of skipped over because we got right into screaming, which is fine. I mean, screaming is sells. I understand that. But a lot of people, I think, missed a lot of important context. So I was happy to do that. And by the way, if anybody in my chat says, "Can you please go into that?" I don't think I've ever denied that. I think I would go into that. Got to update your bot script. Are you fighting with somebody in my chat now? Audacity. Oh no. What's wrong? You don't like Audacity? Doesn't Audacity give you money, Wick? How could you possibly dislike him? Copy current address. All right, Kieran, we're gonna listen to this, and 242, you say? You said 242. Wait, 2 hours and 42 minutes? That's what I'm gonna assume that you mean, because this is a 5-hour thing. We're not gonna show it because that's a pain in the ass, but I am gonna listen to it. Looks like there's a big. Okay, here we go. Hold on. We're gonna find out if I'm wrong or not.
People in the Civil War that would run for state office or insurrect against their state, like against the government of Tennessee or against the government of North Carolina. And there would be a new, governor there that was adherent to the Union and, the federal government, and they would insurrect against that person. So
Wait. The fear is that another civil war would happen, right?
Well, if you want me to read exactly what Bowden-Paulson said, and I know you've cited them previously.
Yes, and I read that entire paper, and I don't remember them saying that they worried about state elections.
Bowden-Paulson said, broad interpretation. They argue against the United States should be interpreted broadly to include insurrections against state governments. They point out that the text does not explicitly limit itself to federal insurrections, and that against the United States could be read to include actions against the constitutional order as a whole. Historical context. They provide evidence during the. They provide.
Okay, so it sounds like they're essentially saying what I said earlier, in that like I don't know if they've talked about specifically against states, but they're saying that there's no reason why it wouldn't include state governments as well, which is fine. I can agree with that. I'm just not aware of anything in this. Sure, okay.
I won't read the whole thing. This is third. I didn't read the whole paper. Being honest with you, I read someone's review of the paper, so it is possible that they're
That's
wrong.
Fine. Wait. Are you reading from the paper right now? Or are you reading the review of the paper?
I'm reading review of the paper. So it says, historical context. They provide evidence that during the Reconstruction era, Section 3 was applied to individuals involved in state-level insurrections. So again, I'm willing to have you go through the paper. Like, I started to read some of the paper. I think it's 114 pages.
Wait. Whose paper who? Can you link me what you're reading right now?
Believe it or not, no. I could send you a screen cap. I just took a
Or
picture.
can you tell me who the author is, or tell me what this paper is?
Yeah, it is The Sweep and Force of Section 3 by William Bode and Michael Stokes Paulson.
Wait, I thought you were reading a review of that paper.
Oh, yeah, I'm reading. So this was, let me see. I don't know. I only screen capped the article I was reading, so I don't know the exact article. So what happened was I talked to Pisco like 2 weeks ago. He sent me
articles that he was using and you were using, such as this Graber testimony in the Coy Griffin hearing, and which linked to, from that testimony, it linked to Bowden Paulson. And so as I was searching Bowden Paulson that evening, was just doing, I don't know what I have, a Safari search.
So you searched for a response to Bowden Paulson debate, and then
Well,
found.
no, I just searched what they thought about state insurrections, and that's what came up. And then I downloaded the paper. I have the paper, but I haven't read it through. I've
Wait.
only
So
read,
are you
like,
reading the paper itself, or are you just reading? Because it sounded like you said you were reading like a review or a response to the paper.
It's not a response. It was just like an abstract of the paper.
Okay,
where
wait. Can you tell me
someone else-
what was the? Give me one quote from it so I can find this just in the paper and I can read it real quick.
Sure. Let me see what I have. Well, shit. The only thing they have quoted. Let me see. Right. These aren't quotes, but it's sort of summary. So they argue that the purpose of Section 3 was to protect the constitutional order at all levels.
Hold on. Protect the
I'll see if I can find this. Vote.
constitutional order.
Sweep and force of Section 3. The sweep, force.
Oh wait, can you send me even the picture of what you're reading?
Yeah, I could try to do that.
I'll go for it.
Maybe. Yeah. Discord work for you?
Yep.
Okay. I also got some sweet pictures from the water park this weekend. If you...
Nice. Later.
Well, shit, I don't know if they're sending or not. Yeah, okay. There we go. All right, I'll look for this as well. I think I got...
Okay. This isn't a ChatGPT summary, right, Rob?
No, it's not ChatGPT. I think it's Claude.
Okay.
Abstract. Son of a bitch.
Okay. Purpose of the
Do you
amendment.
guys got
What?
Do you guys got like some like these legal articles? How do you get them?
Get
like
what?
everything's always behind a paywall or
Oh,
like.
there's a website called Sci-Hub. And if you go there and type in like links to papers, usually you can download.
It's legal. It's
Purpose of the
legal. Don't
amendment
listen to
to
him.
protect the constitutional order at all levels, not just the federal government. Consistency with other parts of the Constitution. The other parts of the Constitution treat attacks on states. Okay, this sounds like, I could be totally guessing, it sounds to me like somebody went to ChatGPT and they typed in, does Paulson and Bott's paper apply evenly to the state as it does to the federal? That's what it sounds like. It was typed in as a prompt, and it sounds like this is an AI summary in response to that prompt. That doesn't mean that it's wrong. I'm just saying that's what it sounds like. Let me
Yeah, I would say that's probably, yeah.
Okay, so the Sweden Force Section 3
So
was
I'm telling you, I got it. Go ahead, go.
Oh, okay. Paulson actually argued for a broader interpretation of Section 3, including outreach to state level insurrections. Their key arguments include broad interpretation. They argue that against the United States should be interpreted to broadly conclude insurrections against state governments. Okay, can I find that? So there's that quote. Against the United States. Against the United States. Do they have that? Hold on, still looking. Okay, what is this? The same thing. Okay. Anything else? Okay. What is this? Okay. Oh, I have something written about this. Okay. Or, I'm sorry. The Boston Republic wrote an annotation here. Of course, mere protest is not. Okay. So they have a footnote here. What about other disruptive, disorderly, even violent protests during the same year? For instance, the many such events that erupted during summer 2020 in the wake of the police killing of George Floyd. So far as we can tell, none of these were covered by Section 3. Of course, mere protest is not insurrection. Some of these protests evolved into riots, but even a riot is not necessarily an insurrection. And even if some of them went further, amounted to, quote, concerted, forceful resistance to the authority of government to execute the laws in at least some significant respect, end quote. And met the definition of insurrection, they would seem to be insurrections against the state governments, not the United States, and thus outside the scope of Section 3. But of course, if there were other insurrections against the United States, Section 3 possible. Okay, this is what I remember reading. Okay, maybe gaslighting me.
So it's page. So I found the article. Page
I'm
87.
watching until he
right?
does
It's talking
like-
about
Wait, when you say
the
article, are you talking about the paper?
Bowden Paulson. Yeah, the paper.
And you're talking about okay, 87. Hold on.
Page 87. Top of page 87.
Okay. On here.
I'll read it. 1975 Act explicitly just talking about the 75 insurrection.
I don't
Sure.
think
The
we
75
have to go there. I don't know when it happens.
95, yeah, go for it.
1995 Act explicitly recited that it was an act in part to carry out execution power to.
Okay, what do I think about it? He did say that he did say Claude. I do agree. He seemed hesitant. It seems like he was hesitant to say it was AI. Destiny looks in his chat and sees somebody say, "Lol, he's reading off AI." Somewhat ironic that he's looking into his chat to see somebody call him on it being AI. And he's saying like, oh, is this AI? Or he says like, is this Chat GPT? And Rob almost seems like offended at the insinuation. Like, no, I'm not using Chat GPT. I think it's Claude. I mean, he said it, but he said someone's review. He did say that, which is not accurate. An AI is not someone. There's criticism there. You can levy some criticism. I'll just say that. You are fine to, like, you can say, Rob, that, like, is it anywhere near egregious enough to blacklist somebody? Of course not. Is it hypocritical? Yes. Yes, it's hypocritical. Yes, it's blacklisted. I don't think that it was that bad. But Kerrigan, after watching that clip, I think you're right. I think that you saying it was a bit more cagey than I remember. I think that's probably accurate. Yeah, I think it was a bit cagey. He didn't really seem to want to say it. Maybe he was embarrassed, but he did say it. He did say it. And by the way, he also said, "I'll send you a screenshot of exactly what I'm looking at." Which in my mind, if he's gonna, I don't think he's trying to hide it then at that point though, because like it's clearly AI. I think the difference would be like I'm reading someone's review. It sort of like distances like I didn't AI it. Somebody else may have, but I didn't AI it. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, man. I don't know. Rob took the debate on 3 hours notice after work. I know. Again, these people who do nothing but stream don't know what it's like, or have forgotten what it's like to like try to do this shit on a full-time job. Sorry. It's not easy. And I'm a little bit more neglectful than I should be, I think, because of that. So, you know, I know Rob works a lot. Rob also has a family. He's doing shit that's way more important than any of this, right? So, like, I don't fault him. Like, if he said right off the bat, like, yeah, it's AI, I used an AI summary because like I was taking care of my kid, like I just owned it right away, there would be zero criticism I'd have, like none. Like, of course, reasonable, perfectly reasonable. But I do agree he was being a little bit cagey, it seemed. Mild criticism, right? I like him. I like the guy. But again, just pointing out my criticism. I'm not gonna lie. We're not gonna be an echo chamber here. Just like I said, I also accept criticism. Wick Doodles, I attempted to throw some bits at you, but goofed and sent a lackey twice. I blame you for making me ruin my keyboard. Got you next time, bro. Wow, so that wasn't even meant for me? Is that what you're saying? Jesus Christ. Way to sink my self-confidence, Fetter. What the fuck? Yeah, I mean the whole thing was still shameful on Destiny's part, but there is still, but I understand what you're saying, Kerrigan. There is still some criticism you can levy. Okay, all right. What were we discussing before this? Poof, you cannot come on stream right now. We were talking about something that I know you don't know anything about. You haven't talked to me about it, and you haven't said anything about it. My guess is you're going to say shit that could potentially get me in hot water. And I love you. It'd be great. But we're going to save that for a different time. Maybe a kick exclusive stream even. Maybe. We'll see. You were talking to Wick about you reviewing the panel. Yeah, I mean, I was reviewing the panel and some people had some questions, and hopefully I answered them. And by the way, if anybody has like questions, I know I'm not super responsive, but follow me on, or not follow me, join my Discord server. Some of you are pretty active in there and post shit. And you know, if you have a question, you can just tag me in the general chat. Discord server is literally called Anti-Communism United, Anti-Communism United. See if I can put a. Yeah, does that? The problem is my Discord invite expires. Give me a second. I'll post one in here. Okay, so I mean, the reality is, like, I know this was like a very legally intensive discussion. So I mean, if you guys have questions at all, I mean, that's, again, don't hesitate to ask. I'm not trying to hide anything from anybody. I come out and make the arguments. So. Oh my fucking god! I literally hit copy, and I'm gonna go paste, and it says hidden use copy button. What? I clicked on the copy button, and it just copied the hidden part. That's fucked up, Discord. That is fucked up. Oh, it's just not. It just won't let me. I'm gonna have to disable streamer mode. Streamer mode is only nice because it allows you to not get the Discord notifications. Otherwise, it is completely useless. All right, I posted a updated link to my Discord, I believe. Let me check. Yes, it works. I know, because it's now brought me to my Discord in my app instead of the web page like I asked. Way to go, Discord. I appreciate that. Good thing it wasn't like a fucking DM or something. Thank you. Jesus Christ, dude. Well, I guess it wouldn't be a DM because it would have taken me directly to my server. Never mind. All right, not as bad as I thought. Not as bad as I thought. All right. That's the link. If you guys want to hang out in my Discord, feel free. Questions, tag me. Or just ask me in Twitch chat. Appreciate you guys so much. Thank you guys for tuning in to today's episode of Black Toy TV. We're going to raid on out now. And you know what we're going to raid on out into? We're going to raid on out into a person who was the subject of some conversation tonight. We're going to raid on out into Rob Noor. Give him my love, my admiration, all that good stuff. And I'll see you guys next time. We'll see how the Twitter fights happen. I'm sure there will be some Twitter fights, especially because Jeb Tan tagged Pisco, so you're going to see some combat. We'll see how that goes. Anyway, peace. That's right. There's going to be a Jeb Tan fight. I have some what is it? Some tenacity and some way, like resolve to fight on Twitter. Not nearly as much as Jeb, though. That guy's a boss, an animal. I like to do it over stream. So.
On the other side that would talk to me about how actually Israel's just sure they've done some bad things, but to be honest, they're fighting this evil, Hamas and Hezbollah.